your offlaner fairly early on into the draft, right? It's going to be some Centaur Dooms. In this case, it's going to be an Enigma. And then later on, you're going to pick like your Wind Ranger Lunas of the world as like your carry. And then last pick, well, I guess it's going to go to the mid laners because there are no mids that you just pick right away that just kind of dominate.
Yeah.
Like if it was a meta where carry wasn't as good, the mid laners would pick first. That way they'd have to overall last pick. But unfortunately, the carry meta it's been figured out. Like you're buying a ranged Gleipnir hero or Luna, maybe a Morphling, and that's the list.
Yeah. All the position 5 that there is right now that's really strong because there's so many, right? So a lot of it is banned early, and then you have to kind of pick one right away from the get-go, and after that you kind of go looking for your carry, which is also, you know, that few heroes: Wind Ranger, Luna, maybe Lina or Mirana. And then after that, if you talk about the offlaners, there's just a lot less heroes for different reasons. You know, for the support because it's always banned. For the carry and the offlaner, there's just a few better heroes, and the mid laners kind of, they don't really have a lot of really inbar heroes, so they are oftentimes left to the end to try and figure out what fits the whole puzzle that you've been opening your draft with.
Yeah, and Heroic, they banned the Luna. The Beast Coast have not played it yet, but respecting that Pike has played it in pubs.
Check. This microphone is working. Test. I would like to hear from my phone. Testing microphone, guys. Jalan hidup telah memilih menurunkan aku ke bumi. Hari berganti dan berganti, aku diam tak memahami. Coba bertanya pada manusia, tak ada jawabnya. Cek. Okay, microphone is working good, Blad. Aku bertanya pada langit tua, langit tak mendengar. Ada delaynya, cek. Na. Okay, now sounds good, man. Blad. Check microphone test. Blad, ¿cómo está? Can anybody hear my voice? Can anybody find me somebody to love? Ding. Okay, bekerja dengan baik. This is microphone. I can hear myself also on the live stream. Check. Test microphone check. Kalau mau saya back again with pops here. Go back. Okay, sounds good. Alhamdulillah. Okay, listen.
It's
good
not
against
as
an
good as
offlane.
Bristleback. Like, it's devastation in that lane. Bristleback versus Enigma, where as a Weaver, it's playable.
I'm just trying to look for a carry that will win the carry-to-carry matchup here, because I feel like right now Muerta is unanswered, and the offlaners that Devi plays don't exactly...
I don't think
deal with the
Muerta, like, you care about the carry-to-carry matchup. All right, this is down the same line as, like, the Brewmasters. This Muerta doesn't like it when you have a bunch of units running at you. I talked about it before. It's not like a Luna or a Gyrocopter or even, like, a Medusa. You don't farm that fast early on, and, like, the other big issue with this hero is you're really squishy. And normally on Brood, you buy items like Orchid. You don't really buy any items on Muerta, other than a BKB that can get rid of that. So if you get silenced before you get your ult off, you're just gonna die and you don't deal with the Spiderlings.
Yeah, and on top of that, like Tuskar and Marcy, those are not like the best support duos that can kind of deal with like Brood, you know? Like with Brood, I always feel like you want a hero that can kind of kill her or get to her because she's hiding in the trees, she's being annoying. If you can't kick her out of your jungle, because she oftentimes occupies your side of the map, and it creates a lot of problems for your own carry, because your carry cannot have access to your jungle camps around your area. So you need people to come over and kick her out. And if you don't have the right heroes and you don't have the option to kick her out, then your map is going to look really bad. You have like at least like a couple of camps taken away, and across the game, as the game progresses, you're going to lose a lot of farm.
So, sorry, I'm confused where we think this Brood is going. Is this a Hector Brood or a Devi Llama Brood?
Devi?
Neither of them play it.
Devi can play it, I'm pretty sure.
He has not played it in a long time. It's not in his top 15
But
heroes.
it is his type of hero. Like a very polarizing offlaner.
Cheese?
I feel like Devi Brood makes me more confident than a Hector Brood.
I agree, but we also saw Devi play the Slark the other day, and it kind of felt like I would just prefer Devi on more of a...
I mean, I'd rather have a Brood on him than a Slark, I'll go that much.
Yeah,
But
okay, I agree, but...
But well, I'm very curious about this Huskar ban. Like, they picked Brood, and they banned Huskar immediately.
I guess they want like a Storm or an Ember mid, something
I
that...
think he played it like one game, right? What was the matchup? Analog, I remember he played it one game in the group stages.
Yeah, I don't. Yeah, he did. I don't remember what it was against, but it's very interesting. To me, it shows you that Brood probably isn't mid.
You better pick your hero.
Because I don't think Brood. I mean, Brood might care about that matchup in the mid lane.
Yeah, for
until you're 6.
5 levels.
Yeah, that's very. I mean, those 5 levels are important.
They are.
I suppose. They banned the puck. I do think they want to pick a spirit type hero that rotates around the map. I mean, Invoker's, I guess he's not a spirit, but he does rotate across the map pretty well. I think this is exactly what you want when you have Brood Mother. You want a hero that can just go walk to the Brood's lane once you start to hit that power spike, and now all of a sudden, Muerta has to leave. And this is where I see Muerta struggle the most, is when you get kicked out of the laning stage. As mentioned before, you don't have big flash farming capability. Muerta looks really good if you can keep rolling the lane, and you can keep lane, you can stay in the lane, and then you can get your levels that way. You farm the big camp, pull it back, farm all the time, farm it out, and then push out the offlaner. That's when Muerta's good here, so I do like it. Invoker's gonna just run bottom lane pretty early on into this game.
Yeah, I think they need
just
something like a
pressure.
co-op to match the Invoker. Okay, they go Void. They need something to match the Invoker's rotation. And Void Spirit's gonna kind of give them that, but I don't know much about the lane. I feel like Void should have a pretty good lane here, decent lane. But every time I think Invoker's gonna struggle a little bit, I see the game and Invoker's always doing fine, you know. The new Invoker seems to be like just really good in the lane.
I like the Void last pick. I feel like it's there's very little disable for him between Clock, SD as supports. That's not really good at ganking him. Even prior to level 6, he can just use what's the circle ability called? I don't play.
Dissimulate.
He can dissimulate out of the cogs, right? Very easy. And I think like Bristle doesn't threaten a Void Spirit that much. You just jump away from him.
He does pull you to like you're facing him if you get caught with the Aether, so that can be annoying for the Bristle.
Yeah, that's true. It counters Bristle in a way. You can jump the spiders. It applies an auto attack with the Void ult, and it should do fine against Invoker mid. It's not like some last pick gotcha pick, but it is a very good Void Spirit game.
I will agree with a singular point that this is a great Void Spirit game. I think he has a lot to do.
That is the only thing I'll ever agree with, Jake.
I just think around like the 45-minute mark, Beastco's gonna look great, but like I feel like this Bristle's gonna free farm against Enigma. This Brood is gonna get out of control. There's gonna be 2 side lane problems with an Invoker running between any lane that he wants. That it's going to be just too fast for Beast Coast to deal with. But Lumpy has a lot to do in this game with this Void Spirit, but it is a really good Void Spirit game. So maybe, just maybe, he can do it.
Maybe he can, and maybe we'll get a little bit more confidence as we do head on down to Nomad, who is joined by our Beast Coast coach.
Thank you very much, Nat. Yes, I'm here with Mariana, aka Pepita, and we're going to have a talk about this one. I mean, you've got Muerta, Enigma, Void Spirit. This is a high execution draft, but do you have confidence in this?
Yeah, it's preparation. The last pick is always not preparation because you see what they pick and you just decide. But yeah, well, we feel confident.
That's good, and you're going to need it because your track record against this team is not great, but why will this be different?
And this is TI. It's different tournament, different place.
Why aren't they doing anything? They're
wanna
just standing
show
around.
the world that one defeat before, it doesn't matter right now. You're just in a new tournament and you just play.
And what would it mean for your team for this to be the stage in which you take down your longtime rivals?
We don't see them as rivals. We just have a mindset of just playing every game one at a time. Whoever comes, we will try to beat them. It doesn't matter if we feel some way, it doesn't happen with us. Yeah.
Excellent. Great responses there, Peter. Thank you very much as we go into game number 1 with Lyrical and Trent.
You so much, Nomad, indeed. And man, you know, a lot of times players come out here and they like put on their best show, they put on their best performance. Maybe the people end up scouting them or something like that. I feel like people are going to be scouting Mariano. This guy always comes in with like the best mentality as a coach. I'd love to hear him.
I think it's helpful, you know, long-time service as a player. He's in there, you know, attending the lands. He's been there. He knows the feel. So you have that availability to like pass it on to your teammates.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Well, and we've already heard a lot from the panel, and then also, you know, about the preparation that was there, what we should anticipate. It feels like for Beast Coast, a lot of the hopes right now are on to Lumpy, and Lumpy taking some lumps from Hector as he heads off the other direction. I want to see how well he's able to get off his on the ground here, and then the other big thing, of course, is that how much are Heroic going to destroy these side lanes? But
yeah,
we're talking about the Invoker pick too.
Yeah, that too. I feel like when we started the draft, it was all about the Enigma because they came in with a plan clearly on the side of Beast Coast, right? Like they got rid of the Alchemist right away. You're getting rid of this Naga Siren. You're opening with the Enigma, and you're saying like we have enough confidence that we can pick this really early in the draft. So you begin there, and by the end of it, we're talking about how this draft kind of comes down to Lumpy. Because you have Pike here on this Muerta, as Fear was saying, he does like the hero quite a bit, but she has some weaknesses. But they found this situation, thanks to his knowledge on the hero, that, yeah, you know, I got these advantages versus the Bristleback. I can still make this work, even if she's not as strong as she once was. But by the end of the draft, it does feel like Lumpy's going to have to be pulling a big one here, because I think Analog got, like, the perfect Invoker pick.
Yeah, it ended up looking really solid for him. And this is a hero that has definitely looked incredibly strong depending upon how you end up playing it. And of course, who else can play around with him as well? Does he have those components and people that want to fight with him? And Clockwork fits the mold for that perfectly.
Did I hear this?
Yeah, Analog obviously very experienced there. He's been dropping some voice lines, little Grandmasters here and there, blazing over that sea of ignorance, like Invoker players do.
I will say it never feels great to see a bronze tier on your carry, which is what Hector is right now on the Bristleback. I'm a little surprised by that.
It's okay, it's a strength hero. He gets a natural buff.
Okay, got it.
Yeah, it's fine. He doesn't actually have to play them. He can just like tune into them. They're in his soul.
Well, right now, in some trouble is Skullfield, a bit too far forward, and El Micho gonna draw first blood. Hector not able to deal with these Eidolons, getting the split off on this one.
It's a little awkward because you're playing the melee and melee.
Okay.
So you don't have all the same advantages. Mercy and Enigma also has a lot of different shenanigans you can do. This is a pretty common duo because you can do your rebounds off of the Eidolons in different situations. You can chuck someone backwards, like right over top of the Eidolons, and suddenly you're body blocked. There's a lot of tricky things you can do.
Well, not going to quite connect there with the Remnant from Lumpy. But we'll try and make a play for some of these CSEs. So far, he's doing a really good job. 13-3 versus the 10-3 on that Invoker as Divine Llama beats into Moose a little bit, who's messing around trying to drag these waves. And not quite going to be able... Well, he might connect on the range creep. No. Good job there. King Jungles to pull it all the way to the side. They do finally connect down towards the river, and that's going to make this a little bit tougher, although with the disruption, they'll mess with this Morta a bit more.
Yeah, giving Tvi Llama this good start here. And although he hasn't played it a lot, as the panel was saying, he's clearly been on the grind in matchmaking. Very cute. Very well done.
I like that.
Gotta do that with the Shadow Demon. Make sure you're blocking that small camp. That means it's not going to spawn there at the 3-minute mark, which means they can't pull to get the wave closer to your tower. If you're not super familiar with our Dota stuff, it just means that you have a harder time if they're able to mess with those creeps. You want to get the gold near your tower where you're nice and safe.
So, still very much into the favor of Beast Coast. And the panel's idea about how you were going to have some type of success here for Heroic was a really good laning stage out of these side lanes. And that is not really proving to be the case. We'll see if they're going to be able to sort of transition things as the levels get up. But it feels like it's just constantly pulling up top continuously. And Lumpy off to a hot start here in the mid.
Yeah, this is why I think the Invoker pick was so important. I'm looking at this draft, and I'm thinking things like they end up banning the Puck, which I think might have been like the second best choice, but I think even Puck would have struggled in a game like this for Heroic in terms of like trying to move around the map and actually set up kills. Because you have these kind of awkward side laners of the Bristleback and the Brood, where Brood gets to a point where you can rotate in, and she'll provide that damage for you, but making those rotations can be a little bit tough. The support duo is not perfect in terms of the damage, but Invoker kind of covers everything, right? You have a lot of damage you can add into the ganks. You have that mobility. You have the initiation. You have the catch. It's just Invoker kind of has it all. Just needs a little bit of time, but you can always fill holes in your draft of this hero. And currently, it feels like the laning stage hasn't been too much of a problem for this hero right now in the current state of the game.
Right. I will say that Analog's voice line game is on point. Like, it pauses immediately, just spams fight me.
Yeah, I mean, you know, Moo's also Grandmaster on the Tusk. I think he should be firing back a little bit here, but that's the problem, you know, with support players have to use their brain the whole game. You know, these core players, they're just...
Nothing going on
up there. They just see the little health bars of the creeps, the little, like, ching-ching of the goal, feels good.
It's been programmed into them.
Yep.
It's the last hitting. It can't stop. Wow. Can see some typing going on from Hector as the game is still paused for the moment.
Vitaly, they're actually rolling up the sleeves. He's like, okay, I got the most last hits here. Looks like it's time for me to carry this game for the squad. You know, you got the first pick. There is definitely some pressure on you in those situations.
I mean, he got the first pick. They had every pick to come and try and deny against this, and he's looking great. Like, I don't know. I would be feeling really solid right now if I'm Beast Coast.
You are not wrong. When you get this hard countered in the lane. Now, that being said, it's still a little early. Of course, things get kind of spicy. As you can see now, it's not quite as simple.
Yeah.
Once the levels are there on the Bristleback, times to be a bit tough here. It's another thrilling support battle. Moose getting in there.
AJ battling it out too, and he is still going to be able to get... Oh, not quite that one blocked out. Although Hector in kind of far. Hector in some trouble.
That's not
gonna
good.
Go down.
That's not good.
Oh man, that is not what you want to see. 2 deaths in that bottom lane now on the side of Heroic.
Yeah, that is pretty painful. To be picking a Bristleback into the Enigma and dying on the Bristle, it's one thing for your melee support to feed. You know that's going to happen. But to actually start getting levels in your skills and still die to the Enigma lane?
Yeah, that's pretty bad.
Yeah, well, the Arcane boots are out now like all good carries these days, so maybe that's going to help things.
Snowball, push the spider in a little bit closer, but Devi, he will back out. Keeping that distance.
Moose, again, is going to try and, like, that's the thing about this top lane. He's just moving in to disrupt the stacks. We've seen a lot of teams abuse this with Shadow Demon, but Moose has been in there. He's body blocking. He's got the sentries down.
Yeah.
And even though he did D-ward there on KJ, Moose just body blocks. Oh, he keeps the Ancients in and walks into the other camp. Nicely
really
done.
Impressive. Look, we talk about stacking all the time. Interrupting stacking like that as like a melee support, that's pretty impressive.
Yeah, and they don't have the easiest lineup to go and steal them either, so it's not even like if the stacks get made, they can contest them, they can go in and fight because they have the mobility of the Void Spirit, but it would be hard to actually come in and steal them away. And obviously Heroic, having this Broodmother and having this Bristleback, they can get in the jungle and farm these up pretty quick.
And the other thing too is like how those are so important for the Bristleback later on, like you're saying. It's pretty tough if that's not getting done. Like, they probably need to go on over and just stack the other Ancient, make sure that they're getting something at the very least. Which it looks like KJ's going for right now.
Well, it's 7 minutes as well here, so Moo's also moving over. Battle of the Wisdom Runes.
Misho and Schofield battling it out. Dispose is pretty good. The Cogs might be able to push him away. We'll see if he can make the work that he needs to do, and he is going to. So that is going to be a Beast Coast getting
Analog
Wisdom Rune.
He actually denied the other Wisdom.
Whoa! Wait, what?
I think I don't know. All right, well, you'll take that as Moose, I guess, huh?
Yeah.
Forcing them to deny it, so yeah, he didn't get it, but I guess it must. Okay. Yeah, it must have been the ice shards. Or he just like couldn't reach it or something.
Nicely played.
Yeah.
Well, nonetheless, Wisdom's denied. Not something that you often see, but if that's the only thing that you got an option to, it makes sense. Now, Schofield, he is going to be in more trouble, but they didn't quite manage to connect on that rebound. And now Vitaly is in a little bit of trouble, has level 6. I don't know if Black Hole would keep him alive here, if there could be more people that move in and try and help out. It looks like Vitaly's just going to keep running away. Yeah, they're going to get out of there. It always, these intra-regional matchups feel so weird. You just have like 3 heroes running through the river together on the side of Beast Coast while like Vitaly's getting chased across the map, and it always turns into some interesting Dota.
Well, Moo's trying to make things interesting here in this mid lane. Lurking nearby, Lumpy. And you have that double jump here, and also has some illusion, but it's not enough.
Oh, immediately! Was it broken, or did he just end up canceling it? I'm not sure. Either way, that is not what they wanted to have happen at all. And so with that, Enigma goes down, likely to lose Moose as well. El Misho, he will be able to escape. But Heroic back on track now after a little bit of a rough couple of minutes.
Yeah, I mean, Moose is trying to set up mid, ends up having to TP bottom, still dies, so can't enable Lumpy, can't slow down the Invoker, and you lose your Enigma. And Hector gets some revenge there on that lane as they want to keep this pressure up, standing behind the tier 1 tower. Hector just dropping the Seas of Serenity. Now he's the one saying, fight me.
4 heroes nearby. El Misho, the only one that's there to help. They will take out that ward now, is Schofield wanting to chase this Marcy around, but does not have level 6 obviously on the clock, so it's going to be a little bit of a long chase, it feels like. KJ, just out of range. We'll be able to build another one, looking for that disruption, as we're also going to take a look at what's going on in mid. There's more action happening. They will end up losing her, but yeah, you can see right there. What was that? Was it a battery assault?
He did have it going, so yeah, I guess that must have been it.
Man, unlucky. A lot of things around that could have gotten hit, but ends up breaking that black hole.
Oh, Divine Llama doing what Broodmothers do here. After you have level 6, forcing the Muerta out of the lane. That's going to draw Lumpy up here. So you're going to try and keep this tower alive to reduce that pressure that's going to come up on Pike as he's farming into those deeper parts of the dire side of the map. And Divine Llama is going to start sweeping through here and farming as much as he can. Or perhaps pressuring mid.
As Analog right on top of him is going to be found. Tries to pull away Hector, seeing if he can get some separation, but Vitaly, nowhere left to go, ends up dying. The Eidolons, they're going to be killed off before it can do extra damage to KJ.
Yeah, nice try there from El Misho, but it's not enough. And despite coming mid, Divine Llama actually ends up just TPing back up top there. Lumpy just sticking around for a while. Now Moose is the one in trouble. He has to snowball onto a spider.
Keeping him alive for the moment. Battery Assault still chasing. Now Pike nearby too. There's the shards.
Yeah, Lumpy's
and here. Lumpy's there too. And so they will end up being able to, well, Tornado. Oh, he's trying to cover each other. No mana. Oh, that EMP making it valuable, but they still managed to find that kill. It definitely has a feel of like 3 separate things happening simultaneously all around the map.
Yeah, it's very chaotic right now. Divine Llama taking advantage of that chaos and then push the tier 1 tower, and Lumpy does eventually return up here, but it's really close to going down. It's kind of an inevitability here from the Broodmother at this point, but Pyke now picking up that Maelstrom. Aghanim Scepter finished for Hector. Wow. That's where you get your shotgun bristle.
That is pretty quick. Bow, 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 bow. Elmisha got to run away. 7 stacks just like that. Vitali is nearby there also. Yeah, Hector is Omega farmed. So in towards mid. It will get the Dispel on the rune, and Lumpy needs to be careful as Schofield wraps around.
So close to 6 too.
But it's going to be a bottle refill, and that set things right.
All right, nicely done. Use the amplified damage to take down that middle tower. Divine Llama can just race back up top and grab the other one, honestly. It's quite close as well. If you're wondering what that little red mark is on the mini-map, that's the Ofrenda.
Oh, yeah.
Well, you can't see it anymore because it's under Divine Llama's icon, but there's kind of a funny little marker there.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's that lovely thing, which Muerta can choose to respawn at as one of her facets.
Hasn't died yet, though. So not really that great if, you know, you're not dying, but sets up for later in the game. Can be pretty sick for jumping back into it. Down bottom, it looks like it's setting up for a battle. Smoke up with Lumpy and Elmisho. Now, Clockwork is nearby. Hector is level 10. It's a hard fight to take. And instead, they're going to head their sights towards mid. KJ, Smoke. Now they spot Analog. Smoke breaks. They're going to go for anything else? No. So both smokes will fail. And Heroic, the ones that are sort of gaining because of this. 3,000 gold lead right now.
Kind of surprising that with how much action and movement over the map there's been, Lumpy's only 1-0-1. He actually hasn't been involved that much. He's been doing a lot of just like running around and dealing with the spiders, not getting like baited into a lot of these fights.
Right. Well, I think this is again by virtue a little bit of the Shadow Demon, because you've got Brood and Bristle that are hard to kill, so the main target is Invoker, and if SD's just sitting behind him the whole time, it's not easy.
No.
Tally takes that wisdom before the spiders were able to come on in and take it away. You can see both teams stacking up a decent amount.
I mean, you look how farmed Hector is. Imagine if so many more of those stacks had been completed right now, because now he's over here to the piggy bank and there just wasn't a whole lot. Like this legitimately could have had 4 or 5 more camps in it if it wasn't for what Moose was doing there on that Tusk. KJ will finally go over and scoop up the wisdom rune, as it was not taken care of there by Beast Coast, so I'll be happy to see that nobody invaded to deal with that.
And still the gold lead stays about similar. Slight increase into the favor of Heroic by virtue of, you know, mainly Divine Llama come on in and steal these away is what it feels like a bit. And Tusk not really having that much farm at all.
Wow, he just drops the Demonic Purge there onto Lumpy. Oh, Schofield not quite close enough to follow up the hook shot. Level 1. It's a bit short.
Killing spiders. It's not a ton of gold, but taking away that vision is kind of nice. And again, you don't feel like you can do much on Beast Coast right now. This would be a great get if they can catch Divine Llama and not quite able to get the Malefice off.
Yeah, or the snowball even. Something to just track. But chasing a Brew with a snowball is kind of terrifying, so.
Oh, yeah.
She skitters pretty fast away. You might wind up further in than you want to be.
And so Devi, after taking that top tier 1 tower, has reset, is on this bottom side of the map, taking away Ancients. And Hector and Heroic going in to try and take down Roche.
This is really problematic. Has the Bloodstone done, and then an Aegis to boot. They still haven't finished that Spirit Vessel quite yet. It's almost done for Vitali, so he'll have that, but not going to feel as good fighting into an Aegis on Hector.
No.
Does have the Gleipnir done, Pyke, but again, Hector being the one you have to deal with.
Right.
Not going to care that much about it.
No, the AoE damage, it's not quite feeling as strong. Of course, Pierce the Veil can change things around a lot. having the Spirit Vessel helps. If you can keep them in place with these shards, maybe. There's a lot of possibilities for ways that this could go good. But it is feeling a little bit dependent upon a lot of the rest of Heroic basically doing nothing to help him.
Yeah, exactly. Like if you hit a single hook shot, tower is just gonna fall. Like if you can just wipe out one hero before these fights, they're gonna march up with this Bristle and this pipe on Broodmother, and you're not gonna be able to contest them as Beast.
Oh, can't quite get him. El Misho, he's in too far now. And that is gonna be a dead Marcy. The Spider eats up that support, and Heroic continue to assert some dominance. With Aegis in hand, they feel incredibly confident. Why shouldn't they?
Yeah. I mean, Moose, though, double-checking there. Multiple sentries down here. Really ensuring that there's nothing in that middle lane.
Oh, yeah. Mid. KJ. Yeah, that is a...
and yet they both miss the obs that is further up by the tier 2.
Schofield, he's also wrapping around. Killing illusions. Spots one, jumps onto Schofield. Pulls him back in. There's the shards, the block down, the Malefice. Damage out. Hector's coming in. Be careful. This Bristle is hard to deal with. Already using Pierce the Veil somewhat defensively there. And that means there is no way you can fight as Beast Ghost.
Yeah, it's not the longest cooldown. It's only a minute. So if you can get control of the waves, like just clear 2 waves, you'll be okay. It's Lumpy just pushing the limit here. Has the barrier, has the jump.
Gotta run, gotta run. They're getting chased down. Oh, the goo is on him and pops the Bristle back. Retreats away.
That's a good thing about killing Schofield is they can't lock you down into the fight. Yeah, right. And that's obviously the one thing that the Bristle's going to struggle with is he can't really force you to just fight him. That's what his allies have to do. And that's why this Invoker will work out really nicely. That's why this Clockwork is here. But
that's why Lumpy can do that. As Moose, he is in trouble. So the double supports combo together, and well, with the snowball coming out, it's going to make this last a little bit longer, but eventually they will be able to bring him down.
Vitalik coming in mid?
Oh, looking.
They could theoretically take care of this Aegis, but obviously that's a pretty painful way to spend Black Hole, and the Invoker's there covering him.
A little too scary. Lumpy playing with fire now. Oh, that was close. Won't be able to kill him off, but it is going to be a tier 2 tower down. And this sort of churning brick wall walking at them. And for Beast Coast, there has not been an answer so far. Vitali, he's found an absolute no man's land. Just completely caught off guard here, and this Enigma is also going to die.
You see Schofield immediately looking for the next target.
And Pike, he's in trouble now, also up top. Lumpy comes in, they get the disruption, trying to do what they can to bring down this Muerta, and it is enough. KJ gets the kill. King Jungles indeed.
Yeah, he'll happily trade his life for that. Does hand a spree over to Lumpy, so that's going to help him get a little bit closer to this potential Aghanim Scepter. That's what he decides to do. But Hector wants to take something else from the side of Beast Coast, and that's their Tormentor.
I mean, this is already just so difficult to deal with. Like, they are, you're not killing Hector this game, it feels like. It would take some really big mess-ups based upon how he's been playing. It's just, it seems really difficult. But we will see. You can also see sometimes these little pick-off plays here are really nice. Lumpy trying to come in for a snipe, manages to get it. It's a good Void Spirit game, but now he just runs out right into Hector. Got to get out of there, Lumpy. Dissimulate. Drinking Buddies wants to run. Actually is enough to keep him alive for now. Moose, he doesn't have anywhere else to go, so they'll take down the Tusk, and in the meantime, Lumpy just barely going to get away from that Brood.
Just keep my eye on him here, you know, you never know. I wasn't sure if there was still a Sunstrike left, but Analog's on the move right now. No time for that.
And this noose continues to tighten, it feels like, as Hector and the rest of Heroic are shutting down all of these different towers across the map. Now, this would be a good one. The Gleipnir is down. Good damage out onto this Broodmother. She goes down. Divine Llama in the dirt, and Beast Coast some signs of life.
Big pick off for them right now.
Misho comes.
Yeah. Oh, right. Okay. Maybe not. They obviously have the potential, right? You have, of course, the constant threat. The Blink Dagger's about to be done here for Vitali, so you might actually find a black hole play. You have this Gleipnir here from Pyke that we haven't had too many opportunities to utilize for like an actual team fight. That's still a possibility. They could find something there. And probably just going to maybe hopefully gear up for stealing that next Roche. I think if you give away that Aegis again to Heroic, it's going to be virtually impossible to defend. At least it's going to take a much harder effort and a much more like perfect team fight to actually win. So considering that next Aegis, I think, is probably the most important thing for Beast Coast right now is KJ. Looks like he might be going down again here, much faster this time.
Yeah, getting these items up.
Look at the lines he drew the mini-map.
Yeah. He's just drawn all over it. He's very upset about dying.
Scribbled on the whole map. Kill them!
So Field is going to get the hook shot in and land it now onto Moose. So this is going to be a dead tusk, but already they got what they came for. They got the kill on his Shadow Demon. Oh my god, is he going to live? No, he's not. Surely. Yeah.
How about that Grandmaster shard, though? That's a nice shard.
Yeah.
You know, no soul burn there. Maybe he gets it. Okay, I know, they would have chased. It's fine. Hurricane Pike now finished up here. The same circle, once again drawn by KJ, clearly trying to send a message to the team.
Well, almost towards that Aghanim Scepter for Lumpy, and these supports are going to be even more susceptible. He has been the one setting up for these kills. The unfortunate part for her is that it just keeps on being Heroic getting KJ dead.
We need like, you know, like the Key and Peele Obama angry translator?
Oh,
we need that for the minimap translator.
Okay.
I need to know what KJ is trying to say to the team right now.
He's saying a lot of things. Oh, are they going to get him? He's right over the top. Gets away from trouble. They don't see him.
Oh, it's a handle. I see it now. I understand the shape now.
He's just farming up like in the most dangerous areas with very little mana. Like Lumpy understands what he needs to do this game in terms of just like messing with them constantly and playing right on the edge.
Yep. And he's delaying these pushes too. Like it is last tier 2, so I mean you can be happy as Heroic that you're knocking down this tower. I mean, hey, all of yours are still standing here. Short of now the bottom one, as it is denied by Analog. That is their first tower they've lost.
Okay.
But the good news, that's, well, I don't know if it's good or bad news. It's going to be a very long Aegis spawn. It's 2.5 minutes here.
Okay.
I guess good news for Beast Coast, at least, that they can't immediately run into it on the side of Heroic, because it feels like Beast Coast needs to get out on the map a little bit more here. And they do have that Aghanims done. So all those little maneuvers there from Lumpy have paid off. He's got his Ags. And currently on the Bristle, there is still no Dispel, right? I mean, other than the Shadow Cleanse, I guess.
Yeah,
that's
the one that's going to be a problem. Throwing that onto him and then also having the Disruption ready makes this pretty annoying. And he's about to have a BKB done, so... yeah. BKB, Hector will be immortal. But when that's not happening, there's some chance there.
They're going to grab that Radiant Tormentor there, so that goes to Divine Llama.
Can see just how quickly he's been moving on up the net worth totem pole. Hector definitely having a very good game. If there's one thing that guy can do, it's definitely farm. Maybe eyes towards mid or something. This ward that they're playing around, they're trying to find a pick-off here.
Yeah, I think they might have noticed. I think Schofield's Flare might have seen Moose place it.
They definitely see. Jumps away, and a Remnant keeps Hector back for a moment. I can't help but feel also when they get like one Hex online, Lumpy's game feels so much worse.
Yeah, there's no room for error at all for him. Like, even currently, if he just gets stunned by something simple once, he's very much going to be the target that they go for.
El Misho found, killed. Heroic pressuring out these lanes. Up to the top corner of the map is Vitali as Lumpy pushes out this mid lane. He actually just TPs out of there right now. And Roche We knew it was going to be a long one, 15 seconds, and it's going to be back up. God, he's going for Greaves on Shadow Demon.
Yeah, it's nice. It frees up Divine Llama a little bit, right? After already getting the Pipe and the Orchid, can keep going for more of the aggressive route rather than going back for a different aura.
Yeah.
They do have one scan here on Beast Coast. But it doesn't look like they're thinking about this right now. They're just not considering it as a possibility in terms of fighting. So they're just going to take the trade on the tier 2 bottom instead.
Okay. Shadow Blade done from Muerta. Obviously, Silver Edge, if you can get to it, still a lot of gold away. But that is one of those answers for the Bristle that can feel nice if they can keep them under control and not die in the duration of the BKB.
If you're a new Dota fan, this Bristleback feller, who you've been seeing run around the map and shoot these quills out, he takes way less damage from behind. That's kind of how the whole thing works, but we have a thing in Dota where if you can break them, then just pretend it doesn't exist. He's just like any other normal hero.
Yeah.
That's why we're talking about Silver Edge. It's the only item you can buy that actually breaks people. Really? There's only one item that breaks people? Yeah, it's true. There's actually only one item. Isn't that crazy?
Can break spirits a lot easier in this game than, passive abilities. As Drinking Buddies, let me show. Wait a minute, Pike showing up. Gleipnir down, Snowball, stun, Walrus Punch. They thought it was going to be an easy pickoff. No such luck, and now finding round 2.
Yeah, see, now they haven't quite gotten to the we're super owning this game because you didn't have the BKB yet on the Invoker, right?
Yeah.
Like, you don't have this ability to be like this spread out on the map. And this is another one of these classic plays we see where one team gets the Aegis, and you kind of think like, okay, we have the Aegis now, we need X items before we go high ground. And everyone spreads out to get that last couple hundred gold that you need. We've all done it in our games. And then you get picked off like that. So now that BKB gets even further delayed for the Invoker. And then that means that the push gets delayed. And then you wonder, are we going to get to use this Aegis? And Hector says, yes, I will walk up the stairs myself if I have to.
Oh my God,
and that's what I'm doing.
Look at Hector.
Hello, come home. You will go back to your base and respect my authority.
He is the most alone that I've
His
ever
team
seen a Bristleback.
is not across the river.
They're pinging him desperately. Please, sir. Divine Llama's getting close, but he is literally completely alone here. Shards, they're trying to get there to help out. Hector, ooh, Bloodstone, yeah, and Silence, he's fine. I mean, he had his BKB the entire time too, but he took a tower.
He might not have played that many Bristleback games, but he definitely understands the Bristleback mentality, right?
Oh, yeah.
I mean, how many times have you guys had your Bristleback just feel totally invincible and then just go feed? They all do it.
That's true.
Even Hector's apparently susceptible.
Listen, as soon as you get
look
that
at this. East Coast, wrapping from behind. They go for the wave. Are they going to fight actual heroes too, though?
Gem down on the ground. They kill the courier that had Gem. Now Lumpy finds one more kill. Tries to back out of there for the moment. Over and very far is this Void Spirit. Will manage to get some separation and get out of there. Pike turns, breaks, hits, damage, out, but already dead on moves. Now has to get away. Hurricane Pike to create some separation. He's still fine.
They don't have to fight. They killed the wave.
Yeah?
They are not committed to this at all.
Listen, once Hector sees red, that's all he knows.
That's right, yeah.
Oh, pulls it back and he's gone! Hector goes down once, and now they have Black Hole ready.
And pierce the veil.
Gotta be careful. Damage is out. Vitaly already on top of him. Has the Black Hole connection. Do they have enough damage to kill him off? It looks like the answer is yes.
Oh, the BKB's there from Vitaly, protected from the tornado. You can't cheat death.
Oh my God.
They take them down. They break this lead down to 3K, and the whole concept of this draft is now in danger for the side of Heroic. There's a reason that Hector's trying to run it down mid.
Right. Absolutely. Yeah, they did get the gem. It's on Vitaly now, so that's even more of that gold swing. I mean, also, you take a look at it, the, Void Spirit picking up the Deso. Although Misho, now they turn, he tries to show up. Analog, BKB,
Vitaly.
is it going to be enough to keep him alive? Vitaly is going to die with no BKB of his own. BKB used on the Marcy, and now turns to fight Divine Llama, ready to jump forward. Blink done! Oh, these heroes. Gem's still on the ground, got to go pick that one up with Moose. But you can see the power of the Beast Coast draft.
You know, I have to give some credit to Vitality too as well on that initial base defense, because you think about how many times we've seen these Enigma players just not quite be able to get the black hole, right? Like, it's a classic story where everyone's like, saving black hole for next game?
Right.
You know, I know my Twitch chat, and I don't blame them, because that mentality is very easy to fall into as the Enigma players, but he gets the BKB, he waits, and he actually gets the connection that they desperately needed on the high ground. Oof. This is that potential that we always want to see in the hero that he finds. Then, you know, then he feeds down mid right after, but before that, very good.
Some good stuff indeed. You saw there that jump away from the Void Spirit before the hook shot came in. Now they back out. No Divine Llama online, and they've cut this lead down to less than 1,000 gold.
Yep.
Look at that swing.
And Lumpy getting a huge talent there on the level 20 as well, as he has the Astral Step charge restore time. So with his build, with the Deso and everything.
Oh, amp damage.
Way harder to catch. And yeah, he's got the big damage.
Assimilate out for a moment. Kills off everything. And our Heroic gonna try and fight into this. Of course, you can tornado that amp damage off if he gets a little bit too big for his britches. But it looks like this is just gonna be one used to farm. Clear out the vision and maybe try and make a play for next Roche. 2.5 minutes till it's capable of respawning.
Vitality finds a very late Wisdom Rune there. It's been marinating for 4 minutes.
Smoke up. Hector leading the charge.
They're sending the spiders up top as well, just to try and make sure that they can figure out what's going on. And also put some pressure on that top lane.
They have BKB Black Hole back up again. Pike, oh, very close to getting caught there. Yeah, you can see this decision going back for the Boots of Bearing on the Enigma. It's much slower than it normally is because people tend to prioritize that item much more frequently. In this game, he recognized, I need to get to the BKB Black Hole to try and set up, and of course the Spirit Vessel as well to deal with this Bristle.
Yeah, just to save this game here. Another anti-Bristle item picked up here, the Scotty. Nearly complete for Lumpy. As they will hit the Sunstrike there to, again, get another Tormentor for Heroic. And that's going to give the jetpack over to Schofield as he celebrates by zooming around a little bit.
It does raise some interesting questions, though, about where this game goes over the next few minutes, right? Because, I mean, I think also we were praising Vitaly, but it was also Marcy a lot. Like, the disposes to pull that Bristle out of position, being able to go in pretty... Like, the fact that he's only died 4 times is kind of crazy.
Yeah, and he's out here trying to get this Basher as well.
Yeah. Fear, push back. Ooh, forces the BKB, backs away.
Okay, that's 90 seconds now, where Hector is just not going to want to fight.
Full Scotty done. Hector finishes the Abyssal Blade. I don't know, this is getting to that territory where they have the items that they need to deal with the Bristleback.
Yep.
Heroic did not build up enough of a lead or really take the high ground in a meaningful way. Have they extended this game long enough on the side of Beast Coast?
Yeah, again, it's going to be... I think this time they are definitely ready to fight the Aegis, I would hope. I think that you have the advantage there with your lineup. Should feel pretty good. It's just about getting the positioning, which means getting the waves pushed out to a point where you feel comfortable enough to actually just sit around that Roche pit. 20 seconds till we find out when it's going to spawn. But knowing that there's no Bristle, you know there's not going to be some big team fight that they're going to try and be pushing for here on the side of Heroic without that BKB. And yeah, they have 1 Spirit Vessel charge on the Enigma. We still have that Shadow Cleanse to worry about, though.
Oh, yeah.
So there is some protection there, but in combination with the Scotty, the single target damage that comes out from the Muerta and the Marcy, Hector, yeah, definitely not the big Bristle you're hoping for. Is once again, they will get another Tormentor, and they've already finished their shard, so it's just for the gold.
And you know, for as much as we've seen, like, and talked about the potential of Analog in this game, I feel like out of the Invoker, he hasn't really been able to get into fights in a way that we felt his impact as much as we have in other games. I think just some of the problem of the matchup that they've got, Pike immediately there. There's the root connection, jump forward. He pops the BKB, backs away. That's Pierce the Veil already used.
I think it's been the inability to lock down Lumpy that's made it really hard, because he can't like position well in these fights. He can't really go for like the Blink Dagger on the Invoker currently because he's kind of pressured and getting this right-click damage as well. As they now that's lockdown, but they can't follow it up.
There's nobody else there. The rest of the team wasn't in position or wasn't ready. And
yeah, El Misho's in that Roche pit. He's waiting.
The big wraparound coming now. Heroic.
There was a line drawn though, and the flare's gonna give it away for sure.
You know where they're at now. Smoke breaking by Moose. Pings, 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 ping, 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 ping.
The gem is sitting on Lumpy right now, so he's the one who's got the chance to find analogs. He's running around here. Invis does come out now.
Amisho still smoked. They're killing off the spiders. And now look at him. Look at Hector. Hector's running in towards mid to take the racks to force them back. So Hector is going to force all of Beast Coast back to base. And that might open up an opportunity for Heroic to take
Misho's
it.
running.
Although, yeah, they can't go all the way for it. So now they're the ones with the advanced position. Lumpy is still very far forward.
Oh, Schofield.
This is scary stuff.
It's caught by the Aether. Well, he's jetpacking.
Roche is still up here for a long time, and they're just barely dealing with the creeps in base, but that's Vitaly out of there. Vitaly is not in this fight. Moves, he's going to get caught. Heroic, they have played this Aegis perfectly. Playing around the pit, forcing back Beast Coast. A heads-up play by Hector, and Vitaly can't deal with this creep waves. There's so much.
Yeah, very good macro plays here from Heroic, just forcing them all over the map right now. And it's crazy that they actually got the range racks as well as setting up for this Aegis for themselves. Heroic putting themselves back in control of this game, needing this Aegis and Aghanim Scepter.
Yeah. Is Hector going to take that and sell his other one? Oh my god.
That's too much.
Surely not.
Oh, we even Invoker. Let's go. Wombo combo. Oh.
Schofield. Interesting. He's thinking about it.
Oh, he takes it. Oh,
All
he
right.
takes the overclocking.
I mean, it's pretty great for like keeping pressure on the side lanes. It does so much.
Yeah, they don't really have good setup for Cataclysm in this game. They don't really have like any AoE team fight setup, so it's kind of understandable.
Right. So
That's a lot of
Heroic
pressure.
make an incredibly good macro play of pulling Beast Coast around the map.
Oh, Schofield, he dusts. He runs into two though, and tossed. No Ags opportunity on that one.
Oh, wow. Okay. These pick-off, I mean, I think this again gives more credence to the idea that if you're Heroic, I think you really need to try and end this game around this Aegis. You made a solid play, you pulled yourself back into it, you have a Hex now on Invoker. I feel like you gotta make a move. And you can see they're drawing on the map, we need to go. Can Beast Coast hold out against this pressure that they have to know is coming? They're underneath the ward here too. Ike's underneath the ward, underneath the sentry, going immediately. For him, but the Hurricane Pike to get away. Pike drinking buddies, backs out, trying to escape for the moment. And it does look like they're doing the running man, Trent. The fancy footwork. Don't worry, we're going to get right back into it. Everything is fine as we are getting ready to hop back into this game. Doing the running man. It's kind of like
running
us.
over to the camera.
I'm glad I didn't take my jacket off. Don't worry, we're going to get right back into this game.
It's paused.
It is paused. Oh, you're right. It
Yeah.
is.
Yeah.
Man.
Oh, okay, so they had the Bristol lineup. Hector was kind of crazy, and then he sorted himself out, and he wasn't quite as crazy. And then his craziness was even better and helped out there.
That's right.
Oh.
XD, that's fine. This happens. Happens to the best of us. Where is the positioning right now?
Well, Hector, I'm okay. What can they actually see? They don't know that he's like super mega alone.
That's true.
But, you know, and he also has an Aegis. It's probably not worth it. It's a Bristleback with 3,724 HP.
Yeah.
So,
I mean,
Hector's face says it all.
I think that there is like something to be said for if the rest of the team can get there, like taking a fight around Hector. I don't know if they're going to try and go for him though. Is there any chance that they try and go?
Nah. We shake hands and walk away. You know, that's all we're doing here. Shake hands and walk it off.
Okay. Okay, Trent.
Yeah, that's the play.
They're like Clockwork's dead too, so they know that there's no black hole breaking.
Shake hands and walk away. Okay.
They're getting back into it. It's going to be fine.
Yeah, we're just going to shake hands.
That's right.
And then what are we going to do?
Walk away.
Walk away, that's right.
Shake hands and walk away. Maybe a high five?
A high five would also be acceptable, but that takes too long.
That's true.
Yeah.
All right, everybody reconnecting to the game. I mean, the reality, too, is that the team was basically as far away as they were the entire time. This was a decision to run up here and try and take this fight. The Hex was done, too, on the Invoker, if I remember correctly.
What happened to his haste rune? I mean, it must have just been, it must have run out.
On Hector?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just didn't, I just thought I had longer left. But we missed a few seconds there.
Yeah.
Everyone kind of running away in a weird spot. That must have been like 3 seconds, maybe?
Something like that.
Because Moves and Pike moved pretty far, didn't they? Weren't they like coming down the stairs into the hot tub?
They were just about there.
Yeah. Oh,
Still a couple of people that need to get disconnected. I mean, so let's just talk real quickly about the sort of grand scope of this game.
Okay.
I felt like there was a chance that Heroic were just going to completely run away with it. Do you think they're in a position with this Aegis now where, like, they need to get this done because it becomes too hard later? Or do you think that, like, they're going to have chances no matter how late it goes in this game?
I think they'll have chances as late as it goes. I think the Muerta becomes more and more difficult to deal with.
Okay.
The more items she has, and the more items her teammates have in terms of, like, saves from the Tusk, and Marcy locking people down with bashers and just making her life easier so she's connecting more with this basher.
So the items that you're getting on Beast Coast start to hurt more than the items you're getting on Heroic.
Yeah, but your Invoker's also only level 18. Like, there's still a lot of growth left in Analog. He has that Scythe already, so I think that, yeah, he's the one that kind of takes over for Heroic, right, as the game goes later.
Yeah.
So I don't think it's, like, over if they don't end on this Aegis. I do think that the game moves more into Beast Coast's direction, generally. Okay. But there's also so many individual plays that can change that, right? Like, it's Enigma is always kind of a high risk, high reward. Like, if he just keeps missing black holes throughout the rest of the game or something, then yeah, you're not going to win.
Right.
Doesn't matter how favored parts of your draft is.
And I guess that there is that other element too, where if you're talking about, you know, it can become harder to deal with late game, then maybe you don't want to force the issue too much with the Aegis. You don't want to force this Aegis too hard, because if you do and you make it a bad play, it's going to be really, really bad. As we did get a quick resume, but they're going to come back in. Sorry. They are fixing a TeamSpeak issue from what I can hear. All right. There's just, you know, some friendly banter. It's fine. I'm not going to try and translate.
No, Hector's taking off the headset, so he definitely was not ready.
Yeah.
So, accidental there. As they're currently just setting up some communication issues. They're getting that all done.
Oh, yeah.
Yep.
Well, we are, again, just waiting for the all clear and all good to go. But we can talk a little bit more about just sort of the experience for these two teams of, like, coming in not necessarily as, like, an underdog on the side of Beast Coast, but coming as the team that's gotten repeatedly beaten down to death.
Yeah.
And now, after, like, getting beaten by this team over and over again in qualifiers and everything else, they're on the verge of potentially being able to make this upset happen in game number 1.
Yeah, it's always interesting when it's regional, right? It's great. So,
yeah,
I mean, it's an upset after the first 10 minutes, 15 minutes even, you could say. They were kind of being beaten down again, I would say.
Oh, okay.
In terms of, it was not looking great, right? Like, Bristle was starting to do the march there. You have this Broodmother who's a terrifying hero as they're taking over the map like they were. So already I think they've kind of gotten that a little bit out of their system. Being able to fight back, got to have some confidence here. Moving forward again, I would say that Beast Coast have already proved to themselves that they can definitely take these fights.
Yeah.
They can take on this team.
Okay.
So once we get going again,
it's going to be
they're
great.
They're going to look to prove that.
Yeah, they're going to look to prove it. Man, I will say that also, like, the idea to come out with the first pick Enigma overall and then just say, come and deal with us, and then they dealt with the Bristleback lane, that's pretty impressive.
Yeah. Yeah, he's despite like getting pretty far ahead in the net worth and everything, I think that could have been a lot worse. Again, more credit to Moose for blocking those camps and just telling the team like, hey, I need to deal with this. I need to slow this down. Frustrating KJ's. He tries to create this giant piggy bank for his bristleback that never comes to be. And just the general like confidence of defending your high ground. But also Heroic on the other side, like they keep pushing this tempo and saying that we understand that we do want to end this on the earlier end, and we know they are pretty powerful right now. So he's just running high ground as Hector. Pretty good stuff so far.
Yeah. Well, I mean, that was the funny thing too, right? Because like Hector's got the scene red facet, so he's literally just seeing like only the thing in front of him, and then he just starts slamming on the tier 3 tower when there's no teammates anywhere around him at all.
It's okay, it's land though, so he just has to look back.
Oh, that's a good point. Yeah, that's something I hadn't
activate
thought about.
the facet. You just kind of look over at your ally there.
I feel like that can't be good though, right?
It's fine. Position 5 player, right? Someone's dead, they can just follow you, right?
Turn their monitor a little bit.
Yeah, like you're dead, so you just follow the bristlebacks. They know what to do.
Okay, I like that. That sounds good. I also, I mean, again, I don't want to harp too much on like praising the Beast Coast players, but I feel like the Marcy was the other one to me that like set up for a couple of those clutch turning point fights.
Oh yeah. I think sometimes Marcy ends up being like a sidekick bot, and and it feels like sidekick is like the main aspect that you're actually benefiting from this hero. But El Micho is going way beyond that.
Oh yeah,
jumping into the important moments, getting these kills on the Broodmother in the middle lane.
I'm seeing some typing, and I think that we're getting close, Trent.
How close?
We're really, really
Want
close.
to make some promises to the people?
No. No, I think that it's one of those moments where you just, like, again, you see at the beginning of every single match, there's always like a check to make sure this is good, check to make this is good, and then invariably when you get into a game, they're still going to pause and be like, we need to make more changes. But they're back at it, and they go on Hector. BKB? Ooh, Hector's still sticking around.
That was the handshake.
That was the handshake and then the walk away. Can they take the fight now, though? Very little committed to get the BKB out of this bristle. And on the hunt, Invoker shows in the mid lane.
The scan hits. They know they're coming here. Divine Llama getting spotted.
There it is. Dust out. Pike finds him. Break. Chase. BKB used again.
They're on Hector at the same time.
Not an easy one to make happen, but the silence is there. Lumpy pops the Manta, tries to back away, needs to jump. He gets out. Schofield not going to commit the hook shot there on to the Void Spirit.
Just that same time where they were fighting the mid, Lumpy was just standing on a staircase directly above Hector. But really just did not want to risk it unless they were super confident they were going to get that kill.
Device for a Basher too.
Oh yeah, going for another Abyssal. Stack him up with the Bristleback.
Well, it's interesting because I feel like the choice there is like Abyssal or Hex, right? And Hex feels like the more immediate, easy to get like kill for the Void Spirit, but he wants to be able to stand toe-to-toe and right-click people to death.
Log.
Pike. Jump in. Silence.
They got him.
Connection. Damage. Dead shot. It's there. Is it going to be enough? Second dead shot. He's gone.
Now Hector's in.
He's in very far. Silence already.
Seconds.
He needs it just a little bit longer. 5 seconds away. And realizing this, they're going to back out. They also had the Demonic Cleanse used, but that's Invoker dead. And another 30 seconds to 50 seconds where this Aegis is not going to be used.
Yeah, there's going to delay more and more.
Or Hector decides to run it. Maybe he feels like he doesn't need another core.
Silver Edge is coming in.
Pike moves in. There it is. Caught. Gleipnir. BKB out. Dude, it is... There's not a ton of deaths. You know, 32 and 41 minutes. It's decent. But there's been a lot of fighting.
And they're smoking. They're still chasing here. Lumpy's got his jumps. He's looking.
Vitali blinks forward. Clockwork the one to be interrupting all of this. And Stun is out. Dead on the clock. Vitali's still hunting.
Oh, Divine Llama getting greedy.
And finds him. Forces out the BKB, but look at the deeps. Pretty
get back there with the Trickster Cloak.
El Micho has the Ancient Guardian there. That is, I mean, he's got damage now.
Yeah, he was thinking about a Daedalus. Still has it queued up.
Everybody wants to be a carry.
I mean, when there's this much gold on the map, why not?
True.
All right, well, 30 seconds left on this Aegis. I think it's not going high ground, this one.
True.
I think we can say that pretty confidently here. So time's delayed once again here for Heroic, as Hector is going to walk directly into two of them.
Vitaly is there.
He's so alone.
Broken, dead.
He's so ready to use this Aegis.
Are they going to go for more Lumpy, trying to find KJ? They can't get in time, but there it is. The hook shot. That breaks it. It gets Hector out of trouble, but Schofield, he's going to pay the price.
Vitaly dying.
Backing away. Divine Llama jump in, find that spider. Instead, they get the bigger target in the analog. Now, Hector does manage to kill the Enigma, but he is all alone. Now, if there is one hero that you want to be all alone, it could be Bristleback.
Yeah, they're just going to ignore him, though.
Run down the lane.
There is no buyback on this Invoker right now.
800 gold away from having it. And as they get ready to start spamming down this lane...
I mean, they know there's no cleanse.
Yeah. Doesn't have anything to help keep him alive here. There's the BKB turnaround, and now Hector has to play... Well, I was going to say really safe, but he kind of runs in. Does not have BKB now. Gonna pop the Bristleback. There is the punch, and now the shards, now the connection. Pulling him in closer and closer. Feared. Down to about a third of his HP. Still feeling strong and in charge. Pike has to back away.
Schofield?
Goes forward. Break done! Schofield looks for the hook shot connection. Takes him down. What a hit! Schofield with the blade mail making good use of it, but does he have enough damage to get him out alive? No. Still, that was so necessary.
Oh, that triple flare was so good.
Hike takes a lot of damage there. Sunstrike! Woo! Just out of their bud! The Shadow Demon! Illusions! You gotta be kidding me, KJ!
To survive the Sunstrike and just die from the disruption?
But from the vision of the Sunstrike. The supports,
insanity.
dude. The supports.
They did it all. 7,605 experience for the Clockwork. Excuse me, sir? That's a lot of experience to get in one team fight.
And now look, like there's gonna be no black hole here, but they don't have Hector. I mean, I don't know what.
7,000 experience?
19 to 24.
He's the same level as Analog.
Yeah, KJ is above him.
KJ's 21. What is happening?
I mean,
he's above Divine Llama.
These supports, dude, there's something else. Blink Dagger, Greaves, and a
What's
Dream.
their cores?
And look at
He was
Schofield.
level 16 before this.
Bow, 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 bow. They got him.
Unbelievable. And the blade mail to the itemization, just perfect for what he's seeing Beast Coast do here. And being godlike with the double kill there on Pike. But KJ just disrupts him, and these illusions, they just don't want to give up.
Right.
It's so casual the way they just walk after him.
Oh, and then the Sunstrike, he dodges that, but then the vision from the Sunstrike means illusions can hit.
Insane.
Oh, jeez.
Actually unbelievable. Now we're all resetting here. And our Roche clock is a little messed up. Oh, wait, we got the other clock. Excellent.
Of course.
My in-game one's messed up.
Sounds like a skill issue for you.
Yeah, that's what it is. Not a reconnecting issue.
As we do have a minute 18 on the Roche respawn. Where are we going to go next? I mean, the Hex is there. I mean, it's a testament to how much room they still have to grow that Invoker is still sitting on a Wraith Band. You know what I mean? Oh, that's a set crit too. Like, he can still get very, very big on this hero, but it's going to come down to them winning some fights. And, well, finding El Misho, that's a great way to start. Abyssal Blade, but the snowball save. Lumpy up on the high ground, trying to beat into Divine Llama. Has to assimilate, back away. El Misho, he's in trouble. Hector tries to chase, they get him away. Pike running in with that Silver Edge. Do they want to go on to anybody? Hector's right there, broken, punching, pierce the veil, black hole, damage out, but disruption, the save coming from KJ keeps Hector alive, but it's not going to be for long enough. Now the turn, Divine Llama trying to get out. They find the Shadow Demon, get that kill, no buyback on the Bristle, and Devi takes the northern route to get himself out of trouble. Is it going to be enough to get him all the way out of their shards? Just a little off the mark. Lumpy looking, hunting. Devi, he gets out.
Nothing they could do.
Oh, man, less than 1,000 gold. And look at that swing.
Just the damage in these clumped up team fights from the Void Spirits, just ridiculous. 3 Resonant Pulses, 3 Aether Remnants, 2 Dissimulates, 5 Astral Steps.
Yeah.
Like, Void Spirit. I mean, this is why we saw people tinkering with our Battle Fury Void Spirits, right?
Right, of course.
This damage you can get to is absolutely ridiculous.
We have just this roller coaster ride of a net worth and win probability chart.
Oh, can I get a parting shot? Or the kick.
The parting shot is really interesting. I think that is super underrated.
I mean, he is a Muerta player, right?
Yeah.
I feel like the Muerta players know how to use it. It's not just the casual Muertas,
Wait,
but
did
he
he pass
passes
it
it
off?
off. He gave it to the Enigma. Which,
Okay.
honestly, fair enough. That one is
Yeah.
also ridiculous. That's the black hole where it now has this non-interrupting pull that pulls you in. It's really difficult to deal with, especially as Shadow Demon, right? Because you kind of have to get a little bit close to go for that disruption save, and maybe you're going to get the save, but there's a very good chance you get pulled in after.
This was, what, 6 minutes ago, 7 minutes ago, that was the win probability. The swing back goes the other way. It's also the percentage of max HP that's dealt as damage as well.
Yeah.
So you've got like sort of this dual amount of deeps that are coming out onto Heroic, and going to be difficult for them to deal with. All of Radiant have their shards already, but the Tormentor gives a little bit of extra gold to all of them.
Interesting that Schofield picks up the Yules, but then is thinking about a Scythe after. I thought maybe he was trying to go for a full-on Wind Waker decision since we're hitting this late game, but just wants the Yules instead. Just trying to deal with this AoE silences, I suppose, because he doesn't have his own Dispel yet.
And this full refresher. Also taking the ninja gear, but keeping that enchanted quiver in inventory for once he pops the smoke.
And still missing some shards here. 3 of them, actually.
El Misho?
Now just 2, as it'll go to the Marcy here. Not bad. Very good for the initiations, because you can jump off the enemies. It's not so great in terms of like the start of the fight in the late game, but in the middle of the fight, there's a lot more opportunities to make something happen by jumping off an enemy.
You remember when she just got that naturally?
Yeah, yeah.
Hero
And
was
her
so
ult
insane.
shard was also terrible to compensate, in fairness.
Right, where she like throws them.
Yeah. I wanted the Helm Marcy to work where you threw your creep, but you know what? That's just bad.
The lifesteal would be pretty big if Pyke was able to get the shard.
Yeah, he's a little too rich for that, though.
Right.
Still have to work on the Void Spirit.
Well, and all of the Tormentors got stolen from him, so making it even tougher. So Blink now done on Invoker, so they have Blink Hex as an option.
I think this has been the biggest struggle for Analog. It's just the actual positioning in the team fights.
Yeah. And we know what this player can do if he gets into good position, if he gets the items that he needs. In the late game, he is a monster.
That's always the good thing and the bad thing about Invoker is that quite literally every team fight you could have played better on Invoker.
Right.
Like there's always something you could have done better. On a lot of heroes, maybe you can make a little tweak here or there, but you pretty much just got to hit your 3 spells and you're good. Invoker is just the infinite possibilities. And having the Blink Dagger is just going to try and give you the best chances there to utilize that to the maximum potential.
Bottom lane gonna push in. And something that we've already seen as an issue has been Beast Coast being able to deal with these wave shutout. But now with a 10k gold lead off the back of this Aegis, question is how do Heroic deal with this pressure? Ward dropped down pretty far back. Pyke still invis here.
I think they're going to struggle to get a good fight with Hector. Like, how do you actually get Hector into a good spot for the fight? I almost feel like he needs a blink, you know?
Yeah.
Like, he has this Abyssal, but if Beast Coast with this gold lead, they just do not want to give you a good chance. So, I mean, Blink Dagger is you solving your own problem, but ideally he's going to try and rely on his teammates. Like, now there's a Blink Dagger on Analog, Schofield being a Clockwork, it's going to be up to them to create the situation where Hector can get these ridiculous plays like Game with the Bristleback.
You know how Clockwork has the hook up facet? He needs like the bring a friend facet.
Okay, that's too far.
You just like grab somebody on the way.
backpack facet you
Yeah.
can hop on,
I like that.
hitch a ride. It's actually pretty good. I like this.
11,000 gold lead. Enigma refresher
Oh,
and
yeah.
Muerta refresher. We also saw just a second ago that it is the Clockwork True Sight talent for the flares. So with all of those extra flares that are getting thrown out, he will be able to find that Muerta more often than not.
Yep, quite good in this one.
But it does feel like we've sort of settled down as the Aegis is about to be reclaimed. Beast Coast, well, regrouping together with only 14 seconds left. This is a pretty bold move right here. The Aegis is about to be down.
They found Vitali?
Going around the side, they find a BKB black hole. Do they know about the refresher? Already Divine Llama trying to heal back up through all of this. They have a second salvo if they want it. The Clockwork dead with Brood also gone, and Invoker just getting whittled down.
Vitali's not ready yet.
They're not quite in position. They got to be careful. Hector, he's turning Bloodstone. Good heals is out. The damage is almost enough. Lumpy barely able to get away from that, but finally will be brought down. Walks forward. Vitali, he gets the kill, but 4 buybacks as they're going to run forward and try and catch him. Can they get the rest of these heroes? It's pretty good to get Pyke. 2 more buybacks come from Beast Coast. And a very, very tense moment in this game.
Yeah, they do not want to have to buy back here on Pyke. Vitali's able to save that next black hole, forces out the buyback, so he has that trump card here. How much can you push this heroic? I think they have to try and force it.
Yeah, you can't just let the Muerta get a free round of not having to use buyback now. Because they need her damage to get the kills, I feel like. The problem is that if you end up putting yourself in a position where she does buyback, you're probably going to die, and then you're dead without buyback, unless they find him right down here to the south. They force staff silence. Abyssal blade damage out. It is a black hole onto this Bristleback, and he's gone. If they don't get Lumpy now, it's all over. Lumpy gets away. Invoker is going to fall. And with that, 4 heroes dead, no buyback. Beast Coast can just run it down the lanes.
Apparently you can cheat death. I don't know how Lumpy got out of that one. Somehow manages to escape so many heroes around him, but just getting to the perfect amount of survivability, and as well as Vitali lurking around nearby, it just goes to rip the black hole there onto Hector, and they have the damage to finish him.
Unreal. I mean, the panel said it, the coach said it, everybody said it. This was a Void Spirit game. Lumpy made his plays, and with that, Beast Coast move up 1-0 in this series as we head back to the panel.
What a thrilling end to this game, number one. It felt like at any point, either team could have been able to take it. Obviously, in high spirits, if you are Beast Coast, being able to close that one out. However, on the side of Heroic, you guys were doing really great out of this laning phase. I thought that this was going to be that snowball that we talked about, this Bristleback hitting a lot of timings. Jenkins, you seem in despair.
Oh, don't throw to me first.
I don't know if you're a Heroic fan or if it's because it took every buyback in the book to be able to close out the game.
Okay, listen. Let me just put this out here, okay? Fear, I know that you will agree with me. These are our South American brothers. You know, NA and SA.
Go on.
NA and SA have been tight for a long time. We all play on the same server. You want to see them do well. Oh my God, this game was chaotic. This is what we expected, just an absolute bloodbath. For some reason, when these teams play each other, they just stop playing Dota like they would play against other teams, and it's just a pub. There was so many supports running in first and getting picked off when they have an Aegis. There was also clutch plays with like the Sunstrike here on Pyke, and then the Disseminate Illusions or whatever, Promulgate Illusions, you know, killing him in the trees, like both ways. And it just kind of makes me wish, like, why can't you guys just do one? Why not just do the clutch plays and then be normal? But it's SA Dota, it's SA versus SA. This is exactly what we expected. It was complete chaos. I think generally Heroic is going to feel a lot worse about this. Like, this is a really tough thing to recover from, and a lot of pressure is going to be on their coach because they had like a 10k gold lead exiting the laning phase. And the only matches that I ever see where it's a 10k gold lead outside of laning phase and it doesn't just end in the next like 15 minutes is Herald matches. It's Herald matches in SA versus SA where it's just complete like pub chaos. But like I said, there's clutch plays. Like the black holes in this game were absolutely amazing. in the late game.
It was refreshing for the viewers as well, all right? We got over a kill a minute here. There was a lot going on. Everyone expending buybacks towards this later half of the game here. Heroic put everything out there, really tried their best. It wasn't enough, unfortunately. But what really ultimately started this comeback for Beast Coast Fear? Like, what was the first little bit that goes, okay, our carry's kind of getting a little bit of farm
Fear,
here?
what was it? Go ahead.
Basically, all right, so in this particular game, it really just came down to when Pyke was going to be ready. If you look at their lineup, it is really tailored around making sure this Morta had lots of farm. They did have, like, the Marcy, which can add a buff onto the Morta, and the Tusk, something we didn't really talk about at the beginning of this game. You just put both those buffs onto your Morta, and she just shreds, and at some point she ended up going 16-3 with 64,000 hero damage. And I did want to touch on just, like, Beast Coast. This is their first win against Heroic. First map win against Heroic this entire year. And that is like got to be very inspirational for them going into this next one. And this really shows like this regional like superiority we talked about. It's purely just in regional. Like we saw it last year as well, where it was like C9 and Shopify just gatekeeping Nouns, and the Nouns just did better at them at TI. This could be a similar situation where Beast Coast doesn't get a lot of time like on LAN, and they just look really good here, finally beating Heroic as well. So hats off to them for that one. It wasn't the cleanest game ever, as we did see. We also talked about, or I think it was Winter?
Yeah, it was
Was this
Winter.
the first Abyssal Blade? There are 2 Abyssal Blades in the same game. So that is definitely very interesting. Heroes like Bristleback do like buying them. Usually
3
do not.
actually. Devi also had one on the Brood.
3,
Mother at the
all right.
end, yeah.
And then Marcy, you usually don't see it because typically you don't see Marcy with this much farm. So really good job by El Micho to get that net worth.
Do you want to talk about the Abyssal Blade a little bit, Winter, then?
I mean, it's
why
just
you're
an
surprised.
item that you don't see much because all the carries, their range, you know, why are you buying Abyssal Blades? The only reason you would want to try to buy Abyssal Blades or maybe attempt to buy a Basher on supports because you want to cancel Black Hole. I think that's part of the reason why they got their Abyssal Blades. And this game, you know, very exciting game, but when you go look at the fundamental aspect of the game, you see a lot of like flaws, you know, like how Heroic, they had a big lead, they kind of didn't really utilize the lead a lot. They were not grouping up together as well as they could around the pipe, around the Bristleback. Like you see him, like he has A gaze, he's alone, he doesn't care, you know, like what his teammates are doing. He's just like hitting the tower on his own. Like, that's just not something that you should see happening. Even though he couldn't die, but you shouldn't do that, you know. Like it's a fundamental thing. Everyone should be there. Supports are like, I think Jenkins already mentioned, supports are dying across the map. It's just not really structured, you know, around someone. And eventually their lineup just expired, you know. They can't really go late game into the Muerta, and you have the Black Hole, sure, you have the Clockwork to stop that, but you can't really rely on the Clockwork every single time, you know. As soon as the Clockwork dies, nobody's there to stop the Black Hole, then you're relying on the Abyssal Blades to cancel the Black Hole. Then you're gonna have to think about, oh, maybe we need an Aether Lens on top of the Abyssal Blade to get the Abyssal Blade off on the,
that's
on the
scuffed.
Black Hole.
That's scuffed. I mean, you could even see in the late game, in the final fight, actually, Schofield and Devi tried to full to 0 the Enigma before he could get anything off. They tried with the Abyssal Blade that we talked about, and then Devi clearly was hoping for a bash with his Broodmother. Didn't have the attack speed, got unlucky, whatever. I'd like to hear his take on it, because you could see that that's what they were going for. But he was able to turn around and get off the double black hole, which sealed the deal for the game. And I think anytime you have these chaotic fights going on where, like, you know, Hector is like pushing too far forward and his team isn't really backing him up, then it will always favor the team with Enigma, because a black hole with a Midnight Pulse with one extra hero hitting, it doesn't matter who you are, Bristleback, whatever, you're gonna die.
I mean, it's not just the Enigma. I think in this matchup specifically, what I felt like is whoever has the better late game is just going to eventually win, because it's such a scrappy matchup. Like a lot of mistakes are going to happen. So whoever is going to have more security in the late game is just going to feel better overall throughout the game.
Because it's going to go there.
Yeah. So going into the next game, I feel like we're going to see probably a lot of very greedy heroes, late game heroes. Teams are going to try to structure their draft around the late game.
Oh wow, we might see them double down, go for an even longer game. While we're, you know, on the topic of this Brood though, and the item builds that are going on, let's talk specifically about the Vilamas Brood here. Jenkins, when it came out in the draft, you weren't really confident on Devi's Brood, like if it was going to be the performance that he needed, everything around this lineup. And I mean, outside the Abyssal, let's talk about what he built and how useful it was, and if that is something that most Brood mothers are winning with.
Sure. I mean, Divai Lama, in general, I'm confident in him as a player. He's improved a lot. He's gotten really high MMR. However, for a long time in his competitive history, he has been a very specialty player. Like, I genuinely think that he is one of the top 3 timber saws on the planet. This is what gave him his like claim to fame originally. And Broodmother just isn't in like his top 15 heroes. So anytime I see a player who was fairly recently a specialty player and they're playing something new, he probably, and this is what makes him like competitive right now and a tier 1 player, he has like 5 to 10 heroes he's extremely good at. But when you're getting to that 15 mark, that's when you're starting to really dig deep. And Ari is another player who we saw slowly increase his hero pool. At some point he was just a Marcy spammer. At another point he was like Marcy and Willow, and then he slowly improved it to the point where he joined OG and went from being a tier 2 player, losing in Div 2, to winning Div 2, to winning Div 1. And Divai, same sort of story. He started in Div 2, slowly worked his way up as he increased his hero pool, and just like I said, Broodmother is just not in that. I did like his rotation to the bot lane, where he just moved there and put pressure. I thought that was good. He had like 3 heroes sitting in front of him. They couldn't do anything. However, going into the late game, I didn't feel that much of an impact from the Broodmother.
It was never supposed to go to the late game, for the Brood and Bristleback. They probably should have ended when he has like pipe. They go up the high ground. Bristleback was so fat, and the game should have just finished, or at least they would have had a decisive lead there.
Yeah.
But it ended to it went to the late game, and that is like a really big problem, for their lineup.
Yeah, I would definitely say as well that Broodmother is the hero. You have to have a team that knows how to play around this hero more so than a player. You need both, right? Like if you look at how Brood plays, you just have a bunch of webs on the map and you can't really leave them, right? You have to play around that area, which means your team has to play around that area. And I feel like, yeah, the laning wasn't super strong. I feel like that Brood was supposed to counter the Morta. It was a counter pick. It ended up not doing that at all. I feel like Divai had a pretty rough laning stage, but I also feel like the supports didn't rotate enough to his lane to really shut them down. They did come back in this game. I was very impressed by Beast Coast. They actually won lanes that I feel like they weren't going to win. The Enigma got a lot of farm in it. The Morta shut down the Brood in the laning stage as well. Of course, that like early mid game, they faltered a little bit and Heroic came back. And of course, into the ultra late game, they just had the better heroes into this one. So I feel like for Heroic, I agree. Brood is a very specialty type hero. Everyone has to know how this hero
especially
functions.
on this patch.
Yes.
It's not like it was on the last patch, where it's just Imba.
And there's his hero pool of heroes we normally see. I mean, when I think this patch as well, I definitely think Divai Lama playing Centaur. Unfortunately, not the best win rate with it. I'm glad that Slark, he got out of his system. Hope we don't see it again type of situation. Visage, like he can play. Doom looks good. Marcy, we also saw a really bad Marcy game. I feel like Divai Lama is really trying to figure out himself. He's doing a lot of soul searching, figuring out what heroes he wants to play. A lot of games here, not a lot of wins.
Is he just not a Mars player or anything like that? Because that's another hero that offlaners are really enjoying, and I feel like most offlaners, I'm not going to say all, because I do know that there's some offlaners in this tournament
I
that
feel
don't
like
play
the
it.
way he plays the game and the way he approaches the game is not like a traditional offlaner. Mars is like, you always talk about Mars with, this is like the general stable offlaner. He's going to give you some initiation. He's decent in the lane. He does some damage, but not a lot. But he doesn't really... he's not the hero that wins you the game eventually. He can make moves, but he's not the hero that wins you the game. And whereas when I look at how Divai Lama plays, he's always trying to do something that would win the game. So he's a very polarizing offlane player.
So just to give some stats on Divai, he is a Mars player. It's his second most played hero in competitive. Timber is his most played hero in competitive.
Which, by the way, both of these went uncontested in Game 1 draft. Neither pick nor bear.
I'm very surprised by the Timber.
Just not even looked at.
That really shocks me that he's not playing that. He might go back to Comfort. But he has 100 matches on Timber with a 65% win rate.
That's phenomenal. And you're talking just competitive.
Yes, 48 matches on Mars with a 47% win rate. So he's got double the amount of games on his most played hero and a 65% win rate. Like, this guy is insanely good at Timber. And plays Mars. It's his second most played hero, so we definitely can say that he plays Mars. The question is, like, was this on a prior patch where the hero's different? What is his, like, vibe read on Mars right now? How does it slot into the team?
So you think it's more about he feels like the game is different now, so he's not playing the hero, not because he can't play the hero, but he's seeing himself in a different role in the team now.
I think he saw Gaiman play Brood versus Morta and actually destroy a Morta, and he wanted to play that Brood versus Morta and destroy a Morta.
But that's Ace. Ace will play Brood if Brood is bad. And Brood is bad. I'm just going to say, Brood is not a good hero. This is only a specialty hero right now, in my opinion.
Look, it's something that they tried. They'd seen it work for another team. Unfortunately, it did not work out here for Heroic at all. They are one game away from elimination. We've already talked about that we would like to see Devi back on that comfort for himself a little bit more, especially after the fact that they weren't contested in game number 1. But what else really needs to happen for Heroic here? I think maybe looking towards their support duo as well. The Shadow Demon has been deemed as Imba by a lot of teams, always in that first phase span. But as well as that, they had a clock that should have been or could have been doing a lot more initiation for them. So the support combo here was good. It felt like this duo should have been able to do more for the cause and help a little bit more in that earlier game and close it out.
Yeah, I don't feel like they should change anything in that regard. I think it was okay. It was more about like how they might move around the map, like how they were playing around the Brood. Like we already brought up, like the Brood doesn't, he didn't really feel like, I think the way I would explain is like he didn't really drag your team with you. Because Brood, I think, is a hero where you're playing the offlane, sometimes you need to be more directive in terms of how the game is going, the direction of the game. Oh, do we get Roche? Do we move to this area? And I didn't really feel that in the game. So I don't think it's like, oh, you need to pick a different support. It's more about like maybe Davai needs to be on a more comfortable hero so he's able to do that. Because if you're unsure about the strengths and the limits of your hero, then maybe you're not as willing to make a call in a game, you know, compared to your more comfortable heroes.
Yeah, I mean, I did a little bit of digging as well on the Brood Mother this tournament, and this has been the 4th Brood pick of the tournament, and the other 3 Brood picks have all been Gaming Gladiators. So this is the only team other than GG that has picked this hero. Showing, you mentioned the hero's not good right now.
Yeah, it's not. I do want to correct, actually. Devi Brood is actually his 4th most picked in competitive. I was looking at his pub profile in terms of not playing that much Brood. I do remember in NADPC there was a while where he was spamming it a lot, but different patch. I feel like only the people who have played Brood for like 10 years, you know, like Ace is like known for these summons type heroes, can make it work in like really niche drafts. You just don't see the hero even in pubs since the Bloodthorn nerf.
He even feels very different compared to the other Zoo heroes though. You would generally consider Brood like a summons hero, but she also doesn't really feel like she does the same thing as like a Visage or Enigma in the game.
Yeah, it's like weird to build the like Greaves in the pipe on Brood.
Well, it's because compared to those other summon heroes, Brood can actually scale into a right-click carry, right?
Yeah,
that's like the big difference.
There's like you play around like the universal aspect of her, and that's just not really that popular from the offlane right now.
Yeah. I mean, I saw it and I was just like, Anyway, either way, moving on from Brood Mother, we have a draft underway.
Yes, game number 2 here. Like I was saying just before, Heroic 1 game away from elimination. We were wondering what those change-ups could be for themselves. And let me tell you, none of those changes are going to come in this first phase of bans or first phase of picks. It is exactly the same right now, all the way down to even the order of the bans. Both these teams very happy with how they opened the draft, and we'll look towards this middle phase to change a little bit more and hopefully have a draft that can either close out earlier or, like you said, Winter, both of them going for that later game.
Yeah, that's probably what I think has a higher chance of happening, because when you are in a very stressful situation, a lot of the teams, they're going to go for more security, and which is in this type of matchup, we go for more late game.
Do you guys enjoy like teams just running it back and giving us a copy-paste draft, or you dislike it?
I think when it's an opener, I think it's fine.
I mean, I enjoy it because it makes a statement, right?
Yeah.
Like, we know exactly where everything went wrong, and they'll make a small adjustment. In Heroic banning the Morta, they decided this is where the draft went wrong. And on the other side of Beast Coast, if they ban Gyro, they'll be like, well, nothing went wrong for us. We're just going to do the exact same thing, and we have a replacement.
I think leaving the Lunar in the pool for her, like Heroic that's the swap up they did, right? They banned the Muerta and the
Yeah.
Viper here. Luna now is the one in the pool. Is okay, do Beast Coast ban it out? That's the question they have to look towards. Or do they ban and pick it up?
I'm surprised that they let the Bristle through again, just because Heroic banned Muerta, which looked very good against the Bristle in that game. Of course, that's a Pike classic, or Pike specialty. And then they banned the Viper, which is probably the best Bristle counter in the game right now, because you have the targeted break and the Viper ult. And it was going very well for Heroic last game. Like, that was definitely more of a, they threw a couple of fights, and then Beast Coast like absolutely clutched the late game. Like, I don't see why they don't just...
What did you want them to ban instead of, or not ban rather, on the side of Beast Coast? The Sand King or the
Sand King,
Gyro?
probably?
Probably Sand King.
It's a tough call to make because like Sand King's one of those heroes that has lots of AoE damage. Even if you black hole him, like he's still like in Sandstorm, right?
Yeah.
So it can do a lot of damage, or maybe he even has Epi off at that point. They find that very annoying, and I feel like as an Enigma player myself, Gyro versus Enigma is just, it's an unplayable lane. There's no counterplays to this. The best I could think of is you bring one Eidolon with you to farm, and he pops Flat Clan, and then you bring the other two after that. But if he's smart, he would just like not use Flat Clan. And
when you have to
Eidolon,
when you have to micro the Eidolons like that, you know you've lost.
Yeah.
At least the lane.
It's like an unplayable thing. So maybe the BB could have been banned instead of Sand King, but either way, this is why we don't see a ton of first pick Enigmas. Maybe they need to consider more of like the late game aspect of the Enigma, because the early game doesn't seem to be an issue here, but the black holes were. So perhaps maybe not go all in on like trying to deal with them in the mid game and just give them these free black hole combos into the late game, because we saw in the last game these two teams are scrappy. It's not going to be a perfect game of Dota, and if you're not playing that flawless crisp Dota, hitting your timings, going high ground into the game on certain timings, then you got to play for the late game. And I do like this adjustment, Rubik. This is a hero that makes you think twice about how you use your black hole.
Yeah,
I mean, sometimes it actually doesn't really have a lot to do with the black hole. In some games, if you have a lineup where you're snowballing with your auras, then the black hole doesn't really come into play, as much.
I do think it is hard to do that type of snowballing that you're talking about, though, against a Bristle, because he can just like plant himself in front of a tower, and you can't really kill him or threaten the tower with Eidolons.
You need someone that can actually just kill him, yeah. There's no Viper, so I guess the second best hero probably Timber, if you want to do that type of playstyle, because you need to be able to kill him in the game.
Yeah.
In the early stages. There's not many heroes that can do that.
So when you look at Bristleback, I did like the Morta. It was pretty good.
Well, this is where they picked it up last game. Beast Coast picked up Muerta as their third pick right there. It's now not in the pool. Do you still pick up your carry here in hopes of getting a good matchup for that Bristleback?
No, I was gonna. Yeah, that's where I was going. I was
Okay.
like, I think you want to pick a hero that can buy a Silver Edge, a ranged hero. Like, I would think Lena's quite good, to be honest with you. Another hero that just can do a lot of damage with Silver Edge and burst the Bristle into the late game with some lockdown. You're also playing with this Marcy combination again, potentially a Tusk coming up as we saw in the last game. You want to definitely have a ranged carry that buys Silver Edge that you can buff up to do all that damage.
Okay. We are picking back to back, so they'll show the Lunar is what they want. That was what was let through, previously banned in game number 1, let through, and then now most likely to pick up their other support here.
And Silver Edge can work on that hero too. I don't even know if you need to get Silver Edge.
If
Might
you
be
were
good,
to
though.
buy Silver Edge, what would be the sequence of your items?
Well, so you would always hit Mask of Madness first into Manta, then BKB. I mean, then Conda, then Silver Edge probably. I think you would you have to go either Silver Edge or Satanic, so maybe it's not even worth it at that point. Because like, when you play versus BB, Satanic might not be good because the Bloodstone will just also heal him, and then you have the stacks, whereas Silver Edge, you just hope to burst him within just one BKB, right? And a Silver Edge. We'll have to see. I don't know if it really matters too much, but this hero is a 50-50 on the Silver Edge, but it is a Luna. And Luna is just a strong hero right now, so maybe just in general they can play for the tempo, and this hero plays a lot faster than Morta does. Like if Luna gets off to a good start, you can start grouping around this hero with the Enigma and start pushing buildings.
They could go for a Tusk again. I could see that. I mean, they have 2 4 players essentially. Oh, they go for the Mars. Okay.
So that tells me they are considering the Enigma as a support.
It has to be,
Yeah.
right? Or could it go mid? I mean, we did see some Mars mid.
Yeah, that's
It hasn't
was
been
Team Zero.
Yeah. It's doable, so we don't know for sure. But I did mention before that Moose is the type of player that could play this as a position 5.
The Enigma, you mean, not the Mars?
Yes, the
Just for
Enigma.
clarity for anyone out there.
Yeah, and the Mars could be an offlaner or a mid. We don't know.
I like the Mars. I mean, it's a Bristle counter, a hard counter. You spear and Bristle turns
To face you.
to face you. So that's very strong. And we talked about Luna, whether she should get a silver edge or whatnot. She can just pop ult on the Bristle when he's Mars arena'd, and Bristle will die. And with the Mars facet, it's also a counter to the SD because you can't imprison into the Mars arena because you can't see into the Mars arena.
Yeah.
So, and then on the flip side, Heroic picks Earth Spirit, which Analog looked amazing on
True.
in the previous series. So I really like him playing this hero. He looks really good on it. Blade Mail is very good in this game against the uncontrollable damage from the Luna, the Enigma. Even a Marcy doesn't like to play into a Blade Mail. Mars doesn't really care that much. It's a solid Earth Spirit pick. The only risk here is getting hard counterpicked on mid, and which is why they banned the Huskar.
And Devi is going to be in a situation yet again where he has to... Well, he sees his matchup, right? And he gets a late pick. A lot of heroes are going to be banned.
10 seconds remaining.
He's laning versus a Luna. Not an easy pick, I think.
Underlord?
I was thinking Underlord, one of his most played heroes. Then they do have 3 melee strength cores, which is a little sus against a black hole and a Mars arena. It's like a lot of circles to
That's
walk
the
into.
nature of their lineup, you know. I feel like it's hard for him to avoid running into this problem. And you have a Bristleback carry. I mean, you definitely need like something to block out some of the Luna damage, you know.
I could see Doom. You just Doom the Luna. That's something that we saw. Actually, it was SD plus Doom that looked really good because a lot of the things that you would normally use to save people from the Doom would get purged by the SD ult.
Yeah.
So it looked very good to combo these 2 heroes together.
Did you start that one last ban Heroic for themselves? I was gonna ask, do they keep banning in the mid lane, but it's gonna be answered there. Husker, Monkey King will be there. 2 final bans for themselves as they prepare for their last pick. You already called out that you wouldn't mind the Underlord for Devi.
Oh man, Rick, there's only 10
anything
seconds
else
left to
that
pick a hero.
Doom?
jumps to mind?
You
Doom.
mentioned.
Doom
Alright,
is an option.
Underlord, Doom.
5 seconds left now.
You guys don't really want another comfort for him. I know that we keep talking about it. That Timber, you're like, it's not gonna work.
Yeah, Doom is pretty low down on his list, but it's very high tier in the meta right now, so that raises it up in stock. And it's also very good with the SD and against the Luna.
Beastmaster could give you a roar for another option to stop the Enigma.
Dire team pick. What's it with?
Storm
Choose your hero. Crutchy's we're in some real trouble. I know, Morty. Just follow my lead.
Stakes. Execution was a bit hard because we lacked some catch and stuns, and so I just focused on like making the execution easier for second game, and that's everything I can say. I think we're better. I think we got this.
All right, and is that what a lot of your kind of in between the game talk was like? You know, is that the conversation you had? Just we're better. You know, let's pull it together.
Yeah, we just talked it over with the team, and just like we thought we had a really good early game. We did a lot of things right, and then like we started getting a bit lost, especially because it was hard to make plays, you know, and catch. We should like just went for high ground together with the ages, but we fucked up. So yeah.
Happens, but let's hope you have a better game number 2 here as we get into that game with our casters who are Lyrical and Trent.
Thank you so much, Nomad. Every now and then you F up. It happens to the best of us. And Heroic here going to take 2 of the bounty runes along with Beast Coast getting 2 of their own. Like I said, it's just the coaches being very honest. It's what you like to hear.
It's true. And this is not a replay. I know you see a lot of the same heroes here, folks. We are in the next match. And you will return with a few heroes, but a few different players on some of them.
Look at that. They killed the range creep, Trent.
They're so crafty.
It's so good.
It's players.
It's like the strongest thing you can do early.
Why is that, Lyrical?
I don't know.
No, that's where you're supposed to explain it to the new viewers.
That's your job.
Oh, okay.
And I just yell at things.
Remember that patch where the range creep was like half the XP in the wave? That was crazy.
Yeah.
It's not that much anymore, but it's a little bit more, so it's nice. Get some extra gold, extra XP. Oh.
Well, once again, we find ourselves in a game where Lumpy is unanswered. Lumpy has a spirit hero. Lumpy can win the game for his team. I'm feeling like it's deja vu.
I gotta say, he definitely rose to the occasion in game 1.
Oh, yeah.
That was very impressive. Some of those, like, insane aggressive plays and escapes really made so much space for his teammates, and he made it extremely hard for Analog to play his game on the Invoker. He really struggled, and that is a pretty iconic Analog hero to me, that Invoker. But he's on the other iconic hero, one that they actually banned in game 1, this Earth Spirit. So, Analog, you know, this is the lower bracket here, folks. They are down 1 game. You must win this match to continue on the road to TI.
See if they can make that happen. And of course, the hero that everybody's been talking about a lot at this tournament is going to be the Luna. Pyke opting to play it this time around, got banned out in the last phase, ended up playing Muerta in the last game, but coming up with this as the answer for what they want to run at them. And, you know, I think the other thing to keep in mind is just in general, when you think about Hector games, this player is always such a vocal point. Vocal point as the throat singing happens. And I feel like playing Enigma against him just feels good, because if you BKB Black Hole, jump in there, there's not much you can do to answer it, but this game, Schofield has an answer.
Yeah, he does indeed. They have picked up the Rubik, and that is why you're seeing this Enigma shifted down here to a lowly position 5. Not going to get the same farm priority, not going to get the same big items, but there were just a few too many things that were going to give him a bad time. It's going to be tough to do a lot with the Black Hole this game. There's no doubt about that, because not only is he just constantly worrying about Schofield, but he's just not going to have the protections from more basic spells in this one, because he's going to be a lot slower to farm up those items to help protect it. So going to be more about the Eidolons, more about the Malefice control. That's kind of the game he's forced to play.
Right, and it could be interesting to see maybe a little bit of just heading off to the jungle and farming a little bit for Moose. Obviously, it's not always great if your supports aren't moving around helping out your other lanes to do well, but if he could transition that into like some good items or something, it'd be really awesome. Blood Grenade, but not enough damage there to take him down.
I mean, already going better than I anticipated, though. I have to say, I was definitely on the same side as Fear, just thinking that like these lane setups didn't look great. I would have preferred the swaps with the Marcy and the Luna maybe laning together, as we've seen that be pretty successful for a variety of reasons. But the split up seems to be working fine. Elmisho trading with KJ here. Shadow Demon can always disrupt you and just walk away, so he should survive. But putting in quite a bit of damage onto him.
Blood grenade. Spose. More hits. Spear. Oh!
Like I said, we'll obviously survive and easily walk away with no threat of danger here.
Knew the numbers.
Well done there by KJ.
And Devi trying to live. And looks like he's going to be able to. 3, 2, 1 though. Wait a minute. Oh no, not like this. Getting fogged out. Jumps to the side. Oh, another
crazy.
one of those just right living on the edge. Pike's gonna salve up and then come back into the lane.
He missed 2 last hits because of that. That was well done by Divide Lava. He's slowing down this Luna.
Whoa! Oh, dodges the blood grenade but ends up dying. Now the Eidolons trying to go toe-to-toe, but they kill off the Eidolons and Pike gonna be held back. So now the lane's starting to come into a little bit of a more different picture.
All right, little bit of a giveaway there from Moose.
Comes back in. They're kind of splitting their damage here between Devi and Schofield. Malefist already used. And Moose can't make any extra action happen against Devi.
Things pretty even overall in terms of the last hits, but because of the kills, the net worth has a more significant gap in it right now, and things should only get a little bit worse here, like the more levels on the Rubik. Help them clear through these Eidolons. I mean, you're up against an offlaner who has this AoE damage in the Pango, and it's physical too, versus these Eidolons. So, you know, they got 40% magic resistance. Not so great against the slashes.
Yeah, true. That is the tougher part there. And then, in the meantime, down bottom here, Elmisho actually thinking about pulling back Hector, looking for an angle for the spear. He's stepping over to the side. Body block connects, but the movement over from Lumpy will be enough to bring down this Bristle. Yes, indeed.
Yeah, Hector either trying to dodge the spear, like you said, or just thinking that there's nothing they can really do to him as long as he positions like that. But with the help of Lumpy coming through,
yeah,
that's a big kill to get for your mid laner. He's going to make it to the bottom rune around the 6-minute timing. We'll see if he gets lucky on the coin flip here, and if it spawns, would be huge for him. But Analog doesn't want to let that happen. Has the roll, and he's going. Oh, but he zips through and takes the shield rune.
That was well played. Damn. Analog now is going to make that move down bottom. Will be scouted here. And so runs into Elmisho. The kick back, the roll forward, not going to connect. So Heroic losing their carry and then not able to make a secondary move to find any type of picks here. And Elmisho's kind of just stalking him.
Yeah, what's he doing here?
I don't know.
I thought he was about to get disrupted into another roll and just die or something, but KJ went off to the east. He's trying to set up for the Wisdom Rune right now.
Oh, this is nice. Yeah, this is really good. At the same time, though, you got Shadow Demon running in down bottom, so they might, on Heroic, be able to take both Wisdom Runes.
Yeah, I think he's just... I think they're going to be...
Well, they're bringing
be there in time.
multiples.
Oh, wait, the disruption, though.
Oh, he's gonna get it in time! Oh, that's got to be so frustrating. He'll lose his life, but you're happy to lose it for that one. So KJ goes down. But both Wisdoms go in their direction.
Well played there from Heroic. Schofield in the mid lane here. Getting a little bit of XP, but it's not enough threat for Lumpy with that shield rune. They just don't really have an opportunity to go for the kill. See if they can find somewhere else to maybe make use of this Magnetize.
Is thinking about rushing an Orchid on the Storm. I mean, it's not often that we see that because there aren't a ton of super easy
we're all coming to fight bottom.
But this is a good one if they can bring him down right here. Spear goes out, doesn't latch.
Magnetize.
And Elmisho, oh my god, he's living. Hector on nothing. 30 HP, he survives. Lumpy left.
Safety bubble coming in clutch there. The extra HP doing it all. And yeah, Lumpy.
Oh, wait a minute though. The wrap, is he gonna move? Moose is over there. Zipping away. Lumpy trying to get in range and will go invis. Stay in invis. He does have damage reduction while he's in an invis rune, but comes out of it now. Lumpy tries to zip away. The mass movement comes in and moves. Not level 6 yet means that the storm is going to go down. And it looks like they'll also take this Enigma.
And they actually found an Observer Ward, too, with that Sentry for the Invis rune. So if KJ walks by, he's going to get that, too. That's a sweet bonus for the support.
Jeez.
Cool 134 gold.
2K gold lead Heroic after a disappointing game number 1. Come out swinging here in game 2. Getting kills, taking the Wisdom runes. And they're going to start to move online before Beast Coast have a reaction.
And this is something that you don't often see with the offlane Pango, where they actually get a good start, because they have this sort of weaker support in the Enigma, and he's being forced to rotate around, which Enigma's also not great at, because all these strength comes from the Eidolons, which don't maneuver too well.
Right.
So this Pango is quite firm for an offlane Pango.
Well, and I'll also say that as of yet, we have not seen the sort of rotations around from Luna to try and get active. Is saving a point right now at level 7 in case there's a need for the Eclipse, but down here bottom, Vitali, he's going to be found, going to get chased, the spear stolen. Oh, and that's going to be a rough one to give up.
Yeah, I think Schofield's steals are going to be really important in this game, because before they have the Aghanims on the Bristleback, their damage isn't that incredible, you know? Lots of control, sure, but the actual final bits of the kill, especially for someone like a Storm, is still going to be pretty hard to get if Lumpy's ever at full HP. Oh, yeah. So this additional stun of the spear, damage of the spear, these kind of steals are the ways you're going to get these kills on Lumpy. That's what he's rotating in here for on Schofield.
10-minute mark, jumps in, wants to get it. It's a haste run.
They deny it from him, though.
That's big.
Lumpy had no choice. He had to just leave.
Yeah, too dangerous with the immediate lift and then knowing, again, the spear. I think if they don't have spear right there, he probably is willing to tank 1 or 2 hits to get it. Wow. Beast Coast now. Moose is just going to try and farm for what he's worth. See if he can manage to get to some helpful abilities. Obviously, the big danger is giving up Black Hole in these fights, too.
Yes. This is a not even use it kind of day. He's got to wait till he sees the spell steal go down.
Yeah. And in spite of the kill score being into the favor of Heroic, it's still relatively even on net worth. I guess a large factor behind that is just sort of the, everybody's kind of getting farm, and while Hector is ahead, it's not by a huge margin.
Catapult wave beating into this tower. And it looks like Beast Coast are just going to have to give this one up. This is a team that has a Mars Arena ready. They have a Storm Spirit with a Marcy, but they don't feel like they can fight into this Tier 1. Now, they are getting something back. They're stealing these stacks inside the Radiant Jungle. So,
okay.
Kind of stealing a bit of this potential net worth that could be transferred over to these Heroic heroes, but Heroic going to be happy with this because it does open up some possibilities for actually invading and finding Pyke. Maybe trying to get some vision down. Spear still available here. Chucks one out of Lumpy.
But very much a sit back and get your items. And again, Hector gets his 11 minutes Aghanim Scepter.
Right, just casually. Man, to think I was worried about damage. That is actually so ridiculous.
Very early. 3 seconds faster than the previous record, which I think was him. So, Lumpy forced to zip away. For as free of a Storm Spirit game as this is, it doesn't feel like it right now.
No, it does not.
Meanwhile, though, jumps in. They get the roll-off to Vailama. And now you just have to run away. That's Arena used for this, and they can't get it.
They're jumping KJ here, but he just throws out the Demonic Purge, and now he gets stunned. Analog.
Back towards mid, Lumpy in trouble, and Lumpy going to die.
So this is the one thing about Shadow Demon versus Storm Spirit, is that if you Demonic Purge him, his damage just falls off, right? Because he doesn't get the overload anymore. So once he gets ulted by the Shadow Demon, he can't finish the kill. Forced to retreat, gets stunned, dies.
Yeah, very tough stuff now. And again, the thing that I'm noticing is that a lot of the strength of Luna, when I think about this hero, is these early rotations to kill off the enemy carry, that's not something you're really going to be able to do against a Bristleback easily. You might often end up dying instead of the Bristle. So you're kind of forced to play this like in the old style of Luna almost, it feels like. Where you're not getting as active, you're more focused on the farming, and Bristle's just doing it quicker right now.
Oh, nice coverage there this time. Yeah, the bulwark now available here for Vitaly, so he can try and cover his spells. Means he's not really going to be much of a target anymore for Schofield on these steals.
That's good, if they can get it. Making sure he's not giving up that really important spear. And both BKB and Bloodstone queued up for Hector. I mean, again, you listen to what Calf said in that interview, and he was like, at some point, we just needed to group up and play behind Hector. You can see the pathway to them doing that in this game. Elmisho, he's going to take away the Wisdom Rune. As we'll also farm up Ancients, because why not? So, less camp stacked from Heroic this game, but they're still in the lead. As more drawing on the map coming from...
He's an artist, KJ, you know?
Analog with an amplified damage rune. It's going to be playing over in this area. Lumpy realizing the danger. It's going to TP out of there.
So not only did Elmisho farm their Ancients, but gets their Wisdom Rune.
Yep.
Means that theirs is also still available. So that's definitely a little bit of recovery, I would say.
Oh, yeah.
But they do have Pyke under this ward right now, so yeah, they're buying a smoke. Unfortunately, they don't have one here, so this movement might be a little bit too slow. It is also turning into nighttime. As we know, advantage Team Luna.
Dude, they're all under that ward. I mean, they're getting there. They take it away now. This is still potentially an Orchid reveal from the Storm.
Oh, they smoke under it. And now the sentry comes down.
They know. They know, they know. Are they going to keep this movement going? I mean, they have to know that the smoke broke on it. Now the scan comes out. They're making this move with only 2. They're all up on the high ground, and they're not going to go.
They're doing this without Lumpy.
That was a wise decision of Beast Coast to back out.
Yeah, I mean,
that could have been devastating.
Yeah, he's up top with the Orchid, finding a couple of bounty runes.
All right, moving in. Pushing out the wave, and Heroic ready to make a move themselves. As Eidolon's going to hold this mid-wave back. I mean, you can see, like, Beast Coast are, you know, using Unleash to farm up here. They're very much in dodge away from the fight moves unless it's, like, a really great pick-off opportunity.
Yeah, I think they're playing this very well right now. Because fighting into them looks abysmal on the side of Heroic. Like this Bristleback and this Pipe, but Heroic just going to do the same playbook as last time and head into that Roche with the 2 points in the goo alongside this Aghanim's. He does it very quickly. This is almost the exact timings he hit last game. Getting the Bloodstone as he picks up the Aegis.
We said that they're just going to try and run it back. Now the question is, have they sort of built a lineup that will be able to follow behind Hector, go high ground, think about ending the game, or do Beast Coast have what it takes to be able to deal with them?
Yeah, it's interesting
to do it.
that Calf said that they tried to simplify, right, this time with the draft, but it is still, maybe it's not as execution heavy in terms of some of the heroes, you could say, but like the idea itself is still on a timer, and it is still very punishable by one bad fight.
Yeah.
You know? And Beast Coast, I think more so than last game, doing an even better job of the map macro play. Like they are way deeper cutting these waves. They kind of like, even though Heroic are on the same page of like, oh, we're getting our Bristle, we're getting our Aegis and stuff, Beast Coast also recognizing that they have more space and time to farm because of how clumped they're playing.
Oh my god, they can't see him. That's crazy. I think also, I mean, some of this also could be confidence because they've seen that it can work before, because it worked last game. You know, just dodge away, push out all these lanes. You got an opportunity to play against almost this exact same draft. Now just try and beat it in the same way that you did before, and we're going to see if Heroic was basically right that the problem was the Muerta and how strong that was, or if the problem was Beast Coast. And if they come at Beast Coast and don't have a different answer, that could be a problem.
Oh, Misho picks up the Blink Dagger here on the Marcy. Just phase Blink. No BKB in these engagements. I mean, he played extremely well in the last game and had that assassination style.
Yeah. Beast Coast pressuring tier 2 tower up on the top lane. While simultaneously, look on the other side, Heroic trying to pressure their own. They don't push as fast as a Luna. And now could potentially even pressure for more if they want. I mean, it's Heroic that are the ones with the Aegis, but it's Beast Coast that are forcing out the Glyph. This is taking too long for them to take that tower.
Yeah, and they grab the outpost as well here. It's a TP back from Analog. Now, they do have a lot of catch, of course. Oh, wait, actually, Analog does not finish his TP? He accidentally canceled it. Or he intentionally canceled it because he just wanted to farm because he didn't want to be all back with everyone. Maybe that's what it was.
That's fair. Yeah, I mean, once they realize that it was going to be difficult to catch him, they don't decide to go for it. So, I mean, arguably more damage done by Beast Coast during that Aegis by virtue of the split push coming in with the Marcy and the Luna. And that play right there of the unleash, and then as soon as the TP comes out, the blink away.
Yeah.
It's showing the problem with Heroic's draft.
And LVCho just, I mean, he just keeps farming their Ancients. Like,
yeah.
He's just showing no regard for their power right now in this game.
Does not care. These are not heroes that can solo kill the Marcy. In the meantime, Pyke's going to push down bottom here. Now, there is more pressure being mounted onto the tier 2 tower mid. Eventually, you're going to need to fight Heroic.
They're getting an XP lead on Beast Coast, though.
Yeah.
Because of this. Because they're playing so tight on the side of Heroic.
Look at that. The swing. I mean, it's not often that you see the Aegis get taken and then over the next couple of minutes, the lead is falling further and further into the favor of the opposing team.
Yeah, I mean, look how clumped they are. 4 heroes directly mid on Heroic, and look at the heroes on the side of Beast Coast. Like,
yeah.
On the mini up, they're everywhere right now. They're all over farming.
Oh my god, he went for the wrong
this?
one. She's actually just going to TP out.
This guy's
Dude,
good.
they TP'd everybody for that.
This guy's good. All right, they get moves.
I mean, it's the position 5. Who cares?
Yeah, but they got him. And look, now Schofield is level 1 Midnight Pulse. How about that?
I mean, this is the argument for why you don't give the exact same draft again, because they've shown how they can beat it, and now they're doing it again, and Omisho is going to steal another Wisdom Rune. All right, well, at least Analog manages to get the other one. He's actually going to first go and hit
He's on the high
tower. This dude's crazy,
He's like,
man.
I saw Hector do this, and it was really annoying. So I think I'll do it this game.
He blinks back. They get the Wisdom Rune on Lumpy. Analog thinking about a roll. This is a good fight for them if they can get everybody here, but I don't know if they're going to be able to. Magnetize down, Elmisho in trouble. Pyke still in a decent spot, and no, they're not going to chase anymore. So they just get the kill on Elmisho. The rest of East Coast get out.
Cost him a BKB and a Blade Mail, but it does get rid of this nuisance. But what's the plan? I mean, there's 20 seconds left on this Aegis. I don't think you're getting high ground.
Yeah, I think high ground has to be next Aegis.
They did steal the Dire Tormentor, so that kind of works out pretty well. Could maybe come back and do their own after. Again, you know, that is one thing that they're utilizing this Bristleback lineup for extremely well in the last game, and they're going to do it again here, is just steal all these Tormentors.
Right. Well, and I will also say, though, that it's, you know, TPing Analog back that time to make sure that they get the kill, a much better play than, like, TPing all of Heroic back to try and stop the split push.
Yeah. Because
once he has BKB, you know, Blade Mail, you can do that on Analog. It's not as big of a deal. 10-2. And with the Aegis gone, Hector, still very difficult to deal with that hero.
Yeah, they are itemizing towards it again. Pyke going to be going for the Silver Edge on the Luna. Has his ranged hero, feels good with it. So you can actually make use of the break mechanic. But it'll be a while till you get it.
Absolutely.
I kind of agree with the idea of not even worrying about the break as well. Like, again, there's this, like, Shadow Demon to just save and delay. I think just going like straight Conda is also fine because just the raw damage that you output is the 0 on Luna.
Right. I did see, again, Bristleback running in to hit high ground as Lumpy is getting smoked on. They managed to find him with the stun, the silence, everything out onto him, and they get the kill.
Big kill there as he's trying to finish off his BKB. And that was so dependent on Analog just hitting that roll. They pretty much have to go in for it first. There's no real distance yet on Schofield. Doesn't have any great way to initiate. He is close to his Blink Dagger, though, and that'll open up a much easier T-ball setup there for Analog, where you can just lift him up and then get the roll in.
Yeah, keep him in place if he needs to. But Hector, even without the Aegis, they feel confident to step up here onto high ground. So he is going to start taking down this Tier 3 tower. There's a lot more of his teammates around him than there was last time around. Down to about half HP, Elmisho finds an amp damage room.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
And going to decide to just push out this wave here.
He has been so annoying this series.
Oh yeah. There is a TP back coming from Analog. Blinks away, can't quite get him there.
Tries to cancel it with the pull. Vitaly TPing up top to join Lumpies. They go for the kill into Schofield.
And they get it. The Orchid going to be able to be an easy pick-off as they find Schofield. Can you translate this into more now?
Pike's also running down south, going to be joining Elmisho down here. Not worried, just going to find this farm that's on this part of the map, as they have great vision up top right now from Heroic inside that dire part of the jungle.
It doesn't feel like you're free or able to shut down anything that Beast Ghost is trying to do. I don't know if that's a problem necessarily for Heroic, if they can still stick to their guns of like pushing high ground around next Aegis with Hector. It's just a question of like, are Beast Coast going to be at a level where they can fight them at that point?
I mean, I think they've just gotten too much farm on this map.
Yeah.
Like, it does not feel like they should have been able to do this. They weren't able to connect with these catches and stuff. Like, I don't feel like you're happy as Analog this game. But he didn't get as many fights as he wanted. He wasn't like chasing and catching important people.
And Hector, again, coming back to deal with this. All 5 of them from Beast Coast were there, but as soon as Hector shows up, you can see even without the Aegis, they don't feel confident going on him.
And they finished the BKB on Lumpy, so a kill like that last one's probably not going to happen again.
Yep.
Unless they, again, can just like perfectly chain it together. But even then with the Pango, he'll have the BKB in between this time.
Look at Elmisho. This guy. Is he going to unleash for it? Oh, the power of Iron Talon.
It's actually unbelievable. More TPs.
All right.
What?
Oh my god.
How?
Yeah, just blinks out. Forces one hero back. Just come on back. Deal with me there. And then it doesn't happen. And then it's more time spent. Now they don't have Pango in this fight. Is it going to matter? They're thinking about it. Moose turns. Midnight Pulse is down.
Don't do it, Moose.
He's in a lot of trouble, and yeah, he's just going to die. So it looks like it doesn't matter that Pango's not there.
Oh, but we got Vitaly moving up here towards the Ancients. Still got a minute 20, though, until the Wisdom, so he's not going to be able to stick around.
Does kill the wave. More pings come out. Yeah, I feel like 1 or 2 wards here, and like all of this stops. Also.
Yeah, it's just, I guess, in the moment, obviously, like you're thinking so much about just like getting your group up and doing your thing.
Yeah.
Now they also don't really want to have to go for, oh, Radiant are scanning. They're looking.
Elmisho's about to take a tier 2.
Oh, he gets rolled into. He blinks right into where Analog was going.
They find their man. Does not have a TP either, so he is, oh my. Okay, he's going to roll to the side.
He's like, I need the lifesteal, save me.
Keep him alive. It's not going to happen.
Yeah,
now roll up top, finding this Mars. Vitaly in trouble. Vitaly dead. All right, Heroic. The throat singing signals. They're a little bit happier about how the last couple minutes have gone.
Yeah, they needed something like this too because of this Aegis. Like I was worried they wouldn't have a chance to like defend their Wisdom Rune and get the Aegis, because I feel like they were trying to sort of play around that. But yeah. Now with a couple of kills, they can get the Aegis.
Jumps in, black hole into the BKB. So knowing that the rest of the team is over at Roche, Analog doesn't have anywhere else to go. They're there to block off his roll, and they get the kill.
Yeah, and in the year 2024, Black Hole, or rather, BKB not going to save you in that situation from a Storm Spirit. He can still pump quite a bit of damage into you.
Schofield stepping over to the side. Lumpy already has his shard completed. So with Aegis in hand, how much can they get done? El Misho pops his BKB, decides to run away, wants to give him a target to get the jump off. And now Rubik stealing it. Ball Lightning, he can hunt a little bit now. That's a tough one to give up. Moose is going to be left behind.
All right, now they're starting to get some stuff done here. They have this Aegis, they have the confidence. Can they get the map in a state where they can actually pressure an objective? That'll be the question.
Conda done, and immediately back to farming for Pyke.
No BKB for 30 seconds on the Storm Spirit. I think this tier 2, as long as they can keep these next couple waves alive, it should be claimed by them. Analog's cleaning up bottom.
You can see how good of a job they've done on Beast Coast of just keeping them constantly at bay, needing to deal with this split push annoyance. It's a Deso completed for the Mars.
Yeah. Amping up that damage. Not going to go for any sort of an aura. They do have triple BKBs, right? BKB on the Mars, BKB on the Storm, BKB on the Luna, so the auras aren't quite as important.
Forces it out. BKB popped by Hector. And this is tier 3 tower down. They know there's no black hole. Range tracks El Misho, trying to run away. Rebound is ready. Decides to jump on out, but the silence is already there.
Stolen Eclipse as well here.
Oh, not bad at all.
No, that's a great one to grab.
Pyke is just going to get out of there. Is going to try and push this bottom wave a bit, while mid, they still have to deal with this Bristle.
The creeps, they're almost close enough if they can save that top wave, because they don't have any mid, but they can get this range creep up. That'll break the back door.
Is it going to live? Well, they have a whole nother wave coming in after.
Is anyone going to... They can now go mid? Or I guess just knock this tower if they want.
They still have 30 seconds until Black Hole is back up.
They don't have analog either.
The Sun decides to jump, good blink back. Looking for more, instead going for the Shadow Demon. Now the spear comes out, able to connect, but it's not doing enough. Self-save on KJ. Needs to get out of there. Vitali already dead. Lumpy in trouble. Has to back out. The TP away, understanding there was no way he gets out of there on Moose, but the blink forward with the Eclipse. Schofield takes down the Storm. Pyke already doing some good damage to Hector there with the Conda. Does he have enough to keep doing more? Divine Llama off to the side also has that level 20 talent on this Luna. And now they actually have Luna illusions of their own. With the Mantas popping, SD able to get some extra deeps out there.
Yeah, doing quite a bit to help this push. That's going to get the melees. Hector, confident enough that he was going to get finished off, just moves on to the middle one. 30 more seconds.
Conda, it's doing what it can, but this is 2 sets of racks at least.
And this all started from trying to fight outside of the base because they saw Analog down bottom and thought that was going to be their best chance.
This is the problem. El Misho now turns on to Divine Llama, trying to punch him out. But already needs to back away. Running. Still has that BKB at the ready. Jukes away from Devi. But then with Schofield coming in, it's eventually going to be death. Had BKB, but can't do anything else about it.
That should be... actually, there's still creeps up top too, the catapult. So yeah, can't even get the back door back. And now the waves are coming in mid anyway.
Danger does have that Conda ready to break it, but there's still that minute left on the Aegis. AC fully completed. Trying to do what they can. They have that black hole. Storm can zip in if they want, maybe catch him on the second life, but they have to move quickly. There is not that much HP left, but the Bloodstone already popped.
Oh, he blinks in.
Now jumping for the backline. Analog is there, finding already the Shadow Demon. Can they get more? Hector out. They have the Mars Arena connection. Enough for the kill? Yes. They take down one. Now Lumpy tries to back away. They've already lost the Mars. Pyke down on the low ground. He's in trouble as Hector is all over him. El Misho wants to jump in to help, but they have to get away. Still has that Eclipse, but eyes on.
He's seeing red.
This Rax, they're just moving forward, taking down these buildings. That is going to be just about Mega Creeps. Not all the way. Lumpy jumped upon another round of the Eclipse coming from Schofield. There is not enough damage left in the tank. It seems the Muerta was the problem because they got all the answers in the world for this Luna. There is no answer for Hector as they jump in, kill him, GG called. What an absolutely fabulous performance from Heroic.
Yeah, it really was. The patience they showed this game, because it was scary. Like, they were getting pulled around this map by Beast Coast. They're doing a great job of cutting waves, pulling them everywhere. But it just, you know, much like they kind of talked about from Caps, this idea of simplifying things, they only needed a couple mistakes there from Beast Coast. And those pickoffs that gave them the next Aegis, allowed them to just relax a little bit, let them do their game plan.
Well, another answer has come up. We'll see if Beast Coast can find a new strat to run it as we get ready to go to game number 3. But first, back to the panel.
It's great to see Heroic be able to bounce back there. Give us this game number 3 in our elimination best of 3. And it does now bring up the question that this Luna, she wasn't able to get to the stage that we've seen Lunas get to be able to carry games. Normally it hits that mark or a certain item timing, and this Luna is just everything. Not able to close it out. Unfortunately for Beast Coast, or really come back in, I should say. Not so much close it out, but they're not really able to really get that advantage for themselves, get a lead up by any means, and actually have control of this game for you.
Yeah, this type of playstyle is very hard to watch because I'm just watching this entire game and Beast Coast aren't even trying to fight them. I understand Bristleback is very strong, Analog is super strong as Earth Spirit too, but this whole game is just a split push over and over again. You just see the Marcy on the side lanes just trying to farm up desperately and dodge this mid-game timing. It doesn't work out. It always feels like the team that tries to split push in this type of meta, you will get caught eventually. You will die. You give a lot of gold and experience back. You have to find some type of opportunity in this game to make a team fight happen, but they just weren't interested in it. And it just became a pretty uneventful game of just split pushing and then eventually Analog killing you as you do so.
I feel like a lot of it came down because of the Enigma. Like the Enigma hero doesn't really do a lot and you kind of need to farm a lot on this hero. And they were split pushing when the game was like kind of like 1k, at most I think 1k lead for Heroic. It wasn't even like that big of a lead that you feel like, oh, Beast Coast, they can't really fight at all, you know?
Well, if this is the Enigma strat, then might want to scrap this one.
Yeah, probably. Like,
A different opener at least look at, you know? If you want to try and flex it, the flex isn't really working for you, maybe a different opener is what's on the cards. Or you actually had a different idea, Winter. You didn't talk about it on panel, but I'm hoping you're willing to bring it up now of how you could make a support Enigma work.
Oh, I was saying that in some of the games that I encountered, or I felt like it looked good, it's probably better to jungle at some point on the hero, especially in this lane where they pick it early and they already show their opponents they're going to do support Enigma. And Heroic decided to have a Pangolin on that lane, which is really good at killing off your summons with his spells. And in this sort of lanes, I felt like maybe you can babysit your carry or your offlaner for a little bit, and then you have to try to maybe play a little bit more for yourself, be greedy, and try to hit your timing. Because I felt like this game, after laning phase, he was constantly trying to farm his items anyway, you know? Why not just do it a little bit earlier so that you can hit that timing and your team can actually fight with you?
I have one word for you, Winter.
Yes.
Schofield Rubik. This guy played phenomenal. That's Moose on the screen, but the Rubik was picked to counter Moose on the Enigma, and I think that's part of where the flex comes from. He stole Spear. We saw at a certain point on Rubik, Schofield stole the Luna ult as well. He rotated towards the bot lane, opened up that lane. Just before this patch, Rubik was considered to be S tier. And a big reason for that was the offlaners that were being picked. It was also like Omnis was being played a lot as a 5, which it still is if it does ever get through. So there were a lot of really good steals, like Earthshaker was the mid that everybody was playing. So Rubik kind of fell off just based on the other meta heroes that were being picked. But if you're going to first pick Enigma in a game, then the value of Rubik goes up immensely. And this is one of Schofield's classics. I think you have to be wary of that if you're going to pick the Enigma. At least consider a second phase ban on the Rubik, because the other hard counters to Enigma, like Silencer, Warlock, go ahead, pick those. These are bad heroes. They're also not Schofield
Yeah, but I want
classics.
to add something back to the point you talk about, like the banning the heroes, right? So if you're the captain, you're the drafter, you're opening up a hero where you feel like it's flexible, then why are you actually spending bans on that flex hero, right? If you don't really care if it gets banned, like in the second phase, I think they banned out the Gyro.
They
Yeah,
did,
so
yeah.
so if you're actually going to be flexible and you're willing to open the draft with that hero, why even bother banning heroes that can counter that hero? Because you should not care, right? Because it's a flex.
Yeah, I don't believe in this Enigma whatsoever. I feel like this is just...
Flex or no flex, you just don't believe in it.
I don't think this works. I just think as a support, it's too weak. It's just way too weak right now in a meta where supports are really important for the laning stage. In Enigma, he has too many counters. You have to ban the Gyro, you have to ban the Bristleback, probably a couple other heroes as well. It's... trash it. It's not good.
Trash it, bench it, however you want to say it. You don't want to be seeing an Enigma in game number 3.
Not first pick.
Not first pick, at least. Maybe situational is where Fear could be brought over to the side of being on the Enigma. But the Rubik, because it's a 4 or at least a support in any position that has been here or there throughout the road to the international. But I'd like a little refresher course, because I do know the saying that if you have Rubik on your team, whatever spell the enemy has, you just get to do it better.
Yeah,
That is the thing.
that's I mean, I think that's generally true if a hero has like one really strong spell, and especially if it's a spell where cast range is very important. So Black Hole is made better because you steal the Black Hole through BKB. He would have to have both a BKB and a Lincoln Sphere in order to block the spell steal, and then you can interrupt the Black Hole itself with the stolen Black Hole. So that's why Rubik is better in that sense. Against Omni, really the spell that you want to steal is Repel, and then you have the crazy cast range on it. Omni, one of the disadvantages of this hero is that he's melee and all of his cast ranges are very short. Rubik doesn't have this issue. So whenever heroes are in the Earthshaker, you steal Fissure, it's way longer, you get the Aftershock Shard. So you want to pick Rubik whenever there's like one really good spell to steal, and sometimes Rubik's actually like kind of a good hero low-key. Like his laning is good and his nukes do high damage, but there's not just singular really good spells to steal, so he's not meta. So if the draft is going to change because we have an inter-regional matchup where they know each other, or they've, you know, theory crafted these like, okay, Enigma first pick is going to work against this team, then all of a sudden Rubik comes back into the meta because of that.
All right. I appreciate that. Thank you so much, Jenkins, for giving me that refresher for Rubik, or anyone who may not have even known that for Rubik there. And it also just added to it. He got more and more spells throughout the draft that Beast Coast had that he could steal, that got better. We already talked about it, the Spear, the Eclipse as well. Mars was one of those ones that went ignored, or a hero that went ignored in game number 1, brought out in game number 2. Didn't really have the impact that we've seen before Winter of Mars offlane.
Well, it's not the best Mars game for sure, but I feel like the game kind of fell apart. Not just because the Mars is not like a good pick or anything. It's just the way they were playing the game, the way they needed to farm on the two supports, the Marcy and the Enigma. I think Mars is one of those heroes where you really want to fight, right? One of the offlaners. If you're talking about farming and fighting, he prefers to fight. And if your supports are not really equipped to do that, compared to like what we've seen so far with Mars. The Snapfire, the Phoenix, those are the ones that are always going to be with you, fighting with you. That's what you want, you know, if you are planning to draft a Mars, instead of like supports that just want to get to their items. I think the Marcy could potentially work, but the Enigma with it was just like way too greedy.
Yeah, I mean, I love talking about heroes usually, but I can't find any way that I can talk about heroes in this game for the way Beast Coast played. Like, you look at Mars, he loves to fight. Marcy loves to fight. Luna loves to fight. Storm likes to fight. There's only one hero in this lineup that doesn't really want to fight, and that's the Enigma. Like, Pyke ended up 1-1 and 0. Didn't get a single assist in this game. And I feel like he was the only one that probably did want to fight in this game. That's the funny thing. It's not that AFK 30 minutes Luna just farming it up. She's on the map trying to make things happen, but for whatever reason, Beast Coast just did not want to take a single fight this game. And whatever the call may have been, I don't really know, but they need to switch it up for this game. They had all the tools necessary to be able to play this game. They just chose not to play it, and it really just like ended up the way it did. Pyke's Luna, I can't make any conclusions on this. He was 1-1 and 0. Like, what type of score is that? It's not participating in anything, and I feel like we didn't get to see the power of this hero. It's really strong in the early game. It's supposed to make rotations. It's supposed to be fighting, but they just didn't even try.
I feel like they never really had the numbers advantage either. So whilst they're trying to make something happen for themselves, it's always, oh, we're only bringing 2, maybe 3 heroes. Winter, it wasn't that snowball that you thought that Beast Coast were going to be able to get going for themselves of, okay, your side lanes do well, everyone just comes together, and you steamroll this game. You have the equipment and the toolkit to be able to do that.
Yeah, I really feel like it's just the Enigma, you know, the Enigma wanted to farm, and it affected a lot of the decision making like the team wanted to do, you know. Maybe even in some occasions you could make an argument, okay, maybe they didn't really need the Enigma here, you know. But they just felt like, okay, since our Enigma is farming, why not just dodge?
Everyone farm.
Yeah, everyone just keep farming, you know. And then
I think it's that what you're saying speaks to how the team plays as like in general. Every time we see Moose on an active hero, they look good, or they look good enough. All right, they're
Better.
active. They're playing the game.
Yeah.
Anytime we see him on less of an active hero, and this is the least active we've seen so far, we just question like what is going on with these guys. Like look at all of these heroes that he has. I mean, other than like the Tinker, every single hero is incredibly active in the early game. Enigma is the polar opposite of this. He might be less active than a Tinker.
Yeah, I mean, probably. It really depends on like how you play it. Like, even if Enigma is a slow hero, you have to find a way to make slow heroes play fast, especially if you're a support, right? Because very rarely do you get the opportunity to just farm on support. I mean, I talked about before some supports getting farm, but that's after you make your contribution to the early game. You got to find a way to make some type of contribution to this early game. Otherwise, you're giving Heroic a free game. I understand that they did have this Bristle back, which is a big problem too. There's a big moment in time where you play Bristle, where you just walk down lanes. It's like, oh, can't touch this guy. Go split push, right? But unfortunately, if you don't have the right answers to the hero, that's how the game is going to go. So maybe just need to draft something a little bit better.
Yeah, this Bristleback was an issue in game number 1 as well. He was pushing that high ground. They weren't able to close it out for Heroic. That's how we found ourselves in this position to be heading towards a game number 3. But I do feel that there is going to be a change up at the start. Game number 2 opened the exact way. All the same bans for themselves, the same picks too. And you just cannot be putting yourself in the same position. You know that Heroic almost had it for game number 1. They were able to close it for game number 2. You just can't let the chance or the dice roll happen for game number 3, Jenkins. So what is going to be let through instead? What are going to be the options on the side of Beast Coast that they want to allow? Because they ban the Alk, the Naga, the Wind Ranger, and the Sand King.
Sure. I mean, I would love to see a playstyle change. I don't know how likely it is to happen, but Beast Coast has consistently gotten kind of slaughtered in the early game in both of these games, and I wouldn't mind seeing whatever they're comfortable with at going through the portal and playing really active and getting kills. Like some summons hero, maybe. I mean, Moose on Marcy looks good. At the very least, like get Moose something that's active. Don't get him on some Sven. Like he is going to be the player that is making the initial point of contact anyway, or clearly it's not going to happen given what we saw in the previous game. That's fine. It's okay if he's the guy for that. Plenty of teams have this coming from different roles. Most teams, this comes from the offlaner or the 4. It's fine that it comes from him, but you need to draft around that, because I don't think playstyle-wise they can change that within a series. So for me, it's what is Moose hero? Like that's the biggest question for me.
definitely not Enigma.
I don't think it'll be Enigma again. They might first phase the Enigma, but then they might try to cover it and just assume that this is going to be going on the off lane.
I mean, this goes to speak more and more about how flexing heroes around just hasn't been working in the overall meta right now. And it's typically better to just like know a hero inside and out than instead to just move him to another position so you can get a gotcha pick on a different position, right? And it really showed in that last game as well. It's like, this Mars was not the gotcha pick against Bristleback.
No.
Your idea was supposed to be, oh, you turn around and burst them, and then when the time came, you didn't feel like you could do that, right? So that was just not... You made that situation very difficult because of that switch up. So I want to see them pick heroes that they 100% believe in within their role and just keep it in that role and without switching things around too much.
Well, look, game number 3, it is going to be the 3rd time this series that Heroic have the opening pick. They had the first overall pick, and with that, there has finally been a slight adjustment in the first phase bans. Beast Coast taking out the Shadow Demon. That's been the opener for 2 games in a row for Heroic, and so now, what are they going to pick up for themselves? Normally in this position, they will ban the Enchantress, pick up that Shadow Demon.
Omni? Yeah, ban Enigma, pick Omni. That sounds pretty cool to me.
I think banning the SD makes sense for either side. Wind Ranger also countered by SD, so with that being out, because you can't purge the Wind Run with the SD ult, that's like one of the best Wind Runner counters.
But there's Kunkka now.
There is no Centaur, but yeah, there is Kunkka.
Yeah, we talked about how Kunkka has been really impressive this tournament so far against the Wind Ranger.
How about the two other smaller counters, the Phoenix and the Weaver? Because Windrunner can't really hit things, you know. And you can't hit the egg, you can't hit the Weaver box in the team fight when you have your Whirlwind on.
This one makes a lot more sense to me. I mean, Weaver still could be good later down the road, but I feel like Weaver is a hero that needs to see a little bit more.
I do have a really fun Weaver fact, though.
Hit me.
Okay, Hector got a 13-minute glide near a
Oh
Weaver.
my god.
That's really fast.
That's so fast.
Yeah,
That
I
is
know,
really
right?
fast.
I know. I know.
I think a Treant Protector could be good in this draft, actually.
Yeah, me too.
Tree Protector. We don't really get to talk about him much.
No, we don't. He's completely ignored in both these series. And
Did you know he has a facet that you get 5 damage every single level? Like permanent 5 damage.
Literally no one ever
Prime
That
Evil
sounds-
Power.
really, really, really fun.
Yeah, you can go through the gate at like level 3,
10 seconds
and that's like
remaining.
10 extra damage. Do you start with 5 at level 1? I'm not entirely sure.
I don't know. I need to play 20 more Treant games to figure it out.
Yeah, but imagine going through the gate with 15 extra damage at level 3. When you already have 100, that's like 115 damage.
He's doing the counter bit
Whoa.
where he won't stop talking about Tree now. Okay, I see the game you're playing, Fear Darkness 57.
It's like a game of chicken. Who's gonna bow out first? It's
I'm
gonna
gonna bow
be me.
out.
Yeah, I was gonna say it's gonna be me bowing out from it because with the different openers, that does change up what these teams want to ban out for the second phase. Obviously, they want to keep taking out supports on the side of heroic, right? They've shown 2 cores. One's gonna be our carry. One's gonna be either our mid or our offlaner on the side of Beast Coast. And so Tinker, Omni getting taken out. They're still looking at what has garnered a lot of wins, what other teams have also considered OP.
What are we missing with this Omni? There's something missing, because like, my brain, I mean, yeah, of course. But anyway, like, let's cover Omni first before we cover the tree. I don't know what's so funny about Tree, guys. This hero's meta right now. A lot of good teams are picking
So
him.
true. It's normally the fastest tree.
Go ahead.
Yeah.
Go
but
ahead.
this
Fear.
Omni,
Go ahead. Fear.
when I think Shadow Demon's banned, pick Omni, but there's been so many instances now where people don't pick Omni when Shadow Demon is even banned. So there must be another hero out there that makes this very difficult to play that I'm not really catching on to. But either way, they are going to pick up the Treant Protector with the Kunkka. This hero does set up a lot of ranged carries pretty well right now. So that is something they could look into. We see a lot of teams pick the Lion against it and the Beastmaster. I know that we talk about the Lion a lot against the tree, but I think it's always been with the Beastmaster. I think Beast vs. Tree is incredibly good because you want to walk in all the time, get a punch in, walk back into the trees. But if you have no trees, because he's always throwing the axes and kind of like knocking them down, or you're getting slowed by boars, Treant does absolutely nothing to the boars, like less than nothing.
Yeah.
So like that's really bad to play against is position 5 if you can't really deal with like the summons of that hero.
I think any hero that doesn't let you like slowly walk up to them and punch them a few times, like Lion just stuns you, and then they get a bunch of right clicks on you, and then you're low enough they can blood grenade and kill you.
I mean, it doesn't mean that you have no play in a lane, though. I feel like as a Treant, in those kind of lanes where they have kind of a way to deal with you harassing them, I feel like you just need to stay calm, sit back, deny creeps, heal your carry.
Look, I will also say the right click of Lion, even if he gets like 3 or 4 on you, that's still the equivalent of 1 right click of Treant Protector. This man has the slowest attack speed, but
that's why you want to kill the tree. That's the thing.
Decimate.
Is like when the tree walks up, that's when you need 2 heroes that can.
So when someone
kill
walks at you,
him.
just kill them in the game.
Yes, exactly, exactly. Because tree will win the slow harass battle, and I agree with Winter. And I finally get to bring this up on panel actually, because I was asking PPD Peter Dagger of all people ages ago about tree because he was spamming it in pubs.
I say, what year were you?
And it was a long time ago. And I
Back
was
in 2016.
and I was trying to learn it as 5, and I was like, you know, what I do in these lanes that we're talking about. And he said, you have 100 damage, just sit there and deny. Like, you can always, in the worst case scenario, just sit there and deny. And I do think actually that a lot of trees have not been doing that, other than Toronto Tokyo, which we've seen, because he's a tree expert. But the people who are playing tree just because it's meta, and they're trying to go on people, and then all of a sudden they're, you know, feeding relentlessly to the lions of the world. Like, there is a counterplay.
Force
It's
of
hard.
habit, you know. If you're playing a hero that is always really strong in the lane, and then you get into that specific matchup, you don't really realize that you can't do that. You're gonna feed, you know.
That's true.
Right, well, whilst we've been talking about Trent, there's been 4 other heroes picked, so maybe it's time we look at those guys as
Oh yeah,
well.
Luna's been
Oh
picked.
yeah, we actually haven't talked about her much at all. We should maybe talk about how, you go the Lucent Beam build and how she likes to be an active carry now. Instead, though, the Earth Spirit, I think, is something. The Snapfire and the Earth Spirit on the side of a rogue could be a good conversation.
I like the Bat Rider here.
Okay,
It's
great.
very good
thank
against.
you.
It's very
I'll
good
just shut
against
up.
the snowball. You can't save against that, and it's very good against Wind Ranger. I think against this hero, you need a BKB piercing disable to stop her from doing damage during that frame of time when she's running in. Wind run, BKB, whirlwind, killing everything. So Bat Rider is perfect.
Did you guys see the facet? The distribution? That's what I'm looking for there.
No, can you tell me?
On which hero?
Bat Rider. Did I not say that?
It was mostly the move speed to damage thing, right?
Stoked.
Could we get
Stoked.
to bring that one
Stoked.
back
Yes.
up?
You're really good at remembering. If you could just make up a facet name and get it right, that'd be great. for
You
the
surely
fourth
know the
time.
other one.
Which one for Arsonist?
Yep.
That it?
You just made that one up. Yes, it is predominantly Stoked that people are picking, but there is still, I believe that's 10 for...
And there must have been a
games.
couple of games we saw Maureen on mid Bat Rider that he got the Arsonist.
Maybe that's
Or
true.
misclicks.
They're just flipping between the two and they accidentally land on Arsonist there. No, it is mostly Stoked though. But when would people want to pick the Stoked facet for themselves? Is that just the support facet? That's just what you go if you're going to play it as bat support?
Yes.
Okay, nice and easy answer.
I mean, the other one doesn't seem like it has a lot of value as a support, where you can sticky napalm towers, right? You're spending so little time doing that as a bat. You're typically either jungling, this hero loves to jungle, or you're running around the map making plays happen or pushing waves out. And typically you don't want to stay in the lane. Like, to use the other facet, you have to like just clear the lane and then start sticking the tower and hitting it, which is something a core might do. But as a support, you're going to firefly the wave and then you're going to move across the map immediately and wait for that next firefly to maybe make something happen on the map there. The bans are going to go out. I like the Huskar ban. This is a hero that
Has
will
we banned
destroy.
all games?
Yeah, it has been, and it's mainly Heroic's afraid of it because they like to play these Earth Spirit mids where you pretty much have no chance in that one. Another one we see a lot has been like the Earthshaker. That looks pretty good against the Earth Spirit as well. Could be quite difficult. Dazzle's been a very difficult matchup in the past.
Monkey King.
Monkey King is quite good. Very good suggestion there. And I am a little bit afraid that Heroic might get this Beastmaster, and it doesn't look too bad. Like, Kunkka is like historically has been okay versus it, but that was like when you get Helm Dom. Well, I don't know if it does anything against this Ags build necessarily, but I feel like with no Timber in the game, what are like the better offlaners you can pick with a Snapfire? Because I feel like Snapfire plus Beastmaster would make this Treant Luna lane potentially feed.
Yeah, you need like a hero that can kill in the lane. I think with Snap, like to enable this hero, you kind of want to be in the aggressive lane.
Oh, I have it.
Rude mother.
Marcy off lane.
Oh, yes.
We're both just trying to give PTSD to everyone else that's been watching Heroic the last few days.
How much are they going to stick to their guns is the question.
That's true.
It's just
Are they
like,
willing
why?
to
It's just
die
like,
on this?
why? Like, why would
die
you
on
pick...
this hill?
I mean, sometimes you just gotta do what you gotta do, I guess.
I think so. That's a really good way of putting it, Fear. I see Devi as the type of guy to go down like this.
I mean, do you think he can actually snowball from this lane? Marcy, Snapfire.
Yes, you can.
Treant,
So Marcy can snowball from any lane, but the problem is, if you don't, you become a support, as we saw in the last series he played with it, right? There is no comeback mechanic. Not a single one of Marcy's spells will allow you to farm ancient stacks, do something like that. I actually like this pick a lot.
Wow.
This is the one hero I feel like can make Luna just get punished in the laning stage. It's almost unlaneable.
it's a double range, though. Viper, Snapfire. Like, don't
Yeah,
you feel like Viper usually you want like a body in a lane?
Do you know how mad I get when I play pubs and people play double ranged?
You could have just left it at that. How mad you get.
No, you need context to like, because it's like so easy to do. But typically, when you pick this double ranged, you're like, oh great, their mid is also arranged, and they got 2 ranged in the safe lane. It actually works here because your mid is an Earth Spirit, and you have a Tusk 5, and they can be your initiators here. And it's very difficult when you play against like like Snapfire and Viper. If you're not able to draw any attention away from that, you're just gonna get clicked all the time. They're gonna spam nukes on you. You're gonna feel like you're just gonna have to go jungle like level 2 if this I feel like they really need to make rotation from the POS 4 to try and get kills on this Viper. Potentially even start there at level 1.
Yeah, they should.
Something like that.
You always want to start level 1 against Viper, I think.
Choose your hero.
That's the mid against the
Earth Spirit.
Earth Spirit. I don't feel like that punishes Earth Spirit.
Yeah,
at
I don't
all.
either.
You have a lot of other options there, but maybe he has some secret tech here. I don't like to tell mid laners that they don't know their matchups, because more times than not, they do. So
Yep.
we'll have to see how that one goes.
This Viper Luna matchup a little bit more for you. You just said, you know, Viper has the potential to drive this Luna out of the lane, or at least make her laning phase really rough. But I want to know why exactly. What in his spells or the way that he lanes is so difficult for her?
Well, you have more range in the Luna, for
Okay.
starters, right? And Luna's a hero that typically just likes to beam you, hit you a couple times, back off. But against Viper, the moment you beam him, he skills his E, which slows you. Then he gets 2 or 3 poisons off, and it's a trade you'll never win. And you don't have enough range to outrange him. So if you ever want to harass him, right-click him, it has to be 100% committal. You have to 100 to 0 him. If that doesn't happen, you're just going to die in any trade. So it gives a free lane to the Viper in that regard.
Yeah, on top of that, Trim Protector doesn't like to play against double range. I can tell you. I've played a lot of games against double range. Oh, it's awful. I'm sure you can sit back and deny creeps and heal your carry, but in this lane, maybe it might not be enough.
Well, the Luna lane might not go the way for Beast Coast, but we know Luna can definitely farm it up. What about the other 2 lanes, Jenkins, or later in the game? Is there still that hope for Beast Coast here? It's a game number 3. Loser does get eliminated. The winner will have to play again later today.
I'm also not a believer in the tiny mid versus Earth Spirit. I do want to. I was thinking about it. I do want to have faith that the mid laners have played these matchups. I know Lumpy is an excellent tiny. It's his second most picked hero.
You'll at least draw though, right?
In this tournament, you're definitely going to draw. And the thing is, whenever you look at an SA team and they have repositioning heroes, you can never count them out. This region is the best region in the world at winning fights by just outskilling you and repositioning. And Beast Coast has both Batrider and Tiny, so they can do some miraculous things in this game. But I do think they're going to have to, because I like Heroics lanes a lot better.
Okay, I love the opinions from you 3 right here, but let's get 2 more opinions from our casters, Lyrical and Trent.
Thank you so much, Nat. Everybody's got an opinion. Everybody wants to give it too. I'm super excited about this one. I was like running through the mentality of, you know, the SA versus SA matchup earlier. I was thinking about it in my head, and I was like, I don't know what it reminds me of, but it sort of reminds me in the mid game of like a Plinko board. Okay, you drop like 10 marbles.
Show
down
your work. Okay.
You drop like 10 marbles down a Plinko board, and everybody's kind of doing their own thing and bouncing around places. Versus, I feel like it's just everybody's trying to just destroy one other person. It feels like they have a vendetta out, and they're going to be like, I'm going to kill that guy, and then they're all running around and doing it. It's awesome.
So it's chaos, and you don't know what's going to happen, but you kind of feel like you do, because you drop into the same spot on the Plinko board, but it never lands in the same spot.
Exactly.
So when we dropped the Plinko in game 1, game 2, similar lineup, different result.
And this time it's a whole different board. Look at this.
Wow.
We got new heroes.
The price is right, and so is Lyrical. That's what I'm learning.
That's my opinion, and I'm sticking to it. Okay, I like what we're seeing so far, though. There's a bunch of big team fight things. We finally get to see Viper banned out 2 games in a row. That, to me, feels like it was the big almost gotcha type pick in the draft. The Tiny afterwards was like, all right, well, we're just going to try and play our game. That's what I feel like I'm hearing from Beast Coast.
That's the, I don't want to go out on some other hero. I want to go out on Tiny.
Okay.
Win or lose. You know, I feel like doesn't want to live with some regret of what could have been. So Lumpy is just throwing his confidence into the Tiny, because other than that, I don't think there's a lot of great reasons for Tiny. I think you got to feel like you are a beast at Tiny to want it in this game.
Right. And maybe an opportunity to make some rotations and try and like kill Hector later in terms of like mid heroes that can kill an individual other hero. Tiny's one of the best out there. The problem, of course, that we've seen as this patch has moved on and all throughout this year, honestly, is everybody's just so damn tanky.
I'll kick you, you toss me, they're high-fiving.
Bang, bang.
But yeah, I mean, that is the main struggle for Tiny. It used to be so free.
Yeah.
Just ran around, blew anybody up. But Hector, certainly the prime target, considering the supports are even going to be kind of tanky. You know, our panel was worried about the double range lane. What about double range and a Tusk rather? Because there's 3 heroes up here still. We got ourselves a tri-lane.
Yeah, I mean, that's what they said, right? They thought, okay, Heroic might end up having like a 3rd hero brought to their lane to try and shut down the Viper, but in response, Heroic, they bring 3. So, tri-lane versus tri-lane, and then a 1v1 mid. Schofield going down, Schofield getting away, Pyke, he's instead the one that's going down, but no. Moose draws first blood, taking down that Tusk. And, hey, you know what? And when you're in a pair, drinking buddy's pretty good. When you're just the 3 of them, that's when tag team can be kind of cool.
That's true.
Nobody's taking that anymore though.
No, it's the mobility is just kind of ridiculous.
Yeah,
it's hard to deny on the old drinking buddies. Moves. Obviously, a lot of these trees have been cut down, so giving them a bit of a hard time here.
Dude, is this just gonna stay a full-on tri-lane?
I mean, Heroic. Who's happy about this? I guess it's Beast Coast probably.
Oh, Devi taking some damage, but not enough. And Moose forced back too. They get some good damage onto that Viper, but then nothing else after the fact.
It's slowing down the levels that you're going to get on this Viper, which is when I think it gets more and more annoying for this Luna as well. So I think that overall, like, because in a tri-lane, the gold stays the same for the core, but the XP goes down. So if you can create a situation where the Luna is still getting as many last hits, I feel like that's pretty good for you.
Right, and the other thing is that in terms of that one-on-one matchup, you basically have 2 solo lanes now. Kunkka farms pretty well against Windranger.
Yeah. She should not be harassed out.
Right, and you also can get the Tidebringer hits even when she's wind running, which is really nice. As the levels get higher and higher, this matchup becomes worse for Hector, I feel like.
Oh yeah, for sure. Like, he's timing it there as well. You can see he's going to get the Lotus, so he doesn't have to worry too much about it. Mid lane has just been a wash, as you would expect, between these two. Bit of an edge there to the Tiny thanks to his higher damage, but...
This actually can't keep going like this. I feel like Hector's going to just get everything denied out against him. I mean, he'll find some other ways to farm, but that...
Yeah.
This gets worse. Meantime, Schofield getting chased by El Micho. They drinking buddies away. Flame break pushback, and then the slowdown. 5 stacks now of Sticky, and more damage coming in. There's the Torrent connection. More hits abound. And you can see the Tidebringer spam. Vitaly very healthy. Hector not so much.
The problem is, like, if you bring someone down here, does it really change that much at this point? Because they're going to be coming in under-leveled.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Like, it feels like you're kind of stuck in this situation as Heroic, even if you did want to change it. Oh, Pyke. Mr. Pyke a little bit too far up here.
Drinking buddies and the cookie, all the mobility, and now Luna nowhere to go.
Oh, everything going so well, but just steps up a little bit too far, giving that cookie an opportunity. Kind of ruins everything you've worked for here.
Yeah, that is a rough one. And Heroic giving the tip to El Micho. It's an interesting tip right there. As they will get the D ward, try and reassert some control over these camps. Although now El Micho in a little bit of trouble. He's got to run away. Not sure if he's going to be able to make the escape happen. So the Bat Rider goes down. In the meantime, King Jungle's able to get away. No problem for KJ.
He just hops right on out of there. Now your Viper gets a bit of an edge here in this lane. Feeling good. Getting this pressure onto the supports. 3 points in the Tidebringer, though. It does mean there's still some issues down here for Hector.
No. And a bottle refill for Lumpy. Are they going to make a move? Radiant scanning, anticipating that there could be this mounting pressure. And it does turn red as he's going to get the bounty rune. Hector, not quite level 6 yet on the Kunkka, but with this creep wave coming in, could try and play a little bit aggressively. They find him.
The level 2 back gank.
Underneath, he wants to get level 6. He doesn't quite have it because of that deny. So no boat here means that they can't make the go.
Oh man, and they've even got Lumpy just sitting there waiting to go for the combo.
That was really well played. He was 1 creep away on Tally from being able to get it, and now he has 6, but they've already left.
Everyone's gone. That feels terrible. Analog's already 6 here in the mid. Lumpy is coming to just grab the creeps, just so he can now get there. As he grows a larger shell.
And Analog, Illusion Rune, will start to head up north. So a little bit of a strange start to the laning stage. I don't think we've seen a tri-lane versus tri-lane, and I don't think probably at this whole TI.
Not for as long as we had it there, but Pyke is already way back. Ice Shard's not going to hit, though. Everyone's allies are kind of far, but Analog was nearby and could have commit there for a potential kill. So good escape from Pyke, and they are just going to swarm this tower. On the other side of the map, they do grab Hector's courier, but he's standing tall down here.
X, boat, going to connect. Now the Torrent, but with Divine moving in, that stops any extra pressure. He has to back away. Tally throws out the Tidebringer, now punching away onto Hector, tossed to the side. Is it going to be enough damage? Yes, and now Devi is out too far. Only level 4 Viper, usually strong, not so much when you're under leveled from a tri-lane. Oh, but look at this, Analog, the big move in with the Magnetize. Elmisho is going to get killed here.
Yeah, he's going to clean up the old mop and bucket there for Analog.
Still, not bad there.
Yeah, Vitaly will escape to the Wisdom Rune as well. I don't know if he wants it, but there's some gold to grab first here, so never mind.
And so, very even across the board. Nothing doing yet. It is definitely a little bit interesting seeing the Caustic Bath with no points in the Corrosive Skin, but it's fine.
Yeah, he's one of those heroes where the facets are a little eh. The Poison Burst, it has its moments.
Right.
This will also have its moments, but the facet doesn't really define this hero right now. Divine Llama certainly needing that Wisdom Rune after a tri-lane as the offlaner. Still pretty far away from level 6 here as Vitaly. The upside there is level 7.
Some wards placed down pretty deep. Lumpy will get the Arcane Rune. And this is what I was talking about, like when this 8-minute mark, as the lanes start to die down a little bit, you kind of have these solo pick-off moves that happen where supports are just kind of walking around looking to set up on people, and they end up running into each other in the river.
Or the jungle here.
Yep. Then Analog's over to the side too. Elmisho trying to buy some time, slowing him down, and yeah, he's eventually going to go down. But then you toss back underneath the tower, find yourselves a tasty little tusk. Schofield tries to drinky buddies to get away. Another loosened beam. It's enough.
I thought he was getting out of there for a moment, but not enough of a save this time, as the damage will catch up to him. So, bit of a trade across the map here as Lumpy and Analog are battling for a bounty rune, as Hector is also just battling creeps under his tower.
The Tidebringer hits onto that Wind Ranger. Like, she's going to be susceptible to getting killed almost every boat.
Oh well, Misho. It's a scary spot to be, even with Firefly.
Just having to sit it out for a moment. Vitaly, level 8. Wind Ranger needs to be careful about her positioning. Now, there is a movement down south by the Tusk, who is going to place a ward, try and just keep Hector safe through all of this.
We'll see how Elmisho recovers this game. Obviously played pretty greedy in the last couple. Is now up to level 5, but as a Bat Rider, obviously he's a hero who really wants a lot of farm. As they do get the ulti on Vitaly, so the boat has to come out.
And Shard comes out as well. The snowball, the dodge, all of the damage. Lumpy throws out an avalanche. Still in trouble is going to be this Kunkka. He's got the rum on him, keeping him alive for a long time, but not long enough. So the big movement in takes down the top net worth hero. That's what you want to see for Heroic.
Yeah, well done by Schofield too, right? Completely invalidates the hero there with that snowball. If you know that boat is coming, there's just nothing you can do. They're going to steal these Ancients. What a great grab to get here to help recover this game that was slowed down for Divine Llama.
And Elmisho, he's going to also try and steal some of these stacks away together with Lumpy and Tree as Hector pushes down bottom. In that movement forward and putting a little bit of pressure onto the tier 1 tower.
Yeah, likewise mid lane here with the catapult and the tree. Divine Llama, they're going to throw him over. They have the overgrowth.
He's very tanky, hard to kill. But with all the magic damage that they've got in the Overgrowth connection, it's enough. Now Pyke moves in too. Snowball onto the creeps. They're going to pop the Eclipse immediately, try and bring them down low, and yes, indeed, they get that finish. Vitaly's a little ways away, but they move in with Analog now. Kick him to the side, and actually that kind of keeps him alive. The misplay
Power
there.
shot missed.
It kept him alive after the kick. Now they're going to full on go into Analog, try and finish him off. Another Lucent Beam, done. 4 dead, and Hector can't believe it.
That's crazy. I can't either. Like, him coming back in as well. Hector was also shooting on a power shot. He could have killed him if he'd known he was coming back down. That was a crazy play there to come back in for Pyke.
Beast Coast now up 4,000 gold at just under 12 minutes. That's all that fight, basically.
Man, that was a fast swing. That's pretty much, yeah, just tower and that fight. The gold has now gone crazy for Beast Coast. Pyke's right back into farming now, heading in towards that Yasha. And what's the plan here for Hector? He's had this Gleipnir queued up the whole time. He had a Yasha maybe queued up. Now Misho gonna get up to the high ground here, but yeah, that's a guaranteed kill there. Absolutely.
Guaranteed?
Guaranteed.
Denied.
Not a kill! Not a kill! It is a death, but it's not a kill. Very well done here.
That was nicely played. And now, Tally, knowing where Hector is. Ooh, didn't quite get the vision. I mean, he's in trouble, though. This is going to be a hard survive. But Hector, he's dodging, he gets away! What?
One with the trees here.
Yeah, it's not helping you this time, Moose. In fact, the Whirlwind comes out. They managed to bring him down. That was super well done.
Yeah, the lack of overgrowth there. Hurting him. Not much you could do, unfortunately. Try and help out on the grab.
And suddenly, the lead's cut back down again. Off the back of that kill, and Pyke is way down here on the bottom side of the map. What's going on?
He came through thinking there was going to be a fight, and then it broke down. He's like, well, I'll just take their camps. And they're none the wiser, right? This is excellent play by him.
Absolutely.
Then go right back up, clear out the rest of the camps.
It's a nice way to do it. Keep that farm moving. Put yourself in a position where if there is a fight, you can be a part of it and help out. And honestly, he could just stay there and wait for Hector to come in. There still is an opportunity here for an Eclipse play.
Yeah, 100%.
They see him. Hector underneath the tower. They go. X mark. Boat goes out, but the last... Oh, they don't quite connect with the torrent. The timing wasn't right. And now Analog. Yeah. That's pretty bad.
Sometimes you just get baited by your carry player, because you know what Pyke's saying. Yeah, come on, let's go.
No.
Let's do something here, buddy. Oh, you missed the... Oh, okay, I'm going to go jungle now. Bye.
Yeah, that one hurts.
I think many rotations again, right?
So that was one of those two where in the past, I feel like the boat might have hit, but ended up going for Torrent boat instead, and the shackle can mess you up there. Lasso, though, as Elmisho moves over. He's very low. Genji not quite going to connect for the kill. Elmisho's still playing very fast and loose here. He is way in deep. Analog trying to take him down. Now the roll to the side.
Hector dead! Hector died!
What?
Hector defeated and died while Analog is chasing Elmisho.
And now Vitaly off to the side. The Plinko is Plinkoing as they run down mid.
He just TP'd into Overgrowth Eclipse.
Yeah.
That's your Wind Ranger.
That happened.
Elmisho is just a beast this series. I don't know what else to say.
That change in elevation, it always messes you up.
that's all it is, eh? Hector was so psyched. He's like, oh, sweet, a team fight. I can finish up my Gleipnir. I want to get involved. I'm a Wind Ranger. And then, not going to save you this old Wind Run versus Pyke and an Overgrowth.
10-10, but it's Beast Coast on top right now. And it's got to be said, I'm feeling like they are starting to pick up steam. If Lumpy can get involved in a couple more of these kills, if you can play around the Luna, Beast Coast definitely feel like they're on the pathway to success here.
You heard Fierce say that that was their first map win over Heroic this year.
Yeah.
So to finish it with a series win in the lower bracket on the road to the International would be a pretty impressive feat here for Beast Coast.
Right.
But I mean, what that story tells you is that Heroic, they found many ways to win those games.
Yes. Absolutely.
So this is a little bit of a lead here for Beast Coast. Can't be taken too lightly. They got to still focus up here. And Hector does finish up the Gleipnir. So there's been a lot of discussion about these Wind Ranger games, about how do you play the BKB? How do you play the Whirlwind? So the problem sometimes is with this Gleipnir is that your BKB comes later, right? But considering they have a Viper and a Tusk and an Earth Spirit, honestly, I would not have minded it because I feel like the control might be a little bit of overkill. But then you see Almisho also doing what he's doing to Analog, so maybe the Gleipnir is necessary.
Right. Just a little bit of extra lockdown for these annoying, pesky heroes that can kind of play around the areas would definitely feel nice for them. And sort of just to reiterate what you were talking about before, like, we have seen leads that evaporate that are much bigger than just this 4K mark that they're at right now. And when you can do this on your carry, just go to town, go in with the Whirlwind, and farm up a couple rounds of camps very rapidly, it starts to fall apart otherwise. That is 3 specialist arrays, including one on a melee hero.
Yeah, everybody loves that item right now.
It's too good. Damage, attributes, all good things.
Tavai Llama, another game, another pipe here. Very important to help cover Hector, as we already saw. Magic damage being the bane of his existence.
It was the only thing that did damage to him in that last
Yeah, I mean, Whirlwind, or rather, Wind Run going to save you, but Tavai Llama's pipe going to do the other bit of work there as a Philosopher's Stone we found by KJ.
The fact that Almisho can play like this, if he ends up getting away...
No, he is dead.
I mean, okay.
Now, will he get denied again?
Oh my god.
Dude, there's no way.
Oh my god,
okay,
he almost did it. He almost did it.
That's way too close.
Alright, so they take him out there. The only other thing that I would say is that I'm thinking back to last game, and as they will be able to TP out on Moose, there was the issue that Beast Coast just kind of went for the all-out split push, never took a fight. I am seeing them dodge a little bit right now in spite of the gold lead, in spite of, like, I'm willing to put a pass on it right now because they're close to a couple of items, but eventually I do want to see them try and group around Pike and make something happen. They're very strong.
Yeah, you're kind of expecting Lumpy to try and get in there and be active with these kills here, and Heroic, they're doing the same thing as last game. It's a little bit later, but it's about an Aegis for Hector. They have scanned this out on the side of Beast Coast. And they have just said Tier 2 tower.
Interesting. Very interesting. I mean, they've got fighting-oriented items. I guess, like, again, you're, what, maybe 800 gold away from finishing off an Aghanim Scepter on Kunkka, very close to a BKB on Tiny. I think it makes sense to dodge this one. But honestly, they could probably still fight after the Aegis goes into Heroic's hands.
Yeah, we'll see how this Ags plays out for that Kunkka, because we've seen the fights where it is just completely ridiculous with this Ghost Ship.
Yeah.
The damage just goes crazy. It's also pretty solid versus the BKBs just because of the raw damage it provides anyway. But they don't even have those to protect them. It's mostly just going to be cutting through this pipe. But they're going to get aggressive.
Trying to move in here.
There's no shortage of initiation here for Heroic. That is one thing this game, where they have the Gleipnir build, they have the Tusk, they have the Earth Spirit, even the Snap, of course, like has some tools. So if they want to start a fight, they should be able to.
I mean, the thing about this is that you really, for Beast Coast, I feel like, want to hit your item timings hard. And even though they're playing into this Aegis, when this Aghanim Scepter is done on Kunkka, it's a really strong window before that Wind Ranger gets her BKB. If they don't hit that, things do start to look a little bit more scary, I feel like, for Beast Coast. You got to get something done eventually here.
It feels like they're just trying to all in again on their Luna, just like last game, and they're just saying that Hector is not as scary on the Wind Ranger as he was on the Bristleback.
Right.
Like, you're not going to be able to play that same game. You can't come and just sit and take your racks, which is definitely true. Right, that is not the power of this Wind Ranger hero. She's good at a lot of things, but the claims just keep bouncing. And we'll actually get the tower.
Did not decide to deny that one.
But it's not going to end the same way, right? You can't just walk on the high ground and destroy all the buildings this time. That's not an option for Heroic. So,
oh, now Misho, they're going to lose them. Tried to get denied again, didn't quite manage it. But these little pickoffs, and now, I mean, Beast Coast, and this is what we were talking about. There is a chance here to fight, but you don't have El Misho now. It just doesn't feel perfect. Maybe with Tiny Avalanche. Oh, the silence! Toss back BKB. Gonna find one kill. On to KJ. Can they get to Llama afterwards? It looks like the answer is maybe.
No.
Snowball. Oh, this is dangerous. Danger. Hector's here. Now the damage is gonna start to come out. Blade Mill already out from the Earth Spirit, but the toss already gone. That's one round. The Aegis is there. El Misho can TP back in if he wants, but they're TPing out. They break Vitaly's TP. They're going to lose the Kunkka, lose the tree, most likely, yes. They were able to burn through the Aegis, but one doesn't feel great if you're Beast Coast.
No, I don't think this Aegis really does that much for them in terms of the sieging anyway. Like, sure, they might have gotten, like, maybe 1 or 2 tier 2s, but Beast Coast, I don't think they're going to be very happy about that one. Just didn't get quite enough with the boat. They only really get the snap to set up for after that. And that Aegis has pretty much provided the time here for Hector to get this BKB. I would like to see them go again immediately for Beast Coast once the boat's back up, which is in 10 seconds.
Yeah, boat.
Like, I don't think you need to wait for overgrowth. I think you smoke up, you go, you try and get a lasso.
They just need to take the fight on their own terms, it feels like. And
man, El Misho is just one-track mind, huh?
Dude. Oh, man.
I don't think he needs to do this. This is a little over.
Yeah.
Like, over the top here, man. Like, you have Blink, you have Lasso, you have Boat. I think there are moments to play the game of Dota 2 versus your opponents and not just the creeps and neutrals.
It's true. Game, I mean, again, all right, Pyke gets the BKB. It feels like now is the time to go. We'll see if they decide to smoke up and make some type of a play together. There is a chance that they kind of just want to keep waiting it out because they feel like their lineup scales better and don't feel pressured to make a fight happen.
Surely he's holding a smoke. Yeah,
all right, they're going. Okay. They're going. They're going. I think this is the right play.
See what they can find.
Kunkka a little ways away from them. Hector is down here.
Yeah, they have an ops on the pillar as well. It sees where Schofield's lurking.
In towards mid, Devi shows himself. Avalanche, toss, Eclipse. Immediately on to the Viper, brings him down.
Hits him with the interesting. This is going to go right for the tier 2.
This is their power spike. How much can they get done? Hector is TPing in right now. Oh my god.
Misho?
Blinks. Forward. Up to the high ground, sees them, forces them back. But just like that, East Coast will take the tier 2 tower after getting the kill onto the Viper.
And they didn't spend anything, right? They used the Eclipse, sure, but I think you're still pretty confident going for some other moves here. You now have this Force Staff delivered to El Misho, so he can be a lot happier about his jump-ins. Once more, though, Heroic's focus on the Tormentors continues. We're very quick to grab those, and that's going to go to KJ.
They're all grouped together as 5 there, although Tusk did have to leave for a second. They had just completed a BKB for the Earth Spirit. And it looks like Beast Coast are going to go take a Tormentor of their own this time. A bunch of good shards here in this one.
Let's see who's going to grab it.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, that's super important for Trian because he needs this item. Like, you have to get it, and this basically just puts gold in the bank towards your Blink Dagger as Tree. Which in this game is amazing because they have this Kunkka, right? And they have this Bat Rider, but Tree can just sacrifice. You can just blink. If you had a 4-hero overgrowth with a Kunkka Axe in your team, you don't care if you die.
Right.
Right? If that boat comes in, plus you might not die because of the boat. It might actually save you, right?
Well, and the ability to sort of make sure that Schofield's not able to interrupt that with the snowball save, right? Yep. These things start to really matter a lot if you can get good positioning on the tree. Beast Coast again playing forward, although, whoa. BKB out, that's the reveal. Now Lumpy trying to walk away. Analog not going to be happy about that usage of his BKB. They drop down the Observer Ward, see him over to the side, pulls him in. Do they have enough damage? Schofield is off there. Avalanche, the boat, the big boat hits. The toss, it's good damage. We'll have the snowball in just a moment, but they're all rooted with the overgrowth. It's not going to be there. Divine Llama in trouble, finds that kill. Can they get more?
Oh, what a pullback there from Vitali on the Kunkka. That was nice.
And like that, they're ready to start the movement. 5 heroes alive for Beast Coast. And Tier 3 towers available, but they're not going to make that move.
Yeah, Moo's buying and selling, figuring out what he's going to do. He goes for the gem. So that's going to really delay any hopes of a Blink Dagger for himself. And that just means that they feel confident in the ability to initiate here between their Tiny and their Bat Rider, and that they really want to close this game out. They don't want to get caught by any sort of aggressive vision.
Right. They want to secure that Aegis for themselves, which is why they're all heading up top to try and play around this area. The tree gem makes sure that they're going to have the vision advantage when the Roche fight eventually happens.
When it spawns in 17 seconds.
I mean, that'd be really
It's going to be a fast one.
You think so?
Yeah, I can sense it.
Oh.
Like I said, 2 minutes.
Literally, barely not get longer. It's going to spawn bottom now because of that.
All right.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
I can't believe you just cursed them that hard.
I got the reads.
I mean, that being said, Heroic don't know this. They could have Roche up and already go in there, so they're wrapping around with a smoke. Analog, does he find a target? Smoke up of their own.
AJ wants a ward on that, and I tell you, it would be a great ward right now.
Man. Oh, they're retreating back. Man, Beast Coast, I'm not sure exactly, like, what their play is here. I guess that they just had a read on it. Maybe they saw
really
somebody smoke
neutrals.
underneath the ward.
That's all I've learned is they can't stand the neutrals. That's most of their gameplay.
Misho, ready to step forward. Smoke breaks on him. Smoke breaks on Heroic. They know they're over here. And because of how long of a Roche respawn this is, Heroic might be able to outflank them a second time in this series by just going through the gate. If Beast Coast don't make a move soon, I think Heroic just claim this one themselves. But instead they are going to fight. Walrus Punch to start. Overgrowth follows that one up. Now,
the boat.
Lasso already out. It's good damage. Schofield in some trouble. Do they have enough? Divine Llama, he's already on to this Luna. She's broken. Whirlwind, run away on the side of Beast Coast after Tree is dead. Lumpy throws out an avalanche. They back out of there. Kunkka in trouble. Vitali, he doesn't have anywhere left to go. He's dead. Eclipse is out. It's good damage, but will it be enough? Can he run down Devi, the Glimmer, and now they have to back out? Pike, Gleipnir, not going to break that TB. The BKB lasted long enough. So they will be able... Well, here's the problem. Roche still isn't up for 50 seconds.
Yeah, it's still a long ways away there. It's a great hold there from Heroic to keep that positioning, force a bad jump in there from Beast Coast. Not the way you want to do it. And of course, we know Moo's just invested in that gem, and now it's sitting there on the ground. KJ's waiting for his courier. This is a courier bait. So what's happening right now is that he thinks the Dire can't see him, but there's actually an observer ward that he knows that he's sitting there baiting the courier, but he was hoping the courier would come and he could kill the courier and get the gem.
I thought he was just taunting them.
No. He wanted a courier kill, because every support player sends their courier to get the gem after.
That's true.
But yeah, there's that bad jump there. Shackle, thankfully, only connects on the tree. It doesn't catch the Tiny in behind. And despite the boat coming through, again, the snowball eventually happens. And they use that to not only defend themselves, but then chase right after.
Yeah.
Schofield, amazing fight here. Drinking Buddies gets forward, comes in, keeps the chase onto Lumpy. And then, of course, Analog can just roll away because they can't hold them in place for this Eclipse.
And then the BKB TP out that ends up happening. You can see Devi feeling it right here, recognizing what that could have meant. The unfortunate situation is all that fight ended up being for nothing because they just have to fight again down on the south side for Roche.
Okay, they do, but there's an 8-second BKB and now a Lincoln Sphere here for Hector. So,
Lumpy.
The jump from El Misho, very tough. Ooh, good blink from Lumpy.
Gets out of there. Vitali, silence for now.
Pike is nowhere nearby. He's out hitting Ancients right now, and they have a Radiant Ward that might know this. It's hard to tell.
Trying to back out now on Heroic. Second Roche still ready. They're cutting down these trees. Don't want to deal with Tree Protector.
Their Roche is not that fast either.
They go in to try and take it.
The Whirlwind single target focus is not great. Sure, it's better than just raw right-clicking, but compared to Focus Fire, it's pretty pathetic.
They hear the sound, and now they know that they can go, and they know it's not going to be that quick. They're starting to run down this direction. Heroic, kind of a crazy move, but they're getting through it quickly enough. They might actually be able to do this in time, and look at him, King Jungle's X-Mark, it's already out, the Avalanche, do they have enough to get it? It is going to be Aegis on the ground.
It's so
More lift up, and Hector gets it. Just in time. And now the rest of them, though, in some trouble, Drinking Buddies, but look at the damage coming out from Pyke. Analog is just going to fall. So they managed to take that fight indeed, and now Hector...
He's on top of him.
Body blocks, chase. Do they have another Avalanche? 5 seconds away, the Shackle will latch. They don't quite have the ability to run down that Wind Ranger.
Couldn't quite get in range for an X marks the spot. Nothing to help him get there.
The banner's still in the pit.
Yeah, I mean, that was complete chaos. Oh, nice. Use the scan there. They're going to find a kill up top there. Schofield comes to the Twin Gate.
And that's Gem back.
Thank you very much. Lumpy with the Conda.
Well, an 8,000 gold lead now for Beast Coast after the gem gets traded back. Again, Aegis and hands from Heroic, we're kind of having this like push and pull happen between the two squads. But it feels like Beast Coast is coming out a little bit ahead. Wind Ranger versus Luna.
It feels like it's just scrappy, we're going late game kind of game, you know?
Oh yeah. Gleipnir, good Shackle. Hector still playing very far forward. Not afraid of anything with this Aegis in hand.
Well, as it does look like we're getting later. Hector will become quite the beast, of course. Luna, sure, great scaling carry as well, no doubt about that. Oh, Hector.
That was Lincoln's. Damage out. That's a freebie. That's an absolute freebie. And now Analog runs in, gets pulled out. Actually kicked away, it looked like.
Be free?
I think he was trying to kick him back, maybe, but Magnetize is there. Blade Mail.
Analog?
Does not appear to matter. The Blade Mail is not working, and the boats are ripping him to shreds, but look at the focus fire from Hector. Tears down one, looks for another. Can he find any more? They have Power Shot ready, but it's too long range to connect onto any of them. Vitaly, Snowball broken. And just like that, the Kunkka gets brought down. 3 for 1.
Well, Analog misses the roll on the Tiny, ends up catching all of that damage, but he took the damage. And everyone else comes in to clean it up. And that goes from looking like it might have been a problem to a perfect fight there, honestly, for Heroic. You're going to take that. Who cares? Buy back on the Tusk? Sure.
You know, I think the lead doesn't matter anymore. Like,
no, I agree.
It's like I don't know how this game is going to be decided. They're just going to smash their faces into each other for a while longer, and whoever gives up first who doesn't have buyback is going to be the one that takes it.
Yeah, this is just Eclipse versus Whirlwind.
Yeah.
That's it, right? It's whoever gets the big ulti off in the moment.
It does feel like Dota Plus still very much favoring the Luna, which, I mean, again, you think about the cost of losing a fight against a Luna in the late game scenarios. It can be really bad. Schofield rapidly going to die. Pyke godlike on this hero. But if you're free to get caught out, this Wind Ranger will destroy the rest of the heroes on the lineup.
Yeah, we talked a lot about El Misho's farming, but I gotta say, KJ's farm has been pretty crazy through this game as well. Like, pretty much the whole game, he's actually at a higher net worth than this Bat Rider. And you think about how the Bat Rider's been playing, running around the whole map, catching waves and stuff. KJ just playing a much more standard, just chilling, got the Solar Crest to help out, got the Glimmer Cape to help out, now has the Lotus Orb to help out. And he's just kind of been lurking in a lot of these fights. Now he's gonna help take down this Tormentor here.
Doesn't have like the super scaling Snapfire builds yet, but he has a lot of utility and things that can really mess up.
Okay, well, with no Aegis and with them taking the Tormentor, they're going to use this time to attack your base. This is something that Wind Ranger cannot do.
This is I mean, this is a lot. Pop the Gleipnir. Lumpy's still out there. Shackle.
El Misho can't find anything.
Divine Llama right onto him. Misho looking for the opening. Analog is out there. They blink away on El Misho. A torrent keeps him back, and that's a tier 3 tower done.
Now, Misho does have the headband, but you can't pop Lincolns with that anymore.
Oh, that's a crazy ward. That one is probably not going to get dewarded.
The way back one, but yeah, that's a nice play by the bat.
Because also, like, I feel like Devi isn't going to be walking over that way with the gem. Oh my god, they came in and took it? What? Just send in illusions and take out the racks?
Okay, nicely done.
All right, no, they got it. Never mind. Still banner in the pit. See if El Misho finds it. (22-21), 43 kills in this 37-minute game. As Hector gets closer to the Satanic. He had already bought the damage item in the data list. Thank you very much. Yes, off screen. It's a nice little chest there. It happens, I feel like, at all of these major tournaments. There's somebody that leaves something in the pit.
This one's so much more excusable than other ones, though. Sometimes it's just 5 heroes, like, roshing and doing the thing. This one was like, there is a team fight happening. We are almost losing this Aegis. Then the Aegis was on the ground, and Hector had to go back and grab it.
Yeah, that was crazy.
Oh, Hector picking up one of our favorite neutral items, of course. The Ogre Seal Totem.
Oh, it's a classic.
Very annoying to play against. Always hopping right out of the fight. I mean, you can notice a trend of those 3 items, right?
Ooh.
Ogre Seal, Aesthetics Cap, and Trickster Cloak. They are all just defensive, save myself neutral items. And what do you see on the other side? Ancient Guardian for Pyke.
Right. He's ready to hit. Now, there is a ward that was over here that was scouting out some of Beast Coast. It kind of looks like they're trying to set up to sneak these, that racks. They're just sending in the illusions, but Heroic is down here. Yeah, and they thought it was real.
Oh,
It's
my goodness,
definitely
that was
not.
a lot of spells.
Yeah. A nice little bait play there.
That's all right, not too expensive. 40 seconds on the Viper Strike. It's okay. They're going to move on out. They're smoking up. They are running up top. Trying to decide the angle they want to take. KJ wants to take a nice hook. A mean left curve.
Almost level 25 for Hector. Oh, they wrap around up to the north.
Another tiny illusion coming in. Can he do it again?
He's going to head right by. They see that
wait,
running away.
Oh, he's not baited.
They're not going to get him.
He did notice, actually, that they took the bounty room by his illusion, though. He pinged it.
Luna also getting close to her next item, MKB. So a nice answer to that Wind Ranger. With the butterfly queued up after the fact. Still playing around for where they know Roche is possible to respawn in just a couple of seconds here, but as you can see down bottom, buildings are in a little bit of a dangerous spot. There's a couple pings that come out from KJ. They're going to have to come and contend with that. 2 minutes until Roche respawns. Another long respawn.
And another Trickster Cloak picked up. Another good reason for the MKB. 2 of them to deal with for this Luna.
This is actually, I feel like Roche being down here is really good for Heroic because they can push out that other lane at least.
Yeah, but this is great ward still here for Beast Coast. And they're setting up
here.
on it.
They catch him here. Analog. Oh, Lotus right away. El Misho can't get him. And now he's in far. Lumpy jumps forward, wanted to get an Avatos. Not going to find it. Snowball already onto him. Walrus punch pushback. Pyke trying to get into range. Now they roll forward. They find him. Magnetize. The damage is out the Whirlwind. Batrider already dead. Vitaly in trouble. Pyke backing out. Meanwhile, on the other side, you got Lumpy completely in no man's land. And while they will get Hector brought down fairly low, they are not going to be able to get out with the rest of these heroes. Divine Llama right onto Pyke. Analog backing away, trying to survive through this, but Moo with the overgrowth. Wait, but he kicked him away. He keeps him separation, and now keeping control of that tusk. Divine Llama still trying to chase. Connection onto the Luna. Is it enough damage? The turn, the hit. It's good. They got him. Vitali now has to get out of there, but it's not going to happen. Heroic. They win the pivotal fight. And Roche is still 50 milliseconds away.
And they needed buybacks there from the Bat and from the Tiny.
It's such a long respawn. I mean, oh, well, they get the banner. But they realize that they can't do anything with it. Oh, it's got to be frustrating for Heroic. They should still be able to get it on the second
This
time,
initiation is total disaster mode, though. Elmisho loses the vision there as the Lotus is running out. Can't get anything. Then Lumpy jumps in trying to play at the same time. It's totally just nothing they can do. It's already a wash at this point. It looks really bad. Vitali's like, do I throw the boat now? How am I supposed to play this fight? So they start trying to back away the Pike. Hector's pressuring here with the Whirlwind. Still no good opportunity to go for the Eclipse. Lumpy's away, and then he tosses someone out. It's just nothing looking good for Beast Coast. And just Heroic staying together, playing with these auras here from Divine Llama, and eventually they're just able to clean up this fight and force some really important buybacks.
Now Misho, they find him over to the side here. It's been a bit of a hit and miss series so far for him. It's felt like there have been times where he's felt like he's made everything happen, and other times it's not been working out for him. Hector does move in now to go and claim Roche, so it wasn't quite long enough for the Luna to respawn, but this is a big get for them.
Get themselves the refresher. Really nice for with the Wind Ranger. Can do multiple whirlwinds and BKBs in a fight. We'll see how they decide to utilize these options that they get. For now, it's Analog that has the refresher.
So now Heroic up 6,000 gold, 7,000 gold. Lumpy even too afraid to go and finish off that Wisdom Rub. You can see that swing from that one fight.
Yeah. I think your point from earlier still stands, though. I don't think it matters. Like, I do not think the gold matters. I think as long as it's relatively close, which I still consider this to be, there is still definitely just a how the fights break down situation happening here.
And what the buyback status is, right?
Yeah.
Like, there's so many little variables in here that can end up causing it to go haywire.
This is a really stressful Game 3. Beast Coast fans on the edge of their seat. Heroic fans as well.
Elimination to see who moves on, and of course, even if whoever wins this game, you still have to play later today, too. So much at stake at this tournament. And a Shackle will connect. Oh, Lumpy. Lumpy. Where's the help? Where's his buddies? They have an Overgrowth ready. The BKB is there. He's taking less damage. Elmisho jumps in again, not able to get the lasso. The Lincoln Sphere was already up. Nothing to break that one. Pike, now he's also caught. Dude, the shards! Schofield, God! And now this Luna in trouble. They're going to drop the boat, try and get him away, but it's not enough.
That's it.
Luna's gone for 90 seconds.
Oh, that fight is over. They're going to get this tier 2. I mean, there's just no chance of coming back in this one right now.
Schofield, God. What an unbelievable shard.
Isolation. Yeah, he just cut them off. Twice. Both times. That was the main problem. And now, despite the lack of ability to push compared to a Luna, I mean, they can just prop themselves up here. Beast Coast trying to play strong here and act like maybe there's a threat of a Luna buyback.
Only 2 Force Staffs on the team to get him out of trouble, and they did not have him up at that point. Now this banner laid down. All right, you have what? 15 until Bat. You've got 50 until Luna. They've got multiple glyphs. If there's any consolation, it's that Heroic do not push objectives that quickly.
No, that's why they need this kill on the Luna. Without the kill on the Luna, they can't stand here like this. Like, there's just no way they can take towers and racks as long as she's up and has the threat there. Oh. I would be pretty disappointed if they don't get a racks here, I think. I feel like they should be able to.
It was a good tidal wave to push Hector out of the base for the moment. The question is, how much more can they get? They get at least the one, still 20 until Luna's back up. Look at the big wraparound coming from Elmisho. He's actually trying to kill the wave.
Yeah, he is grabbing that wave in typical Elmisho fashion.
So this glyph will be used, and now backdoor protection should kick in.
Yeah, I don't think they have a real chance at taking this anyway, especially with the Luna coming back.
Oh, they're going for it, sticking around. Backdoor now finally up. So a much larger lead blown open by Heroic in this one.
Yeah, man, Schofield just absolutely ruining their high ground defense by not giving them one, by making sure they couldn't get back to the high ground. Now Lumpy again. This is how it started last time.
Can't get caught like this. El Misho in trouble. The shards, they catch him. Do they want to step forward? Lincoln's broken. El Misho can jump and lasso if he wants, but already they have it broken. The Lotus, just so valuable in this game.
There's still the refresher shard as well here for Analog, so he has the ability to go crazy in one of these fights.
Jumps in. They have an X mark to pull him back in, but that's already a whole nother set of racks. Heroic doing the slow and steady siege. Exactly what they need to do with 50 more seconds left on this.
Now Misho just can't find that jump in that they're looking for. They're going to go for the tiny Aghanim Scepter next, though.
Try and overwhelm them with massive damage. I mean, this might catch them off guard. There's a chance.
They need a big overgrowth from Moose. I think El Misho is going to try?
They need everything here. They got to get something. Gotta jump onto Hector here, interrupt, find an opportunity for an angle.
Alright,
they kill the creep wave. Hector steps forward, Lincoln's broken, Lotus onto him.
Creeps are still mid as well, so that, you know, this is not a full-on ending as the next wave also comes in. There's still a lot they have to handle here from the high ground.
Only a couple seconds left on this Aegis. Hector, will he get caught here? Leibniz already out. Tiny, we push back, but with that Aegis being reclaimed, it looks like Heroic are not going to tempt fate again going high ground on the top side of the map.
Analog just playing it really dangerous, I gotta say, up there, all by himself with no Lincolns or anything, but gets away with it.
Well, for Heroic, they have put themselves in a winning position. They have put themselves in a position where the waves are going to be shoving in. They should have a clear path towards Roche. And for Beast Coast, I feel like now you got to make some type of a big move. They've got to try and find them outside of the base, get some type of a pick off. Because if they're just free to go in and secure the next Aegis, it feels very difficult to hold that.
Lumpy's calling for them to just push out top.
Interesting.
Divine Llama's going to get the shard. They're going to show that Pyke's up here. They're trying to catch somebody. Oh, Hector? Hector's going to finish that TP.
Not afraid. He finds Lumpy again. The Lao Shackle is keeping him there. BKB, Avalanche, and
Tusk.
That can't happen. Lumpy does not have any friends nearby him right now. Has double toss charges, but he's just going to drop. Oh, maybe an opportunity there to kill off the Tusk, though. Lumpy backing away. And still living a very long time, but ends up dying in the end.
And he's got no buyback. He is short on the goal by 440.
Oh, and they find another. El Misho in trouble. They're falling apart, Beast Coast. They feel the pressure to get stuff done, and they're getting caught out of the base.
All right, now there's no TP on Wind Ranger. Maybe Pyke just has to go for it.
I don't know.
I don't know what else you can do. He's under a ward right now. He's actually scouted, and they're coming back for him.
If he gets caught now, too, this is the worst. Pyke trying to TP out of there, hoping to escape the roll. He gets away. Schofield popped BKB for that one.
He did, yeah. I think it was a fat finger. I think he was trying to mash Yules or something.
Maybe a chance here to catch Hector. Hector completely alone. Hector, BKB, overgrowth. No, he didn't get him. Oh, it might have been a little close. And yeah, Satanic is back up to full. Yeah,
they don't know there's no buyback on the Tiny.
That's true.
So they do have to kind of respect it. They also know they're still in a very advantageous position. There's no need to rush this.
Right.
So they'll probably just force Megas.
Zavai steps up, feeling strong. Lincoln's onto him. Pyke backs away. Can throw out these loosened beams. And because he's got that extra hit, it's a lot of glaives that get thrown. That level 25 talent, very annoying to play against.
Yeah, and using the tree armor and the general dissuasion tactics, they actually push them back. They don't choose to send up Hector. They don't want to give any big opportunities. They'd rather just wait for the next Aegis. And would you believe it? It's another really long one.
That's crazy, man. I don't know. I feel like you've got to start thinking about Rapier at this point if you're Luna. Like,
or Tiny.
Yeah, honestly, either of them. They need overwhelming damage.
Oh, beat the record for most deaths this tournament. That's not too shocking for how Misho's played this game. Congratulations.
He's got to have something.
Thinking about padding his stats here as he runs into Hector. Hector with 3,700 HP right now, by the way.
You can see how big of a swing this has been over the last couple of minutes, but 21%, not insurmountable.
Oh, that's importantly amazing odds for being down 26k, to be clear.
I feel like we've seen this a lot this tournament. It's just Luna. Like, I don't know.
I mean, it's the one fight thing, right? Like, how many fights in a row have Heroic won?
Yeah.
Right? This is that classic idea of how many fights does your lineup need to win to actually win the game? And because of the lack of push of a tricore of Wind Ranger, Viper, and Earth Spirit, possibly the most trash lineup at taking towers without a real focus fire, you have to win a lot of fights.
Yeah. They pressuring up top. And because they know that Roche is capable of respawning, East Coast sending these illusions to high ground, not seeing anybody home, they might just try and push this.
How about the real deal?
Schofield is there on him. Now the jump forward divide will find El Misho. Misho in trouble. Then run in. Oh, and snowball! Whoa!
It was so close to coming back.
That punch, that could have been it. El Misho, again, in some trouble. TP's out, not gonna happen.
Lumpy down here, just making some moves elsewhere on the map. They're all gonna run down here on the side of Beast Coast.
Are we getting to tier 5 neutrals? Do you think there's a chance this game?
There's definitely a chance, but
oh wait,
they're
coming through. They're coming through. The boat is down. Analog is out.
They're
to roll away. Schofield realizes can't be here anymore. Hector comes in too. Lumpy backing away with the shield rune in hand.
Oh, Lumpy again.
BKB, avalanche, toss, turn, hit, toss, damage out. He's still so tanky though. And now they back away. Vitali taking a ton of damage. So too is Pike with the Mortimer's kisses. That's more than enough to find the finish. And 3 are dead with no buybacks because of gold. That is a tough pill to swallow.
They felt like the high ground was undefendable. They had to take a fight outside the base to maybe get something, but they just couldn't connect on it. They couldn't find the jump in from the tree. He's just lurking there thinking like, can I do it? But the saves are still available. They just have such a massive item advantage that it truly has to be perfect to get that fight. And you saw the last way they played it super safe going high ground. Beast Coast just felt like they're just going to do that again. And we won't get that opportunity. And if they just push the base, even with how slow it is, they have a long time to do this.
They're buying E-Blades. They're getting everything that they need.
You got to get them in the well somehow.
Heroic, they do not have to worry about a thing here as AC bought by Tusk. They're trying to close this one out. Beast Coast, they found their first win against this org this entire year, but unfortunately, it was only going to be one win. As you take a look at this one, Heroic running down the lanes, Ancient exposed, Hector comes in for the finish. Heroic, they're just too strong. The couple buybacks, triple buyback, doing what they can.
Headset is off.
Kunkka's a little bit late. They're gonna take this one down. GG is called. Beast Coast are eliminated. Heroic, they move on.
Man, cool guys don't look at explosions. Hector doesn't even watch the Ancient explode. He's already just walked off.
He was ready for that one. I mean, he knows they've got another match later on today that they need to take it down. Heroic get the victory here, though, as they move on in this tournament.
And what a comeback they made in game number 3 here to be able to close out the series. We heard from Lyrical and Trent just there as well. They will be playing a second time today. That's going to be our 3rd series. They'll be coming up against Aurora. But for right now, let's break down how Heroic were able to get this win over Beast Coast, despite this lead, this almost 10k lead that Beast Coast had so consistently for themselves in the middle of the mid-game. And Winter, that's the part of the game that they've always struggled with to be on top of. And now, you finally get that, but you couldn't close it out.
It's definitely very worrisome when a team, they chose the right strat in the beginning. I think it was a really good idea to have the 3 heroes on top, the tri-lane against the Viper, and they had a 1v1, Kunkka against Wind Ranger, which is also really good for the Kunkka. They had very good lanes, but they just couldn't really find the team fights here. I think in the mid game, the biggest issue that I had with them is the way they were using the wards and the way they were jumping. You know? I felt like a lot of their jumps were very, very rushed. It felt like they didn't really need to rush so much, especially the Bat Rider, Elmisho. I think he could have like waited a little bit more in a couple of engagements. He was like a little bit too ahead of his team, and they couldn't really kill the hero that he jumped on. So I felt like the mid to late game, it was rinse, repeat, fail initiation. They had some lead, they took a bad fight, they lose a bad fight, and maybe they win some fight later, but then they screw up again, you know?
Yeah, I agree. It was pretty much not getting the initiation that was the problem. And Elmisho, his instincts were correct in a sense, where there were some fights where he would jump in and like try to save Lumpy, who was getting gone on with a 4-staff and a blink, and he actually would save Lumpy. He would succeed in what he was doing, but he would just die to Hector's whirlwind on the way to saving Lumpy. And then they don't have the Bat Rider initiation, and the blink lasso pullback is one way to always win a fight in the late game of Dota 2, like even if you're behind, and they were ahead. So I can understand the instinct, like, oh, I'm going to save my team, maybe give them my life for it, but then all of a sudden, without his initiation, they can't win the fight.
I mean, instincts is one thing, you know. If you look at the heroes, right, you're the Bat Rider. You're looking at the enemy 5 heroes. Who do you want to lasso the most? I feel like it's Hector all the time, you know. The way you win a team fight is you disable the Wind Ranger. I think she's probably the only one that does the majority of the damage out of all the 5 heroes. So I felt like you need to just let either the Tiny go in, or even the Kunkka, just find someone, X-Mark, and you wait, you know, until you see the Wind Ranger, because in a couple of fights, he got a good catch, but it wasn't the Wind Ranger, he caught someone else. They killed the hero, but they still lost the subsequent fight.
Yeah, it was mostly the task, and I understand that, you know, the task, especially with the drinking buddies, there's a lot of save potential coming out of that, but it's tough to know exactly who to get the jump on, who to lasso there. Ultimately wasn't the correct one in a lot of those team fights, despite getting that kill. But on the side of Heroic, you're down 10k. They're pushing high ground fear. They're looking to close this one out. How do you keep your composure? And how are you so sure that your team is still going to be able to come back into this, that you'll be able to find a window for yourself?
Well, you just have to play the game slow and see what happens. I really did like the fact that K1, he actually played this really well. The laning stage didn't go the best for him. And whenever you do tri-lane versus tri-lane, there's actually a lot of emphasis on the 2 heroes that are in the solo lanes to do something in the game, because you're going to have like 3 under-leveled heroes, your mid's going to be super farmed, and so is your carry. And I feel like Hector, yeah, he tried to use it at the beginning, didn't really work out his level advantage, but he kept trying to be active throughout the fights, and this is something that he's getting better and better at, and I felt that did a lot of work for the team. And Analog, can't really state enough, whenever this guy is on the team, whenever Heroic wins, he's a big part of it. This Earth Spirit did lots of work in the fights, and this is why we're like, oh yeah, we saw Analog Earth Spirit. This is great. We've seen this before. It does a lot, and we kind of looked at the Tiny for Lumpy. It's like, oh, I'm not sure if Tiny's gonna be enough in this type of game, just because how the hero functions. It's not the same type of hero since he got nerfed. So overall, Heroic, they got the heroes they wanted. Even though they lost the laning stage, they kept their composure and they came back into the game. And that's the difference between Beast Coast right now and Heroic, is Heroic just has a better understanding of the game.
Yeah. Well, let's actually hear from Heroic themselves. Nomad is standing by with our winners after this 2-1 best-of-3 victory.
Thank you very much, Nat. Yes, indeed. I'm here with Schofield, and we're going to have a chat about this series. Of course, Heroic versus Beast Coast throughout the year hasn't really been very close, but this time around, you know, a bit of a brawl. What do you think about that?
Heroic contra Beast Coast todo este año no ha sido particularmente la partida más apretada. Ustedes siempre salían por delante, pero esta vez ha sido mucho más intensa. ¿Qué piensas de esta partida? ¿Cómo ha salido la serie para ustedes?
Empezamos la primera serie jugando, como se puede decir, lo más fresco, para jugar lo más natural, pero a veces nos complicamos nosotros mismos jugar en equipo y a veces pasa mucho eso, pero cuando jugamos más natural, o sea que no nos frustramos o no jugamos individualmente, jugamos mejor en equipo y eso funciona mejor en nosotros.
So he says that they start the series out trying to play fresh, but sometimes the ideas get overcomplicated over time, and the communication between them sometimes gets complex and leads to perhaps some errors. But as it went on, they didn't try to play more individually. They actually tried to play more as team, and that's what they do best. So their teamwork shined through as the match went on.
It certainly did, yeah. In the end, you get the win. I mean, there's a few style differences between you guys, between the two teams, especially between you and El Micho. You know, El Micho prefers to be a bit more greedy, whilst you prefer to be a bit more supporting. Is that just a player difference, or is that a team difference?
Hay algunas diferencias entre ti y el Micho. Al Micho le gusta ser un poco más greedy, a ti te gusta ser un poco más de support, ser un entrevistador. ¿Esto para ti es una diferencia de equipo, de personalidad de jugador, de estilo de juego? ¿Cómo lo ves? ¿O estás de acuerdo con eso?
A ver, sí es greedy, tiene ese estilo de juego greedy, también juega a veces seguro. Yo también soy así, yo también cuando uno juega super, cuando es greedy a veces muere de más. Y entonces yo he aprendido bastante a manejarlo mejor. Creo que de alguna manera yo siento que aprendí un poco más y a estar más paciente. La paciencia supera lo greedy y si lo mantienes los dos es mejor, yo creo.
So he says that when you play support, it's kind of a tightrope, right, between playing greedy, playing safe sometimes. He feels like he's already been through the ringer. He's played greedy enough times, he's done enough times, and over time experience has mounted. He feels like he's a bit more experienced in that sense than El Micho, and he thinks that over time patience will trump the greediness.
Very interesting indeed. So yeah, the wizened master. So, of course, another series to come today. How are you feeling about that matchup against Aurora?
Ahora es tu siguiente serie. ¿Cómo te sientes, Scofield?
Sí, voy a tratar de estar más tranquilo, jugar más, disfrutar más. Cuando no disfruto tanto el juego, no soy yo mismo y cuando me entro más en el juego siento que destaco mucho más, hago más cosas como equipo, como individual y yo siento que personalmente voy a estar más tranquilo, a comer bien y de nuevo a comer y jugar de serie.
Okay. Sorry, Hector's interrupting the interview as a rude player. So Scofield says first, the most important thing he's going to eat. He's going to eat well, and he's going to play that next series more calmly. He believes that when he plays more calmly and he enjoys the game more, he plays better. He feels like he concentrates more on the game, and he plays better as an individual, and they play better as a team. And his goal is actually to be more calm and more himself as he gets into the second match of the day.
All right, well, I hope that works out for you guys. Best of luck in that series. Scofield, Tranquilo is the name of the game, and we'll send it back to the panel with Nat.
Thank you to all three of you guys over there for the fantastic interview there. Schofield, the most important thing that I felt he was saying is that fine line, that fine balance when you're a support of playing greedy, knowing exactly when to go in, what you're going to need, and when you're going to be able to help your team. And that has been a lot of the time when the make or break between a team fight or what makes a team look good and a team kind of fall apart a little bit.
Yeah, as they say, it's a fine line between a genius and an insane person, you know, like treading the line is what you have to find the balance in. What type of game you should be greedy, what type of game you should be calmer, you should be less greedy, you should just wait, be patient, and just find your target, you know. I've been in that spot before, like playing all this type of initiating hero. It's difficult, you know, when the game is very, very close and you kind of only have like one more fight and you know that you're not supposed to mess up. And yeah, I mean, it definitely gets to a lot of people and it's difficult, you know, to find that balance. And credit to Scofield, you know, I think he's really, really good at the jump initiating heroes on the support position and he's doing a really good job with that.
Jenkins, from your point of view, you know, we're seeing Beast Coast eliminated now. They are our fifth team. Unfortunately, they won't be making it to the main event. But anything that you want them to walk away here knowing, especially after such a close and exciting series between themselves and Heroic?
I mean, they're a group of young players. There's no coincidence that the teams that we've seen get eliminated are the youngest teams, so they have a bright future ahead of them. I think if they could adapt to the meta a little bit better, if they could be a little bit faster, maybe moves being more comfortable in the 5 position, like if we give this team time, we could see another year of very dominant SA region.
Look, that's some of our viewpoints for Beast Coast, but let's hear from them directly as Pyrian is standing by with one of their players.
Yeah, thanks, Nat. I am here with El Micho from Beast Coast. First of all, a tremendous series. We all enjoyed watching it, and it was so close. What do you think the difference was in this series?
Una tremenda serie. Todos hemos disfrutado mucho viendo la serie. Pero, ¿cuál crees que es la diferencia entre ustedes esta serie? ¿Qué ha sido el punto diferenciante?
Un poco el macro, un poco de nuestros cores, ¿no? Que las ideas a veces no tienden a estar una sola, ¿no? Y creo que hemos estado trabajando más que todo en este TI porque nuestro juego aún no es perfecto, pero hemos trabajado bastante en el early, ¿no? Como dicen. Y el early casi todos los equipos les ganamos y el problema empezaba a decaer cuando tocaban el mid game o el late game, que no, nuestros héroes no estaban en el lugar donde deberían estar, ¿no? Como dicen. Y ahora hemos estado trabajando y creo que va mejorando poco a poco, ¿no? Como dicen. Eso sería todo.
So he thinks it's mainly due to the macro game. He says that coming to this TI, they've been working a lot on their early game. And they're working a lot of aspects, specifically the early game, and they feel like they've found a nice balance there. But when it comes to the mid-late game, sometimes things break apart. He said, as people would say, sometimes the cores are not where they should be, right? And he believes that they are still improving. They've done a lot of work and they're getting there. But, you know, it's step by step, right?
Of course. Speaking of this matchup in particular, Heroic have sort of been your guys' nemesis this year. What is it about this team that makes them so hard to play against?
Heroic es vuestro archienemigo este año. ¿Qué tiene ese equipo que hace que sea tan difícil para ustedes jugar contra ellos?
Creo que un poco de experiencia se podría decir, que ellos tienen la oportunidad de jugar en Europa buen tiempo, ¿no? Como dice, en cambio, a veces nosotros volvemos a Perú y ya... O sea, no digo que no se pueda, ¿no? Pero hay una ventaja de ping ahí, 220. Pero para mí no hay problema, pero a veces un poco pesado para algunos, ¿no? Como dice, y ya no ranquean, al volver no ranquean algunos, ¿no? Como dice, y eso pesa en el equipo porque no es constante la práctica, como se dice. Eso es
I think it mostly comes down to experience. When it compares to Heroic, Heroic have an advantage where they can play in Europe, and they play pubs in Europe as well, right? Whereas for Beast Coast, sometimes they just come back to South America, and for him, ping is not a problem. He's happy to play with heavy ping, as they say it. But sometimes not everyone feels the same way. Not everyone feels like they're practicing as consistently, they're not ranking as much, and that leads to an experience difference that ends up costing them matches.
Okay, well, this was the first TI for a lot of the players on your team, 3 of the players on your team, yourself, Lumpy, Pike. What have you guys learned at this TI that you're hoping to take forward next year?
Es vuestro primer TI, para 3 de vuestros jugadores, tú incluido, el Misho. ¿Qué has aprendido este TI que quieres mostrar el año que viene, que va a ayudarte a mejorar como jugador?
Creo que los equipos tier 1 castigan, ¿no? Hasta el error más mínimo que uno hace y es como que el que comete menos errores gana esta partida, como se dice, ¿no? Y con respecto, como dices, no es mi primer TI y no es que estaba dedicado al 100%, ¿no? No soy consistente, porque recién este año al Dota ya de frente me estoy metiendo de lleno, como dice, porque antes estudio y Dota y me retiraba, volvía, así que supongo que de aquí en adelante voy a esforzarme más, ¿no? Dedicarme más, que soy consciente de que a veces he dejado un poco de dedicarme y un poco flojo, como se dice, pero de eso voy a aprender. Gracias.
So we talked about 2 aspects. When it comes to the game side, he talks about how the best teams, they punish much more. They don't let you make a single mistake, and eventually it becomes a game of who makes the least mistakes. And then when he talks about his own personal growth, he says that it's been a difficult year for him, and in general, before El Misho had situations where he was not dedicated fully to Dota, right? He was sometimes studying, he was in Dota, he retired from Dota, then he comes back to studying, then he goes back to Dota. But now that's changed for him. Yeah, he's fully dedicated to Dota, he's fully committed, and he says this is his biggest learning, and he's just committing to come back stronger next year.
Wow, fantastic. Well, just finally and just quickly, if you'd like to say a word to the Beast Coast fans, I'm sure they'd appreciate it.
Palabras para los fans de Beast Coast, algo que le quieras decir a tus compañeros, a la gente que está viendo desde casa.
Siempre apoyen al equipo, ¿no? A veces no tenemos buenos días, como dice. Uno no puede despertarse bien de noche a la mañana también. Es el cambio de horario, choca un poco. Y nada, que más que todo el Dota es pasión, ¿no? Como se dice. Fuera de dinero, otras cosas. La pasión es lo que te hace sentir realmente querer jugar. Eso es real.
He says, first of all, support the team. It's the most important part. Not always do you wake up and have the best of days. And then he also says that, I mean, ultimately, there's a lot of things to Dota, but Dota is passion. Dota is about passion. Yeah, there's money and there's work and everything, but as long as you keep having the passion, you can keep working towards it.
Fantastic. Well, we look forward to seeing more of you at future tournaments, but for now, Amisha, we're going to have to say goodbye. Thank you for the interview. Thank you, Arvid, for translating. And back to the panel with Nat.
Thank you guys so much. It's great to see the candid aspect there of El Micho, and he talked about the experience. Unfortunately, they didn't have it compared to Heroic, but now they do. They have so much more experience. Hopefully, we'll be seeing those Beast Coast players, or at least the org, going further, seeing them more at tournaments in the future. We're still talking about this one a little bit here. The Beast Coast, the Heroic matchup. Now, after seeing Heroic and what they were able to do, how do you guys feel that they're going to face up against Aurora when we do get there in a couple series times? Because it's happening today.
Yeah, I think it's anyone's game. Like, Aurora is looking good from the C region. Now we have Heroic going up against them. I couldn't pick, honestly, who's going to win that series. They both look pretty level up, but maybe you guys have a different opinion.
Well, I was thinking that maybe because, you know, they were able to do the trialing, the switch up, that they're able to adapt like that you might have given them the slight advantage. But if you're not convinced just yet, there is someone who might be able to convince you with some more information, some more facts, and that is none other than Purge himself.
Thanks. I don't have much opinion on the Aurora series because that one is very up in the air, but the trialing is actually what I wanted to focus on from the last game because it used to be a very normal staple for Dota that you'd use 2 heroes to cover your carry. Now that's not really the case, but because of the fact that Viper is good at killing carries by himself or with an ally, they decided to trialing against it to help lessen the impact of Viper against the enemy carry. So basically at all times, these guys are looking for a hero to be slightly out of position because if he is, it's much easier to kill him because you have 3 heroes instead of 2. You have more disable and you have more damage. Schofield here finding a moment where they can get a lot of good harassing on Luna, for example. What this translates to eventually is a couple more pokes where nobody dies and everyone just gets a little bit less experience in gold. You know, nobody's really happy. And eventually they do actually find Luna for a kill. So they just did a little rundown. The other downside to tri-lanes is that the experience is split very evenly. Because they're always standing near each other, there isn't as much time to pull, there's more heroes to body block lanes. So what happens in this first rotation for Divai Lama is he's only level 4. This is really abnormal for a Viper. Normally when you're kind of like the tankiest, strongest hero on the map for the early game. But because he did this rotation, which he kind of needed to do to protect Hector, but he was underleveled, he was actually quite easy to kill, all things considered. He also went for a second greedy point of Nether Toxin and increased his farm speed because his lane started going well, but then he's more vulnerable to dying because he doesn't have any more corrosive skin. So here we are, almost 10 minutes. He's only level 6. He does have decent net worth. They end up getting a kill on this Kunkka, but the problem is that the same thing kind of happens again. He rotates mid to slow down this push. He gets pressured and ganked. Again, he's only level 7. He puts his spells into Tiny, who is a shield rune, that gets completely offset. So Divai Lama basically gets put behind. So all things considered, I think Beast Coast did a great job with their tri-lane. They limited the deaths to the Luna. They made sure that Viper's rotations were just kind of underwhelming, maybe more Divai Lama's mistake, and then they got a gold advantage. But after that, it really was a game of initiation, and that's kind of where Beast Coast was failing because they didn't compound that advantage that they created through the laning stage. So it was close, but Heroic was just better.
Heroic was just better to close that one out. It's nice to know, though, tri-lanes can still exist, even though it's, you know, like a 0.001% chance of
it's
ever
against
actually,
Viper.
yeah, of ever actually appearing because of how situational it is. It's there. Our players are still thinking about it. We're always wondering, how is Dota developing? How is it adapting? But here at the Road to the International, there's a lot of things happening all at once. And one of my favorite things about it is our short film contest. We do have another entry to show you guys. It is called Dump and Dump.
Come again!
quite a different variety in this first phase bans, and G2IG with the opener of Primal Jenkins.
Yeah, this is expected that we have this variety. I mean, both of these teams haven't played in a while, and one issue for Spirit, I would say, on this patch is that it is not a Magnus patch, and anytime it is a Magnus patch, Spirit is god tier. Anytime it's not a Magnus patch, they're usually good, but it's a question mark. However, in the last 3 days, the meta has developed, and for example, Mars is a very popular hero now, and people are picking it earlier and earlier, so I really could see Spirit picking Collapse, something like that. I remember in the months like prior to TI, even around Riyadh, people were talking about Collapse as like this guy is at his peak performance right now, and so I don't know how much that holds up to this TI. Maybe he's in a slump. It happens, but he needs his hero pool. Like if he can get in it, if he can get his heroes and he's at his peak, then I think that's when Spirit looks like this TI winning Spirit.
I don't think you can kind of like single it out on one person. When they didn't do so well in the last series, I felt like the issue the team is having right now is not even just about the hero pool or whatever the meta is, whether it's suitable for Collapse. I feel like it's more about how they view the game as a whole, how they view the meta, because they've been picking Tinker and Mirana. Not every team has been really utilizing Tinker and Mirana as a carry. So I feel like maybe it has more to do with the way they view the meta instead of just having like heroes that are good in the meta that they really like to play. And I hope that they've already made the adjustments, because so far we didn't really like a lot of the games that, at least for me, for the Mirana being played as a carry. I felt like the hero probably feels a lot better on a support role, not on a carry role.
The stats do back you up with that, by the way. This Mirana is being flexed between a 1 and a 4. In the 17 matches she's played as a carry, it's a 47% win rate, so just under half. Whereas in the 10 matches as a support position 4, it's an 80% win rate. So it's a massive jump.
Those are great stats to hear, because anecdotally, I feel like that's what we've seen on, at least in the games that we're watching on this morning panel, is that it seems to be a very excellent support, and as a carry, it's like, oh, she's going in doing damage, 50% HP, 1 Lucent Beam from Luna, she's done. Which, by the way, G2X-IG banned the Morphling out, so maybe there's, especially with the Mirana pick, maybe they want to pick up the Luna here.
Yeah, we'll see. I think this Mirana pick comes in just when we wanted it to. It can be played on both roles, that is why it's strong. I would be very hesitant and really consider the other options before putting on carry, whereas in position 4, I think you just throw it out there. It's fine. It can work with a lot of different heroes. We talked about Collapse Mars being a hero that's in the pool right now. I mean, Collapse has really enjoyed his Sand Kings right now. Konka's been very popular, Doom. So all those heroes are actually banned out this game. So that does give us some more potential for heroes like, I'm going to say it again, really enjoy Beastmaster against Train Protector. That's something that they could pull out here as well.
Yeah, even a Beast Mirana lane sounds very strong.
Yeah, it's good. It's definitely, Beast Mirana is definitely better than I think Mars Mirana versus Train specifically.
I'll give you a little bit more of an update about this Mirana too. I've just been, perusing while I've been talking about it and waiting for this draft to have a couple more picks. Yutoro, or Radon, is one of he plays it the most. Okay, so only one other person plays it more than him. Saxa on Tundra, the position 4. He's had 5 games on it. Yutoro himself has had 4, and no one else on Team Spirit has picked it up. So every time they've picked it up, it's always gone to Yutoro. It's always been in that carry. And the only other person who's played it more than him is a support.
And he's won 3 of those games.
3-1, yeah, respectable.
They are winning with it.
I was trying to skew the data to, be more favorable towards my narrative, but thank you for your...
Oh, sorry, I apologize for that. Didn't mean to ruin that one for you. Let's strike that from the record and let's move forward here. Phoenix coming out. This is a hero that used to be incredibly popular with Train Protector. It does give you that protection against the egg. Typically you want to pop your BKBs or whatever it might be, kill the egg. Hasn't been as good lately just because there's so many things that can dispel root nowadays and every hero has their go-to item to do so. But either way, Train Protector with Primal Beast. Primal, same story. You can also disable people through BKB. It's a good Phoenix game. That's what I'm getting at here. I do like the pick there. Collapse, he'll go for his Mars, works really well with Mirana, whether it's a support or a carry, you want that lockdown. And I think for even Mirana carry, this is really nice to have on your team because the biggest issue you do have is you don't really have lockdown. You're not going to just throw a stun randomly, hit them, and then kill them yourself. You want someone to drop that big team fight ultimate on the ground there, and you will be able to get some right clicks off.
But we also had like this conversation about when you have a Mirana on your team, maybe even a carry or support, you want more range heroes on your team to abuse the solar flare, right? You don't really want to just have like Mirana alone as your lone hero that abuses the solar flare. Do you think that's a legit concern when you're picking this hero as a carry?
Oh, yeah, you definitely want to pair some heroes with it, but I feel like you still need that one guy who gets in there and drops like that big team fight ultimate down.
Yeah.
I think looking at the next couple picks, they're probably thinking, what other heroes can use this? That comes from either a support position, mid position, or even a carry position if they want to put it on a support role.
I would love to see Mira Snapfire insta-kill the egg, and okay, they go for the Invoker. I thought maybe that they would pick that, but possibly there were a few more options for Laurel, so maybe they would let it through until the last pick.
I mean, this hero right-clicks a lot in this patch.
Yeah. Yep.
Often seeing the Witchblade being picked up on him, and just lots of right-clicking on this build. It's pretty funny. Invoker used to be like the spellcaster, sit in the back, do tons of damage with your spells, come back, and then now it's more of like, I'm just going to press Cold Snap and Alacrity and just right-click you to death.
He's also kind of like a hybrid. I think in the early game, you do more with your spells, especially against certain heroes, like those strength heroes that have very low mana pool. They rely a lot on their mana, like Primal Beast. Those heroes are oftentimes very, very weak against Invoker in the early game, before even you get to the point where you can abuse the Solar Flare.
I mean, what I like about it and why I was thinking about it is because it's a Manta buyer. Like now people go Manta on Invoker. It's a universal hero, so you really benefit from the stats. And that means the Treant ult plus the Phoenix ult. You Manta out of that, kill the egg with Alacrity. And also, I'm fairly sure Primal is not so good against Invoker in the game. You have all this ground targeted like BS that you don't want to run into.
Yeah.
Invoker can Cold Snap to interrupt the Primal ult. Like it's just a lot of disruption like on the ground for a Primal to get in there. Like he can actually die to this hero.
We haven't seen Spirit, by the way, play since they lost their seeding match against Nouns, and in that best of three,
you're gonna say they had Luna, right?
Yes, Nouns had Luna. It was actually just Luna. It wasn't gonna be the Treant. I actually wasn't even gonna mention the Treant, but I'm so glad you brought up Treant here because I actually really wanted to talk about the Treant and not the Luna. No, yes, they let through the Luna. And that was just something that they couldn't really deal with. So now I'm wondering why that wasn't somewhere in their bans and what makes them more comfortable or confident about these 4 heroes they've currently picked or potentially a last 5th pick that could deal with this Lunar and not end in the same result.
I feel like they feel like the Mirana is just a stronger, superior carry in the late game if they were to go down that route. That's probably my reasoning. I'm not saying I agree to it, but I think that's probably what they felt in the late game. Because when you talk about late game, what heroes can out DPS Luna and can also close the distance as well. Because we've always talked about the Kanda way of playing the hero. You stay behind, you just throw Lucent Beams, use the Kanda, do damage.
Yeah.
You're not really committing, right? So you need a core that can just jump in and force her to go into that 1v1 scenario that she has to fight and she can't run away.
You almost made me believe there wasn't a Tree Luna in both those games.
No, there was.
Okay, yeah.
I just wasn't. I just know that you were gonna make a comment if I had brought up the Treant, so I was only gonna bring up Luna.
I mean, yeah, it looks like G2XIG featuring the legendary Jack Chan KBBQ does think that a carry is gonna be coming out from Team Spirit, and Radon has not played it yet in the tournament, but Wind Ranger is still in the pool.
He's played Drow, right? I think that Drow plus Mirana kind of... I don't remember which game I saw this combination here. Drow, Mirana, it actually looks good.
Yeah, the Mirana definitely...
You do so much damage as
Was that an XG game?
Was it?
Radon has not played Drow this tournament, but
yeah,
I'm sure
I know Ame has.
I'm sure they've watched. I'm sure they've seen the combo. And what they've also probably seen is that people have comboed Wind Ranger with the Mars and the Invoker before. We saw... Tundra do that, and it looked incredible, just like buffing up the... And I think they might have even had a Mirana to add to the damage from the Whirlwind. That is one...
Actually, this is the exact 4 that they had.
No way, you're kidding.
Yeah. Off the top of my head, 100%. It was a group stage game. I'll pull up the game.
The Tusk might have been different, but this is also good with the Windrunner because you're it's also a buffing hero. It's not like he's going to go for the tag team or something, but you're still buffing the Windrunner to get in there.
Epic morph. That's banned, so just kidding. Fake news.
I mean, I guess Winter, you brought it up. The Windrunner is not so good against the Phoenix because you disarm yourself when you're doing Whirlwind and you can't kill the.
I don't think they want that. If you want to carry, it's like Terrorblade, and you bring back Radon's like redemption arc here, but he's just gonna stick to the Mirana. I think it's a sensible choice. You buy Manta, great for Strain Protector. You can kill the egg very easily. You have very high attack speed, the most attack speed of any hero in the game right now, so that makes sense. And couldn't really think of anything really better for him there. So Dark Willow it will be. This is when was it Mars first came out or Willow? I don't know which one came out first, but either way, when they both were in the game at the same time, it was like, wow, you can fear them into the arena, most OP combos. So it definitely does have some synergy as well.
Yep, even in the lane, you can like put
through the brambles. Right?
Yeah, you can put a bramble on one person and then skewer them into another bramble, which is really nice. And at the very least, it does a massive amount of damage. And I think where we really like Willow right now is when you need a hero to get your offlaner through the first like 3 levels, which I do feel like Mars can sometimes suffer, especially against a strong lane like Treant plus Luna. There is that risk of just losing in like the first few levels to this lane, but the Willow will lose to pretty much nothing.
What's the timing that this Mars is going to feel a little bit more comfortable, where you have faith that the Spirit lineup is going to be able to come online and we're going to be seeing them take those team fights and potentially the game?
I mean, whenever they have Arena, I think they're pretty comfortable here because you're going to be running around the map on Invoker at all times of the game trying to make things happen. You're just waiting for that Arena to drop, that Snowball from Tusk to get in there, a lot of big spells there. Whereas I think you're a little bit more reliant on cooldowns on the side of G2 IXG is the fact that you have to have Egg, you have to have Root available. So I'm really looking at the Wisdom Rune at 7 minutes specifically. Are they going to be able to get it? It would be really nice as Spirit to try and make a play to steal it early on because the supports are really level dependent on G2.
And what about the side of G2IG for yourself, Winter? I'm just assigning you guys teams to have to, give us hope for.
Yeah, I feel like G2IG's lineup, like Fear mentioned, they are very cooldown dependent, but I feel like they have a good overall lineup with decent lanes into. They have some catch outside of the cooldowns. They have Primal Beast, which is always good. Right? And as long as they don't get run over in the lanes, I feel like they're going to have a very, very good chance in this game.
I like both
Thanks,
teams.
Jenkins. We got to head on down to our coach, though. They are waiting by, and our game 1 is also waiting for us. So let's jump on down to Nomad.
Thank you very much, Nat. Yes, indeed, I'm here with Super. Firstly, Super, what do you think about these 2 drafts?
首先想问一下，你对两边选出的阵容有什么看法？
就我觉得两边都选到了比较舒服的阵容嘛，就还是看发挥吧。
I think both sides picked very in their comfort zone, so it depends on how they perform.
And this first pick, Primal Beast, is this something which you think is a very strong, underrated hero? Or is this a answer specifically to Team Spirit and how they play?
关于你们第一手选了兽，你是觉得这英雄非常强呢，还是针对Spirit 选出来的英雄？
就我们自己玩的顺手吧。
I think we're just good at it.
Alrighty, we'll see. As other team, are they excited or are they nervous to play against the 2-time champions in an elimination game?
面对双冠王，你们队伍是紧张呢，还是兴奋呢？是什么样的感觉呢？
就反正大家在这里相遇，我觉得都差不多吧，跟他们头衔没什么关系吧。
I think that we're able to meet here. It really doesn't matter what title they have.
Awesome, very confident. Thank you very much, Super. Let's get into the cast with Cap and SVG.
3 years ago, back when Team Spirit was just a little underdog, they made a long lower bracket run to win the International. That started with them in the upper bracket losing to Invictus Gaming. They were put in the lower bracket, and in fact, Invictus Gaming met Spirit again in the lower bracket, and Team Spirit eliminated IG with a 2-0. 3 years later, this is the first time that they have met again at the International, and it's a chance for JT and Super to be able to have their revenge, to eliminate Team Spirit back at the TI.
It's going to be a tall order. I mean, they said they're not afraid of the 2-time champs, but I think a lot of people would be in this situation. This is a scary lower bracket. Like, there are a lot of strong teams here. It's going to be a bloodbath no matter what. And to me, this could be a very pivotal match for the rest of how this bracket develops, because I could see either of these teams go very deep if they start to gain some really good momentum here. And especially if you're looking at Spirit, who had a much better start to this tournament than G2IG, who, I mean, the records speak for themselves, right? Team Spirit were 6-0 going into that upper bracket match before Nouns took them down. G2IG were a lot more hit or miss in terms of what was working for them and finding that momentum in this tournament. So this is going to be a really important game one and a really important series to determine who's going to have to face one of these teams later on if they make it past XG.
Yeah, G2IG have not looked great at this tournament until maybe that second game against Gaming Gladiators. I was surprised. I thought that was going to be a 2-0, but Gaming Gladiators slipped up in that one. G2IG did manage to take that game too. Did that give you a bit of hope that G2IG was going to come into this lower bracket with a bit more fire than they showed in the group stage?
I do think they've looked better than their record shows in a way. Like, they haven't really been rolled over in any of the games. They've shown a decent amount of draft flexibility. It seems like their meta understanding is getting a little better each series they play. I think that gaming series was pretty close, but it's a tough matchup for them because G2IG is just not as fast on the lanes. It's not their strength, right? They play more of the traditional Chinese Dota, which is like the mid-game, the late-game team fighting, Roshan control, things like this, scaling up with a slower carry than a lot of the European players have. You're just not going to compare Monet to players like Dyrachyo or Mickey, right? It's not the same wheelhouse at all. And so for him to get a hero like Luna, that's very important for them because Luna is one of those heroes that, as we've seen this tournament develop, can not only give you a strong lane phase, play fast that early game, but can also just hyper farm up and play the late game really well and scale tremendously. So I think this is a great hero for Monet to be on in a game one in a series like this. And it's a hero, as the panel talked about, that was a bane for Team Spirit in that Nouns 2-0 defeat. You just could not break this hero. It really caused them problems. And I was curious to see how they were going to adjust their draft going into this series compared to that one, particularly for this man, Radon. I think he maybe not struggled in that series versus Nouns, but it felt like there was a lot of pressure on him in those games to deliver a lot in the team fights, particularly the game like the Lena, where he was just getting doomed and things of that nature. This is a lineup where they relieve some of that pressure with an Invoker semi-carry, a Mars who can pick up some of the damage slack. I think this looks a bit more comfortable for him.